Ladies and gentlemen, dear change makers, it is my greatest pleasure to welcome you in this renewed Grand Palais, 5 years after the first time we met here. Welcome to ChangeNOW! Look around and tell me what you see. What I see is a place forged in history. This is the home of the 1900 World Exhibition, a place that once showcased the best of human progress. And today, 125 years later, here we stand, redefining what is progress with this World Exhibition for the planet. The largest event ever, as for today, gathering actions and solutions for a better world. When you enter this room and this building on the facade, you walk past 4 magnificent statues. First, the statue of inspiration, to ignite our vision. The statue of revelation, to awaken to new possibilities. The statue of Minerva, the goddess of intelligence and wisdom, to guide our choices. And the fourth, the statue of peace, the ultimate goal of our actions. This is the home we have chosen for ChangeNOW, not only for this year, but for the years to come. Now look around again and tell me what you see. Look at each other, the person on your right and the person on your left. I see the architects of the world we want to build. I see the faces of determination, because you, each and every one of us, with our willpower and our actions, are the driving force of change. And what brings us together here is a very simple idea. And I would like to say that never underestimate an idea. Because ChangeNOW itself was born from a very simple idea. And look at what an idea can become. And this idea, very simple idea, was to bring together the most forward-thinking, the most caring, the brilliant minds, the brightest minds, the lights of our time. And when I look around, this is what I see. You are the lights, and this is the lighthouse. Now remember, last year, I explained how we set the course towards a much bigger impact. And let me follow up on this. First, we developed numerous actions all over the year, from the co-organization of the World Living Soils Forum on regenerative agriculture to a new edition of the Earth Action Report. But here are 3 remarkable landmarks I would like to share. We operated the first ever pavilion dedicated to the dialogue between civil, public, and private society in the blue zone of the COP for the first time during the COP16 desertification. We continued to develop our school ranking initiative, which after 4 years is really changing curriculums and contributing to make better higher education. We have now impacted over 1 million students. And also we reinforced our partnerships and collaborations. And I'm glad to announce that not only ChangeNOW is an official nominator to the Prince William's Earthshot Prize for the last 3 years, but ChangeNOW, for the first time, is also a nominator to the prominent Goldman Environmental Prize, also known as the Green Nobel Prize. Second, I also shared our vision of how we wanted to accelerate the impact ecosystems globally and locally. Because there are change makers everywhere, and they can all benefit from the type of support you find here at ChangeNOW, but at the local level. And so we announced last year the ChangeNOW hubs. After the launch, we received many applications, and thank you to all of you for showing the will to be part of such an exciting initiative. And today I'm delighted to unveil the first 3 ChangeNOW hubs: Sao Paulo, Tunis, and Bangalore. They are here in the room, so you can definitely give them a big warm round of applause. And this is just the beginning. If you want to be the next ChangeNOW hub, just contact us. There is so much to be done. Well, and now, this summit. What's particular in this summit? First of all, the context. The context in which this summit has been created is special in many ways. First, the world is facing an accumulation of tremendous challenges, and accompanied by the fragmentation of the world and threats, growing threats on democracy, on science, on sustainability. And I just want to highlight also that in this place, the words of climate change, women, mental health, inclusion, pollution, underprivileged are all allowed. And not only they are allowed, they are core to our mission, so use them. 2025 also marks the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. 10 years ago, in this city, 196 countries came together to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees and well below 2. The Paris Agreement is a cornerstone of climate action, and it's a symbol of how humanity can come together to face global challenges. And so we decided at ChangeNOW, well, to defend the Paris legacy. And more, we want to transform ambition into action. And this is exactly what ChangeNOW is about. Over the next 3 days, the Grand Palais becomes your home. And this is the home of thousands of change makers, of 1,000 solutions, 500 speakers, which are all telling a piece of this new narrative. And put together, this is a vision of what the world could be. This year, we welcome changemakers from 78 countries. The flags you can see on the other side of the stage are not random flags. There is one flag for each and every one country represented in the program. ChangeNOW is about action, but it is also about connections and building bridges. So meet, create, start conversations, make new friends, and learn from someone new. Now, just to wrap up also about this year's ChangeNOW Summit, this edition has got stronger on 4 main pillars. First, while you explore what's happening on stage and in the alleys, know that on the invisible side of the event, there are many meetings happening to shape the future global negotiations and to build coalitions. And in that same spirit, we are honored to welcome today here in the Grand Palais the leading teams of COP30, but also COP16 desertification, and the upcoming COP17, as well as the UN Ocean Conference. Second big step of this year, ChangeNOW launched this year the first ChangeNOW Planet Week, consisting of 30 independent events happening all around the city during the days of ChangeNOW and around ChangeNOW. The objective is to reinforce even more this movement for global sustainability by making it even more open. So now there is this platform welcoming many other events independent from ChangeNOW in this ChangeNOW Planet Week. Third, I invite you all, go there, it's wonderful. I invite you all to go to the Water Odyssey. This is a new outdoor space dedicated to the rivers and ocean. It's just next to the River Seine. It's 2 minutes walking from here. You should go and see that. And the last thing is that on Saturday, this place, this venue, will be open to everyone. We worked with many organizations to bring here and create specific programs for young people coming from underprivileged neighborhoods, families from all backgrounds, and job seekers with a job fair. So, just one last thing now. Take a look around you one last time. What we are experiencing here is more than an event. It is the expression of action, of hope and humanity. And as it's written behind the stage, with action comes hope. So let's focus on what matters most. Concrete, collective, unwavering action. And this is our role for the next 3 days and far beyond. Be the lights, be change makers, and be the carriers of hope. Welcome to ChangeNOW 2025.
Oh, come on, we can do better than that. Hello, one and all. My name's Lavelda Vincenzi, and I will be the moderator for this stage, and the following stage. If you've never met me before, I feel like I'm part of the furniture for ChangeNOW as I open the very first ChangeNOW with Santiago. Not part of the team, but I've been arriving ever since. So we've just heard from Santiago. He's laid out the momentum that ChangeNOW has had over the last few years. But part of what makes this event different is not just what you see in front of you, but what you don't see that's been happening behind the scenes. The choices that have been made behind the scenes that guide the event, that means that this is not just an event about talking about change, but rather also an event that embodies the spirit of change. From the materials to the meals that are selected, from the transport to the technology, this summit is a summit that essentially walks the talk. And here to tell us more about how that happens, please welcome to the stage co-founder and chief operating officer of ChangeNOW, Rosemary Lucotte.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to see all of you here. So Santiago asked us to look around and tell what we see. I'd like to take a moment to highlight what you might not see. Because this summit isn't just about change. It embodies change. ChangeNOW is pioneering a new generation of events, ones that inspire, that blend rational impact with emotion, art, beauty, and purpose. All this at a large scale and in a fully sustainable and inclusive approach. And this goes beyond the summit, but because it's setting new standards, and it's being recognized as a role model in the event industry. In 2024, ChangeNOW was awarded Sustainable Event of the Year. So, what you might not see is many details that we've taken into consideration when we designed the summit. For instance, you won't see plastic badges. You won't see plastic bottles, nor cans. You won't see plastic signage, nor goodies or flyers. You won't see carpeted booths. You won't see also flashy logos everywhere. But you will see powerful content and partners who chose to put their actions first, front and center. You will taste sustainable food, drinks, coffee. And at the end of the summit, what you might not see too is that 97% of what you see here will be repurposed or given a second life. And after the summit is over, our job continues, our work continues. We will measure the carbon footprint of the summit, and we will balance our impact as much as we can by contributing to the restoration of natural carbon sinks. And you too played a role, an active role, in reducing the carbon footprint of the event. Because many of you chose to come here in a sustainable way, or to combine your trip with other meaningful commitments in Paris. When you registered, you were all invited to contribute to your carbon footprint, and many of you chose to do so. So thank you very much for your commitment too. Now, ChangeNOW is also an inclusive summit. For those with hearing difficulties, or for anyone who isn't fluent in English, you'll have live translations in your own language on your smartphone. On Saturday, we will organize special learning exhibitions for blind or visually impaired participants, because they are too often excluded from large-scale events. We also offered solidarity passes for those in need. And on Saturday, we opened the doors for free to students, job seekers, but also children and participants from underserved areas. Because environmental and social topics affect all of us, and we want this event to be accessible to everyone. Now, something else you might not see, and which is probably the most powerful part of the summit, is that after the summit, it continues. Your positive impact will spread to your teams, to your families, your cities, your countries, and to the world. And for that to happen, you have, during these 3 days, a fantastic program of networking opportunities with ice-breaking sessions every morning, with a networking app, which I really encourage you to download if you haven't done so far. You can organize, schedule meetups directly during the summit. We will also have a full program of open meetups by topics, by thematics. So seize these opportunities, meet each other, because this will scale your impact. And for some of you, it might even change your life. So I wish you a wonderful summit, and let's make these 3 days count.
Thank you, thank you. How's everybody doing? Okay-ish, maybe, sort of, kind of. The sun's out, it's not raining, we're on to a good day. So we're 10 years on from the Paris Agreement, which was a really significant milestone in the journey to climate change. It brought together the world around shared goals. It shifted ambition, and it opened the door to momentous action. We've seen progress, but we've also seen setbacks, and let's face it, we've learned a lot. And this next session is all about what the Paris Agreement made possible, what hasn't worked, and what comes next. So to explore this, I have 4 incredible individuals that I'd like to welcome to the stage. We're going to have the president of COP21, an ex-president of the Constitutional Council, Laurent Fabius, a member of the Elders and former president of the Republic of Ireland, Mary Robinson, Chief Executive Officer of COP30, Anna Tony, and of course the founder and CEO of ChangeNOW, Santiago Lefebvre. Please welcome them back to the stage. In the meanwhile, I'll just do a little dance. Write a little song. Get down tonight. Isn't that how it goes? I think we're just about ready. Have we got all the chairs? Just out of curiosity, for who here is it their first time here at ChangeNOW? Just to raise their hands. Wow! Super. And who, like me, feels like they've been part of the furniture, like they've been here multiple times before? It's incredible to see so many new faces. Welcome. Welcome to the ChangeNOW family. We're ready to go? Welcome. Please join me. I feel like I'm so far away. Okay. So this is quite a conversation to be having. And Laurent, I kind of want to start with you because you were there and presided over what was considered one of the biggest climate agreements in the history of the world. Looking back, what did the Paris Agreement make possible?
First, hello everybody. Well, it was 10 years ago. I remember when France was chosen 2 years before, the different ministers came to me and said, "You have been chosen, good luck." And in this good luck, I thought that it would be a bit difficult, but we worked, and Paris was made possible by the conjunction of 3 planets. First, the scientific planet. Second, the civil society planet. And third, the government's planet. It was not easy to get a good result. When we entered the COP, I say that for you, Anna, there were 1,600 paragraphs between brackets. And at the end, it must be 0. We work and we made it possible. And today, each of these planets is under attack. science, civil society with the usual spoilers, and the governments because attacks against multilateralism. But I think the hope is still there. I'm pretty confident about Belém, COP30, and we must be faithful to the spirit of Paris, which is better, faster, and together. And if we don't forget that, there will be a success in Belém.
Mary, I'd kind of like to jump to you on the same point. What did the Paris Agreement mean to you?
What I remember vividly from the Paris Agreement, I was the special envoy of the UN Secretary General, was how important climate justice was. Climate justice made Paris a success. Because when we went into Paris, despite all the extra ministerial meetings that the president of the COP, Laurent, had organized, we had not got any decision on the goal. And Tony de Brum of the Marshall Islands from the inside, and the indigenous communities, civil society, young people, women leaders, we marched in the street. I'm sure some of you remember 1.5 to stay alive. Who remembers 1.5 to stay alive? And Tony de Brum chaired the High Ambition Coalition. And the High Ambition Coalition had one goal, to get 1.5 into the text. And that happened. And then the scientists had to be instructed, what is the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees? And they brought out this special report in October 2018. And they told us that there is a huge difference between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees, that in that time, bad things may happen. Probably the coral reefs will disappear. The coral reefs are under terrible threat at the moment. Probably the Arctic ice will disappear. The Arctic ice is shrinking. Probably the permafrost will melt and throw up not just carbon, but methane. It's happening. 30% of the permafrost is melting. So we're witnessing. And why are we not in a crisis? Why are politicians not in a mental crisis mode? A crisis with every opportunity to solve it is a human problem. We just have to switch most of the money that subsidizes fossil fuel into incentivizing clean energy. You know, it's just a human problem, political will. Why aren't we doing it?
I mean, Mary, when you say it, you make it sound so easy, like why are we not doing it? Santiago, many might not know that the Paris Agreement was almost like the seed that started ChangeNOW. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and what it meant to you and what's been created here as a result?
Well, I think that we can, more than just ChangeNOW, I think we can talk about a COP21 generation. Because when we started, and even now when we talk to entrepreneurs and people which are really trying to work in climate or environment, and you ask them, when have you started? A lot of them say 2015, 2016. And there is a whole generation of people who really got engaged because of this agreement. This way, for me, I think that there is a moment before COP21 and a moment after that. And this has really been a shift. And for us, the fact that I had the chance not to be in the negotiations, no, but still, I visited the COP21, and I realized that there was these goals, amazing goals, but we didn't know how to go there. And the assessment was that if we want to manage to reach those goals, we need to get together all the private sector, all the entrepreneurs, the innovator, and even more civil society. And this is how the spark started.
And look at us now. Look at us now. Anna, I want to jump to you next. What kind of momentum do you think is needed in Belém at COP30? Sorry, I'm asking the wrong question. We know that COP21 was a huge, momentous moment, but we also know we've learned a lot since then. What do you think are some of the truths that we need to acknowledge about what we've learned in the time since the Paris Agreement?
So first of all, now good morning. Really nice to be here. Congratulations for ChangeNOW for this event. It's wonderful to be with Mary and Fabrice also here. And I think the Paris Agreement is this. Now, the Paris Agreement is this ability that happened, that spark that was mentioned, that made everybody move. And if we, at the Paris Agreement, was a time when we had goals and objectives. Now we have plans, we have investment. Now people are actually acting. And I think what perhaps we have not taken as seriously as we now need to do is what was said, science. I think science at the time when we had the Paris Agreement gave us some hope that the consequences of climate change was going to come a little bit later. 2035, if I remember, is the type of disasters that we're seeing now. So I think if we knew what we know now, and I think that is the objective of COP30, is we need to accelerate. We need it, everybody needs to move. Now it's not just a question of waiting a COP, waiting governments. We need the private sector, we need the people. This word that we use in multirão, which I just learned from Mr. Fabrice, which is uncollective in French. So we need that movement going because the emergency, the speed of change is much faster. So if before we felt that we could delegate this to somebody else, to governments, we can't. And I think that's the spirit that we take in COP30. We need everybody. We need this. We need the private sector, we need civil society, subnational governments, and obviously federal governments and the negotiations. So that's, I think, the spirit that we learned from Paris that now is very clear to us.
Collaboration is 1,000% key. Santiago, you've been convening people here at ChangeNOW for coming up to 8 years. What do you think we need to acknowledge since the Paris Agreement?
I didn't hear the question, sorry.
I said you've been convening people here at ChangeNOW for 8 years now. What do you see beyond collaboration or in line with collaboration that we also need to acknowledge about what we've learned from the Paris Agreement?
Well, several things. The first one is that definitely the knowledge about the topic has evolved dramatically. I think that we, and even I would say ChangeNOW, but the global ecosystem started 10 years ago like newbies in the field. But now science really grew, and we saw that we started from a very narrow point of view of just climate issues to how this articulates with the planetary boundaries, then beyond that with also other aspects, in also the inclusion part and the social part. And so now I think that we evolved to a holistic approach, and this is now pretty well admitted, and I think that this is one of the biggest evolutions I've seen right now.
It's holistic. We also need to think about inclusion. Mary, I can see you ready to jump in there as well.
Well, you know, there's no doubt, I agree with Anna and with Santiago, that Paris did create a big movement, necessarily, and we need even more of that. But Paris also weakened something by deciding that all countries should submit their nationally determined contributions. UN speak, I know, climate plans. Every country, it diluted the common but differentiated responsibility of wealthy countries for the injustice that they were causing with climate change, the climate justice point. It meant that all countries had to, before Paris, fill out these climate plans. And the number of developing countries who, in their NDCs, in their climate plans, said, we want to have clean energy. That's the way we want to go. And after Paris, what happened? Nothing. No plans. No plan for developing countries to get access to clean energy. Nothing until Glasgow. COP26. the Jet P for South Africa, and now we have a few other Jet Ps. And actually, it's more loans than grant money, and you need grant money for the moving from coal, for example, to cleaner energy. So I'm not happy with how wealthy countries have responded to, in a way, by making everybody responsible for climate plans, it weakened the polluters' responsibility, the wealthy countries, for what we are doing and inflicting on the rest of the world.
In acknowledging what's not working, I think it's also important to acknowledge, in acknowledging some hard truths, we also need to acknowledge what's not working. What have we learned that we just need to let go of as we move forward in the next 10 years? Mary, I'll start with you. You started by talking about the responsibility of the biggest polluters. What should we be doing instead?
I think there's been a failure of real accountability. There's been too much greenwashing. There's been too much at COPs, big announcements with film stars and other people and photos, opportunity, and then nothing happens. Now, I don't want to be too negative. Quite a lot has happened. I agree with these points, but I think we need to be honest. We need much more accountability and much more of the sense of who is causing the problem, the major emitters, the G20 countries. Are they going to come to Belém with ambitious NDCs? I have to acknowledge, as an Irish person, the United Kingdom is giving leadership. Woo! And Brazil is giving leadership. What about all the others? What about the EU? What about France? Come on. We've got to be ambitious.
Santiago, you are a person that I know is incredibly ambitious. The first ChangeNOW had about 3,000 people. I think last year was 35,000 people that we have convening here. Similar sort of question, what are you seeing in terms of where we're moving, and what do you think, how do we need to be thinking differently for the next 10 years?
Well, I just wanted also to highlight that I totally agree with what Mary said, that we need to really see where the issue comes from. And definitely, if we don't phase out from fossil fuels, we won't ever manage to do the job. And there is a lot of things happening right now just to earn years of fossil fuels. And I think that this is really a focus we need all to have, actually. And for me, one of the very, very important things for the step forwards is really this question of co-benefits. I was saying about the holistic approach. I think that it would be super powerful that the different COPs and international negotiations align on the main, I would say, the main things on which they have to negotiate. Because if we align on this and you look for co-benefits, a co-benefit is, for example, when I do something for biodiversity, is also serving climate. And if I do something in climate, it's also service ocean. And so if we manage to really put our weight on what is at the core of those co-benefits, we could make a lot of progress.
I love that. Let's think of the bigger benefits that we can get from each of the things that we're implementing. Let's think of the benefits, that kind of cycle of benefits, rather than thinking quite so narrowly. Anna, we've got COP30 around the corner, and given where we are, given that we're reflecting on 10 years of the Paris Agreement, it can be, COP30 has the ability to be a real turning point for us. What needs to happen, do you think, to make that a COP of action rather than something that feels more symbolic?
First of all, I'm optimistic. So when we started the Paris Agreement, we were heading to 4 degrees, over 4 degrees, 4.5 degrees. 10 years have gone. Okay, we are heading to 2.5. But a lot has happened since Paris, and I think we really have to first celebrate everything that has happened. And this is important because it feels that the transition has already started. So I think it's not enough. We need to get to 1.5. So we need to accelerate, but acknowledging how much has changed and that the transition is inevitable, is absolutely inevitable, but we need to do it quick, I think is our goal. We really need to move that faster. And to move that faster, we need to move that together. The word that was said, that Fabrice just mentioned in the Paris Agreement is the same. We can only do this together. Carbon molecules do not have passports. The consequences of climate change does not ask for permission or ask for a visa to come and flood our house or the heat waves that we feel. So if we don't do it together, and if we don't realize that it's not only up to governments, which has a lot of responsibilities, but we need everybody together and doing fast. So if every one of us do a little bit for the climate every day in whatever position that we are, the solutions are there. We know the solutions. We have the solutions. The financing is there. What we need now is enough pressure so that governments, private sector, and people, because one of the things that I don't think we have done enough is to also speak about consumption. We don't talk about consumption. We wanted fossil fuels, that was just mentioned. We wanted transitioning away from fossil fuel, but the demand for fossil fuel continues growing. So if we don't now put our heads on also how we're going to diminish consumption, we are not going to get the actions that we need.
So we need to expand what we're looking at beyond. That deserves a round of applause. We need to be focusing at both ends of the spectrum, not just at what's causation, not just the impact. Laurent, what would you want to see different at Bellum to get some more momentum going?
The key word is implementation. Implementation. It's not the same thing. You raised the question, what did we learn from Paris? We learned in particular that it is not the same thing green talking, greenwashing, and green acting. There is a big difference between the three. And the aims have been put in Paris. 1.5, we know that. Finance, we know that. Global stock take, we know that. NDC, we know that. But now it's time to implement and to check. I have heard somebody speaking about baby, you have to do that, you have to do that. I would say implement, baby, implement. That's the point. That's the point. And I'm very optimistic for Belém because Brazil is a good choice, because there is President Lula, and because we know that if we want to have a hope for the long term, we have to act in the short term. And as it was said, not to make a distinction between fight against desertification, the question of ocean, the question of climate, everything is interwoven. And it will be clear in Belém. But we have to insist on this implementation problem. Accountability, you say that, Mary, you're right. And we have probably to imagine a different functioning of COPs, or maybe some sort of institution which will be in charge of checking that every NDC is okay, that the different governments are implementing what they have promised. The key word is acting and implementing now.
Implementation, baby. It's all going to be about implementation. Here's the challenge. We're heading into a pragmatic geopolitical landscape at the moment, and implementation in that space with rising nationalism, looming elections, starts to feel more complicated, starts to feel more charged, starts to feel not, it's easier for it to drop down the priority list. So how do we keep climate action alive? How do we actually continue to implement in the way that Laurent is discussing, and do it in a way that's effective in a space that's becoming increasingly divided? Mary, I'll jump to you first, because we have to be realistic about the times that we're in right now.
I do agree with Laurent that implementation is vital, and the implementation has to be very specific in Belém. It means G20 countries in particular, because they're the biggest emitters. And actually, I was quite hopeful about the Zoom call yesterday of the Secretary General with a lot of heads of state, and in particular with what China said. China committed to an NDC, its climate plan that will cover all sectors and all climate greenhouse gas emissions. That's significant. We need that. We need the money. Baku was weak, which put a lot of pressure on Belém. And we actually need we need to find that 1.3 trillion by 2030, not 2035. And we need to do it with new innovative ways. The solidarity levies, let's succeed with at least one or two of those in Belém. I mean, if we could have a breakthrough of a pot of money for implementation, that would help the momentum. But I also agree, it's all of us. It's all of us, movements of movements. And I'm so pleased that Belém has indigenous leadership that's going to be very significant, because that's going to help as well. That's the moral leadership that we saw in Paris. And that is really, really vital. But we have to make the big emitters face their responsibility. And that means governments coming with, and the European Union and France pushing the European Union as it usually did. And I know there are geopolitical problems and problems here in France, but it's so important. I mean, let me just finish on the urgency. You know, COVID hit the world, and very quickly the industrialized part of the world found $10 trillion, bang, because we were in a crisis. Why do we not understand that we're in a crisis of fragility of our world, the climate and nature crisis? And we need politicians to be in crisis mode. We need Europe to be in crisis mode. Yes, we have Ukraine and a very worrying way in which there's peace talks are going on that are very favorable at the moment to Russia, for the reasons that we know. That's worrying. And a lot of emphasis on security. But the crisis of climate and nature doesn't stop for distraction of wars or distraction of anything. It is continuing. And we have to literally get our politicians into crisis mode. That's our job. Feed them with all the possibilities of change and the momentum for change, and make them take it seriously.
We're in crisis mode, and we always manage to pull together in crisis mode if we can remember that that's where we are. Before I move on to the last question, I'm going to jump really quickly to Santiago in the same guise. ChangeNOW took place every year for 8 years. COVID hit, we moved and we made it happen. Every year we've had ChangeNOW. How do you want people sort of engaging in this space this year, given the landscape and the geopolitical landscape that we're operating within, such that we can continue to create the momentum that you're all talking about here on the stage?
Well, you know, I think the first thing is always to continue. It's perseverance. Never let down what you're doing. And even though there was COVID, indeed, we did an ambitious edition during COVID because we wanted to hold the place. That was for sure. I just also wanted to add to that and come back to the word of implementation, which is really important. And for someone, for example, like me, who is not at the table of negotiations, how can I implement something? Well, the thing is, never ask for a permission. If you wait for a permission, actually, you don't have it, and so you don't implement anything. And this is how we started. This is how many people are acting. They don't ask permissions. They just go. And I think that this is important because what we're talking about is something where we need everyone, but we can't afford to wait for anyone. So just let's go and keep moving.
I love that. We need absolutely everybody, but we cannot afford to wait for anybody, so we need to get moving. Last question, and it'll be a quick one to the remaining of you, starting with Laurent. What should this audience be carrying forward with them into the next 10 years? We're launching into ChangeNOW, we're launching into Bellum, we're launching into the next 10 years. What should people be carrying forth with them?
I had a conversation with Michael Bloomberg, who is both American and pro-climate. Okay. And Michael Bloomberg told me two things. Well, Mr. Fabius, we have to avoid two mistakes. The first one is to separate short-term and long-term. Okay, long-term is very important, but in the long term, we are all dead. If we want to reach the long term, let's act in the short term first. And the second mistake to avoid is to be pessimistic. If you say to people, today it's difficult, tomorrow it will be worse, and I don't speak about the day after tomorrow, forget everything. I think, okay, the situation is difficult, and particularly because some president has taken the decision he has taken, okay, but the president is not the whole country. And we have to remain optimistic and to act in this direction, and ChangeNOW can help us, okay?
I'm going to have to wrap up there. I'd love to kind of continue the dialogue, but here are the key takeaways. If we're going to have long-term change, we need short-term action, and each and every one of us has the capability of doing something to move things forward. The key word here I think everybody needs to take away is implementation, baby. Implementation, baby. So we're not just here remembering the Paris Agreement, we're creating the next 10 years. And so long as we leave this room with hope, we all have opportunity to actually be able to make the change. Thank you so much to all of my panelists, and have a fabulous rest of the day at ChangeNOW. It does, doesn't it? welcome back. How are you doing? Woohoo! There's two in the middle who are like, loving it! Climate action! Welcome to 10 years of the Paris Agreement, from ambition to action. In this session, we're going to be looking at the Paris Agreement 10 years on. It was a landmark it was a landmark in climate diplomacy. And since then, we've seen progress, we've seen delays, we've seen momentum, and we've also seen a little bit of resistance. But that hasn't stopped the great work that people have been doing. So this session is focusing on what's happening right now. What is the science saying? What is civil society doing to shape the response? And how is business, finance, and public institutions acting? So to kick us off for this session, we're going to begin by having a look at the science. A global picture of where we are now since the Paris Agreement, what's changed, and of course, what hasn't changed, and how that frames the decisions that we're going to make going forward. So to introduce us for this first session, we have a keynote from the Vice Chair of the IPCC. Please welcome to the stage, Diana Egger-Vorstads.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor to be here, to be addressing you about 10 years of the Paris Agreement, where we are, from the perspective of the science. Because you are the ones who are actually going to make the difference. So let's see where we are. Well, I know that you've been expecting some of this bad news at the beginning of my talk. Yes, these are what you see on the last bar of this figure is showing that, that 2024 was the warmest year in Europe, and it was even the increase as compared to the previous year was too large that nobody really expected. It was especially surprising because that year was the end of the El Nino, and in fact, it was starting of a La Nina, which should have actually cooled the Europe and the climate. Not only that, but there are many other indicators where we see many records broken. For example, carbon dioxide concentrations have increased more than ever before. And I don't know why my slides are not changing. I'm sorry. Yeah, here they are. So as you see, not only they have increased a lot, but it was a record global increase in carbon dioxide concentrations. So what does the science say? What can we still do? And how can we meet the Paris Agreement's goals? This cartoon shows what we are doing. This is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, who we assess the science and present its findings for decision makers in our so-called assessment reports roughly every 7 years. And we have so far done it 6 times. So let me share with you some of the findings of our 6th assessment from different reports. So first of all, the figures that you have seen show that global average temperatures has not been so high at least for 125,000 years. So literally, in a generation, in my lifetime, we have returned the geological clock of the planet by 125,000 years. In fact, if we look at carbon dioxide concentrations that I also shown, we have returned the geological clock of the Earth by 2 million years. If we look at methane or nitrous oxide, this is 800,000 years. So, but we have been taking action. And it is exactly this very city where history was made 10 years ago through the Paris Agreement. And when the Paris Agreement was concluded at COP21, the government also asked the IPCC to look at how 1.5 degrees global warming, capping global warming at 1.5 degrees is possible. Because in fact, that was not only historic by the significance of the agreement, but in fact, the Paris Agreement made history also by the fact that that was one of the few times when politics ran far ahead of science. Before the agreement, if a scientist talked about 1.5 degrees, he was considered, a tree hugger. You probably wouldn't get a grant. You were easily dismissed. So we didn't have the science yet. So the government asked IPCC to prepare such a report. So I was here as a young, just freshly elected bureau member of the IPCC, and we were talking about my colleagues, and many of my colleagues said, no, we have to tell governments that we shouldn't do this. This train is gone. This train has left the station. It's impossible to do 1.5 degrees anymore. In the end, we didn't tell governments, and in the end, we did start writing the report. And just a few weeks later, more and more of my colleagues were desperately, and in fact very enthusiastically, were very busy to run their models to see, well, can we still make 1.5 degrees? How can we do it? And in fact, what we found is, let me highlight a couple of the findings. This was the report that came out in 2018, and it made bigger news than any other climate report or climate event ever in history, and ever since then as well. So what you see here is that we've proved that actually there's not only one way to get to 1.5 degrees at that time in 2018. But in fact, all these lines that you see in that cloud, which are the many, many gray lines, all of those roads actually lead to Rome. So there are many different techno-economic opportunities and pathways and different choices for us to still keep global warming at 1.5 degrees. However, there were only a couple of common things among them. So what you see is that most of these lines actually cross the zero line, which is that faint little gray line, at about 2050, and they have the emissions at about 2030. So the important thing to understand that the IPCC never says what has to be done. We never said that the world has to do net zero by the middle of the century. All we did actually was this figure, where it was a very faint zero line, which was crossing at mid-century. And just after this figure, without really emphasizing net zero, just 3 years after the publication of our report, already almost 90% of global emissions were covered by around mid-century net zero commitments by governments. If you don't call it history, then I don't know what we call it. Especially that even the concept of net zero was equally considered a utopia or a tree hugger craziness before the Paris Agreement. So not only has it become mainstream, but it was internalized by most of the key governments of the planet. So I do think we need to recognize this and celebrate this, because usually we only talk about the bad news, how far we are from our goals. But I also do want to show the other side of the coin, that yes, we are still very far from our goals, but in fact, we have already come very far. And yes, you can, and there are also not only countries, but also cities have made commitments. At least 826 cities and 103 regions committed to have zero emission targets. And also many of the corporate sector, many of you who are sitting here represent probably efforts to meet such targets. Okay, of course you can say that it's easy to set a target for 2050, right? Especially if you're a bit in the age and you won't live that long, or you definitely won't be in office, so you won't be responsible for actually implementing that promise. Nevertheless, a lot has actually been done towards that goal. So one of the areas where we have seen enormous progress in the last 10 years, again progress that nobody, not even the International Energy Agency, also in Paris, and no other think tank have actually managed to project, was the really unexpectedly important development in the price of renewable energy. What you see in this figure from the IPCC report, that the market cost of these different renewable energy options, as well as battery packs for electric vehicles, have dropped dramatically, by some of them by over 99% in just a matter of 2 decades. And when the lines cross the yellow area, that means that their cost is now competitive with fossil fuels. In fact, you see some of these lines actually going below that, meaning that, for example, photovoltaic energy is now the cheapest source of energy almost on all of the planet in many cases. And as a result, we do see a very remarkable uptake of these technologies, as you can see in this figure. And we see that also in the results. For example, this is the European Union. And on the right-hand side, you see that last year, 46% of European power was generated through renewables. And out of that, from that, 30% of the total was just wind and solar. So just these two forms of energy now produce more of our power in the European Union than fossil fuels. And that's what has happened last year. So yes, we have been definitely breaking a lot of milestones, and this is also happening worldwide. Last year, 92.5% of all power capacity expansions were for renewable energy. So yes, ladies, and this is up from a fraction of this just a decade ago. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have come very far. And this is from my country, Hungary. So we, just as an example, we have increased our solar energy generation in 5 years by 6-fold. And by today, we are producing more than 1/5 of all of our power from solar energy. And that was not necessary from major climate commitments. That's just common sense and business interest and energy security and other interests. And also, the world is set to add over 5,500 gigawatts of new renewable capacity between now and 2030. So we are forecasted to end, by the end of this decade, more renewable capacity that has already been added in the past 2 decades. So these are really very remarkable results. But let me go also just on one other area of the outstanding results. And I'm sure you could, since you are the ones who are making these results, you are the ones who are catalyzing this change. You are the movers and shakers. I'm sure you have many other such stories, and outside this room or later within this room, you are going to share those. So let me just share one other, because we are in that city. Cities have been also making tremendous progress. And for example, we know that Paris has been one of the champions in making their city less car-friendly and less designed for cars, metal boxes, and more for people. So, for example, now Paris has over 1,000 kilometers of bicycle lanes. And as a result, half of the inner city trips are actually made by walking, because it's also a very walkable city. 30% of the trips made by public transport. 14% now by bicycle, up from 2% just before the Paris Agreement. And only 11% by car. So that means the car is now almost represents one of the smallest shares of mobility in Paris. And as a result, not only carbon dioxide emissions have been going down. But as you can see, also other air pollution. So what is illustrated in this figure is that literally since the Paris Agreement, air pollution has been reduced very significantly in this city. So if you make change, you will make change not only in one area, but in many areas. But of course, it's not all a rosy picture. We know that very well. But it is important to partially celebrate where we have come. But we are still very far. Because as you can see, even if we implement all the policies that we have today, our emissions are not likely to go down. They are just are likely just to stagnate over the century. And as you see, the red lines, the red range is very far from either the 1.5 or 2 degree compatible futures. So yes, it is very far. Nevertheless, please do remember the shape of these lines because I will come back to them. So you don't have to read all the different numbers and all the different complexities in this figure. We scientists are very good at giving you a lot of uncertainty and complexity. But in summary, let me summarize the essence of this figure. What this shows that depending on how the world is progressing and our policies are progressing, anywhere we are between 1.7 and 3.6 degrees is where we are going to be towards the end of this century, depending on different scientific things. But even it is very true that this is still 1 to 2 degrees warmer than where we want to be and where the Paris Agreement asked us to be. It does need to be celebrated that it is already much less than it was supposed to be when we concluded the Paris Agreement. So these are the projections, the temperature projections of the 6th assessment report that we started when the Paris Agreement was concluded. This is from that literature. And what you see here is that basically with the policies that we have implemented since the Paris Agreement, we have made the top 2 lines impossible to happen, basically, unless there is something we don't understand on climate science. But it's very likely that we will not go to the dark red and the red lines. And we very rarely say that we have already shaved around 2 degrees off of the worst case scenario of the climate. So it is quite an important achievement. Because yes, if you look, it doesn't go back. Yes, it goes back. So if you look at, if you remember the lines that I've showed as our projections, it is not, so the top 2 is way above there. Yes, it is not either along the orange or the blues where we should be, but it has come down very significantly just within 1 decade. Okay. But why is that despite all these efforts, despite all this amazing news that we have outperformed any expectations on renewable energy, we have outperformed many cities have been leading the world leading the way in making much more livable cities, much more competitive and productive cities, and while also cleaning up emissions. Why is that still emissions are increasing instead of going down? So I think one of the answers is really in this picture. Yes, we have been great. We have been really great at promoting active mobility, promoting public transport. We have at renewable energy, in many things. But at the same time, all of those uses where we have not yet made a difference are only getting bigger and bigger and bigger. For example, cars. Yes, we may be running a lot more electric cars. We may be are much better at efficiency. But if all of these gains are eaten up by the increasing size of automobiles and the increasing number of automobiles, that is not going to help overall. So then that's exactly the same phenomena in the power sector as well. What you see here is that, yes, the green line, we have been great at increasing the green share of energy production, and here this is about electricity. But our hunger for more energy has been growing more than how much we have been able to upscale all the renewable energy and clean energy options. So what does that mean? What that means is, in order to win this, what the agenda for you, the change makers, is we also need to focus not only on the supply side, but also on the demand side. We have to do more well-being, more productivity, more economic growth with less. We do need to reduce energy and material demand while increasing well-being, because this part of the equation is rarely thought about. But this, we need to put equal attention to this, not only on producing more clean energy and more materials. Fortunately, our 6th assessment report, the Working Group 3 report, has put a lot of effort in this and brought a lot of knowledge to you on this matter, because we have a whole chapter on demand and services, which talks a lot about how you can achieve better quality of life, how you can measure happiness and progress in other ways than GDP, how you can have much more livable cities with less emissions, less materials, but actually how can you do more? So what this figure illustrates is, yes, demand chapter and services chapter comes first. So before you do anything, it's a good idea to ask, can I actually do what I want to do with less energy and less materials? And only once you have reduced that and see, no, I really need this amount of materials or energy for what I need to do or want to do, then come to the decarbonization part in all the different sectors. If we take that as a priority in the next decade of the Paris Agreement, I hope that we will be much better at also bending the curve for the emissions. And if we meet in another 10 years, we will be able to celebrate even more. But I do think we do have the reason to celebrate and use that celebration and use that to actually even be more bold and produce more of the impossible. Because, as I said, when we started our report, we thought 1.5 was impossible. Now it is probably impossible, but every fraction of a degree matters. Even if we surpass 1.5, it's a big difference whether we surpass it by only 0.1 degree or much more and can stop warming there. So we need your boldness in action equally, exactly as much as 10 years ago. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you, Diana. So we've just heard about how far we've come since the Paris Agreement. So now let's turn ourselves to look forward. So 10 years post the agreement, the issue is not ambition. We've worked that out. The issue is who is challenging. The issue is a challenge of delivery. How are we actually driving this change forward? And so in this next conversation we're about to have, it's all about the voices that sit outside the system and how they connect or collide with institutions. I have two brilliant voices who are going to be joining me for this dialogue to explore how do we move faster. First, please welcome to the stage my two guests, Chief Creative Officer from the UNPD, Boaz Paladi, and a member of the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, Nisreen El-Siam.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Diana, are you rejoining us as well?
We like her, so we keep her.
Okie doke. So it's been 10 years since the Paris Agreement, and we're here looking at the legacy of the Paris Agreement. And looking back on that moment, what have we learned? Boaz, maybe you can start. What are the key things that you think we've learned post-Paris Agreement?
So to me, what we've learned is what's happening here. If you look behind us, that's where the transition is happening. That's where the hope is. That's where the opportunity is. That's what we've learned. We've learned, like Diana just said in her keynote, that there's a glass half full here. Although kind of like we're far behind, and although kind of like the reports are a bit scary, there's still an opportunity for us to really create the tomorrow that we want. And I think that's the lesson that the most important lesson that we've learned in the last 10 years.
The opportunity is absolutely still there. Nazreen, what do you think the biggest learning that we've had is?
I think Paris Agreement was, as I call it always, a mega social experiment, because it was more of a voluntary nature. It was more built on the goodwill of the countries. And as far as we are right now, we are not there. So I can't say that the experiment totally failed, but we learned very good lessons from it. One, I think that reducing emissions is a must, yet it's not happening enough. Two, removing emissions that we already have is also a must, and yet we are very far from having enough studies on the mechanisms of carbon removal. The scientific support for carbon is also way far behind, and I think now the world is going very much into experimenting and learning more and reading more, and it should be supported more research about carbon removals and different climate contingency processes. And I think the third one will be repair, because our system needs a repair, and now nature-based solutions is going quite well, but it's still not there also. And the last one is resilience, and I think that this is the biggest outcome from Paris, that we need the four together: the reduce, the remove, the repair, and the resilience. Otherwise, we cannot move forward. It's like a 4 pillars building for sustainability and for climate action.
I love those 4 really clear, distinct pillars. People know the climate story. I mean, we're here at ChangeNOW. The story around where we are with climate isn't something that's new to the people in the room. But what people are sometimes unsure of is, what should my role be within this climate story? So what turns people from understanding the urgency to being in a place of agency around climate, especially for a public who right now are feeling potentially quite overwhelmed by the amount of things that are flying at us? How do we turn that urgency into momentum and agency? Nazreen, do you mind starting?
I think this is a very funny question, because I always get in the middle of a fight. It's a fight between consumers and producers. Consumers say, if the producers didn't make this thing, I will not use it. And the producer says, we don't make things out of the blue. We really depend on the demand. So if there's no demand from the users or consumers, then we will not produce, really. And I think it's definitely both. Consumers have to be the agents by stop consuming and using the things that we know that hurt the planet. But also, let's face it, it's not the consumers that make the most impact and the most emissions. It's actually the producers. And most of the time is not the final outcome and production that actually make the most emission. It's the process to make the final outcome that makes the most emissions. So yes, we all have to really have more sustainable living world and living systems, but also, let's face it, I mean, all of us in this room and maybe all of us in this continent are still less than how much US Army is producing out of carbon emissions. In fact, Africa as a continent, which one of the continents that have one of the biggest populations, have only 1% of the emissions. So even all of the African people went zero like really minus, let's say minus carbon emissions, they will still have global warming, a very bad one also. So yeah, it's have to be both. Both have to be agents, both consumers and producers, and let's point more on the producers and say, hey, you're not doing enough. And even if we stop using your materials or your outcomes, it's the process to make it that produce more emissions.
We touched on consumerism and overconsumption in the panel before, so I love that you brought it up here as well. Boaz, from your perspective, what do you think is needed to transmute this urgency into actual agency? Because for some people, there's a sense of helplessness.
I think there is. I think the climate emergency is daunting. It's a big problem. One has difficulty in seeing oneself in it. How can I, as a small individual, have impact on a planet? So what we have to do is create. What we need to do is create agents of change, and we need as many agents of change as possible. We have about 8 billion of them. You know, let's get everyone on board. We need to convince everyone around the world that they are all agents of change, that we all can make a difference. And so, of course, kind of like, you know, everyone is right when they say that, you know, consumers themselves are not the biggest part of the problem and are not the solution. Energy use is probably the biggest part of it. But if we all take action, if we all are part of a global community that really kind of like looks at how we can make a difference, how each of us can make a difference, that will eventually make a difference. The other thing is that, you know, when people become agents of change, and, you know, they're big CEOs of a company, they can take that agents of change into that big company. It's all kind of like a matter of people creating change, and I believe that to do that, we need to get everyone on board.
We've been talking a lot about getting everybody on board. We've been talking about implementation. We've been talking about collaboration. What do you think helps build collaboration between those inside these institutions that are needed to create the frameworks to support the collaboration, and those from the outside that are pushing this collaboration? Boaz, how do we really actually do collaboration?
I think, you know, the Paris Agreement is a perfect example of that. I mean, and what we see in the Paris Agreement and how it has moved forward in the last 10 years is significantly different. We see now when you go to COP, you know, when we get to COP Brazil, COP 30, we will see that civil society is a much larger force there, that youth are a much larger force, that business is a much larger force. And so essentially kind of like we've moved so far away from these powers that be deciding to a much more inclusive process that really kind of like has everyone in that picture. And I think that's an incredibly important part of it. It's really moving that process along, but in a way the process is moving itself. In a way the transition is happening, more and more actors are getting involved, more and more businesses are getting involved, and that's what's going to move the needle.
That collaboration. Nazreen, from your perspective?
Yeah, I think this question is quite timely, as all of us maybe are questioning whether we have global governance or not. And with everything happening in the world right now, I can very fairly say that the world global governance is being reshaped. The question is, how is this reshape is going to benefit us, and how can we take it back to our side? Well, first of all, I think we are all now questioning the existing institutions that is implementing everything, including UN, including different governments around the world, governments that we used to think they are leading the world, basically. And I think this reshape of the global governance can be back to our side by basically putting the power in the right hands. And by the right hands, I mean not a few hands, but many hands that can actually lead the things forward, basically, as we all say, power to the people. But how can we literally give the power to the people? Well, one, I'm very disappointed that people voted again for Trump, but this is the past right now. How can we make the future more brighter? And I think having more young people in the global governance structures and having more climate believers and climate positive people is going to really reshape how we think on the general governance structures. The second thing is, how can we center science? I mean, we all heard Diana right now, and we've been hearing the IPCC for many years. But unfortunately, even for many decades, scientists were never really in the power. They always make reports that end up in the cabinets of whatever parliament or wherever government. But it is really high time to bring young people and women and scientists up to the hierarchy where they are the ones responsible for making the decisions, not people who take us backward, basically.
So we need a different distribution. Yeah, go on, give it a round of applause. We need a different distribution of power and different voices that are actually around the table having those conversations. We spend a lot of time talking about the problems. We spend a lot of time talking about what's not working. But I'm really excited to hear maybe one or two examples of things where it has been working really effectively. Maybe Boaz, maybe perhaps you can start and give us some examples of right now where that you think more people should know about, where we are collaborating really effectively.
I think there's so many incredible stories around the green transition and where people are and what they're doing. I was just walking through the hall behind us as I was walking in, and it's so inspiring. It's so inspiring that so many people has taken this on as businessmen, as entrepreneurs, as solution providers. And I think those are the stories that need to be highlighted. It's important that we always kind of like try and see where the opportunity lies, where we can find the thing that will make it possible for us to create a better tomorrow. I'm an optimist. I still believe that we can create a better tomorrow. And I think the answer to it partly is what we're seeing here in ChangeNOW, this incredible transition. Partly it's just incredible stories from all over the world that people are doing it. They're part of the transition.
People are part of the transition. Nizarine, do you have an example that you'd like to share with us?
I have many.
Okay, but we've only really got time for like one. So pick your juiciest one.
Okay, so one, I'm really proud of the youth climate movement around the world. They are really going very far in terms of not only the quantity of engagements, because we are far behind talking about youth engagement, but even the quality of it. So now we are talking about meaningful youth engagements. But the one example I want to talk about is basically the network that currently me and a team of people are co-founding, which is basically called Youth Alliance for Local Adaptation and Peace. And it's basically one of the networks that are covering over 27 countries that are very much in trouble in terms of governance, in terms of political situation, in terms of safety and security, but also very vulnerable to climate change. And it's shocking how some countries are doomed by being always less in terms of economy, in terms of climate adaptation, in terms of everything. And it's basically where countries where we really fail to look at very meaningfully. And the young people from this country are speaking out and saying, hey, we exist in this planet. We share the same atmosphere with you. We share the same Earth planet with you. It's high time to listen to us. It's time to bring us forward, because we are suffering from both conflicts and wars and climate change.
Wonderful. I love those two examples. And I'm going to wrap on a single word from each of you. Fabius left us with the word implementation in the opening. If there was one word that you'd want everybody here to take away into the rest of ChangeNOW, into the next decade, what would that be? Nizarine, I'll start with you. What would be your one word?
Truth. People should be true to themselves and to the work that they are doing.
Fantastic. And Boaz, what would be the
opportunity?
Word? Oh, I love that. Opportunity, because it keeps us open in a space of hope. Thank you both so much for your time. Please give them both a warm round of applause.
Can we take it?
Got another session immediately after, but I can take one with you afterwards.
It's actually me too.
Sorry?
I'm also in
No, I've got another panel immediately now. I'll grab one with you in a bit. So We've heard about change and how that's being pushed from the inside, but we can't forget the role of people. As much as we love the role of people in organizations, we also cannot forget the role of governments, the role of finance, and the role of large companies. So we're going to turn now to a conversation about systems and the systems that hold the power. The business, the finance, the institutions, where the ambition really can meet delivery. What are these people doing? So we're going to talk about what's helping climate action right now and how we move to build ideas that are not just short-term ideas, but long-term ideas of legacy. So for this discussion, please joining me on the stage, we will have the CEO of Beko Corporate, Hakan Beluga. We'll have a business leader, campaigner, and co-author of Net Positive, Paul Pullman. Co-founder of ChangeNOW, Kevin Tayabali, and Deputy CEO of l'Agence Française de Développement, Marie-Hélène Louison. Please welcome all four of them to the stage.
Hi.
Hello.
Left hand, sorry.
It's okay.
How are you?
Hi, how are you? Hello. Good to see you again.
How are you doing?
Wonderful. Welcome to the stage. Now, aren't we in for a bit of a conversation here? I'm going to start by pretty much jumping straight into it. We're leading through a time of turbulence. There's probably no point pretending that the world is we've had some big changes of late, and we're living through a moment in economic strain, political backsliding, climate urgency. And in this landscape, what helps our leaders, the main leaders, to actually stay the course rather than jump off it? Paul, I'm actually going to start with you on this one.
So I'll give you a very simple answer. I call it the ABCs of leadership right now. The A stands for being adaptive. Understand what is happening in this world, what is changing, why so many governments got voted out of office, what the other 50% is really concerned about. Adaptive leader. Understand what world you live in. Some are a little bit aloof on both sides of the equation. The B stands for bridging. When you get half the population voting for someone else, don't condemn them. Try to understand what makes them tick. What you find is that many of the values are actually the same. They all want their children to do better. They want a better future. They want air they can breathe. Find these common grounds and work with people. I spent a week in Washington to try to understand the other side. It's not easy, but there are many things we can work together. And the C is, in fact, the collaboration. We need to move away from this mindset of competitive leadership to collaborative leadership. Within all of that, don't lose your values, your purpose, keep focused on the long term, build your own resilience, and obviously walk the talk. Nothing better than showing that there is enough technology out there, business models and other things, to show that this makes sense. The direction we go is undeniable. The question is, how fast do we go?
ABCs of leadership.
ABC.
Hakan, I'm going to have to jump to you. I mean, you're CEO of Beko. How are you guys sticking it out in times where it gets difficult? What are you thinking? What makes your leadership different?
Yeah. Well, I mean, consistency, I guess. If you start reading the news and changing and shifting your strategy, you won't go very far. Unfortunately, the direction we're going as a world is very clear. Diana shared the data. We all look at labels, dates, but actually we're falling far behind in terms of action. What that means is the consequences are very real and felt by consumers everywhere. So they are increasingly likely to choose companies who are doing the right thing over the long term. I really believe sustainability is, just so people understand what we do, we manufacture appliances, and we've been focused on sustainability for many, many years now. We've led the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for 6 years. We do this because we think it's a long-term survival strategy. If you don't decarbonize today, if you don't make your appliances more efficient today, in the future you'll be penalized for it. And Just to tell you why that's significant, appliances consume roughly a third of the power a home consumes and is responsible for 15% of emissions. As Paul said, technology exists today to cut that by 50% roughly. And it's mostly regulation dependent. But if you wait for regulations, you'll fall behind. And as a company or as a leader, what we've tried to do, and I use leader in a more loosely defined term because it's always a team, but as a leader of industry, what we've tried to do is voluntarily shift the goalpost and really track the results as opposed to targets and goals and arbitrary dates. I wear this pin 1.5 degrees because abandoning that target, I think, is absolutely insane. Going, say, okay, well, let's change it to 2, then let's change it to 2.5. The Paris Agreement was there for a reason. It set out the goal for a reason. And we're approaching a point of no return. So this is actually when leadership really counts. And I think people really are looking up to that kind of leadership, which is sustainable, long-term, consistent, and honest.
Sustainable, long-term, consistent, and honest. And I love what you said about it's leading differently. It's not the same sort of leadership that we've seen before. Kevin, at ChangeNOW, you've been convening a number of leaders for years. And what have you seen in terms of the way that leaders need to lead nowadays?
Well, I mean, coming back to your question, how do you make the leaders stay the course? I think the first thing that they should do is come here. Right, look at it. There's 10,000 companies, 2,000 leaders that are coming here, and what they see is that, the transition, that's the main stage. That is not a side play, it's the main stage. And that's the reason why we're doing what we're doing. Don't listen to what you hear in the media. Come here and you see all the people, all the amazing leaders like Hakan, like Marie-Hélène, like Paul, that are, walking the walk. And I think that's the best way to stay the course for them, is actually to see that they're not alone in this fight. Because, you've no idea how many CEOs have told me in the past, Kevin, what can I do? I'm against the system. There's backlash. There is the regulatory backlash. There is economic turbulence, rising tensions. It's tough. But then, what you need is to give them agency, to make their voices heard. You need to create a support system for them, to find all the partners that will help them, achieve their vision. And that's what we're trying to do with ChangeNOW, to make them more powerful. But the truth is, I was at Davos in January, and the truth is those leaders, they are still a very small minority of people. And there's a big minority, there's a big silent majority that we need to make to help shifting. And to do that, you don't have that many levers. The main one is regulation, but as we know, regulation right now is not helping too much. Then when you look at behavioral science, the two main levers are A, peer pressure. Look at what the other leaders are doing, their successes, their leadership. Bringing the kids, bringing the family, because the kids, when they step up, then the parents, the leaders, they also do it. So that's why we have programs for leaders and their kids on Saturday. And then, financial incentives as well, like remuneration. And that's why we have a program for board members tomorrow. We're bringing 400 board members tomorrow morning, and we're putting them in a room. I'm losing my sheet. We're putting 400 board members tomorrow from 20 countries in a room, and we're going to make them work.
So we need
and I think that's how you make them understand that they need to stay the course. Hakan said it. It's about consistency. You can't keep shifting your mindset because you're going to lose your talents. You're going to lose credibility with your customers. Like there's this company that just like a few months ago, I'm not going to name it, in consulting, that they decided to stop their gender policy, where they've lost a lot of clients. That's how it works.
We can't just make the decision and then when the wind changes with it. Actually, we need to have spaces where we remain consistent. You mentioned a lot about systems, and we talk a lot about climate goals in particular. And real progress comes when it's part of how we work, not just a general goal that we've put out there. What helps climate action become part of the system, not just a statement? Marie, can you maybe jump in on that one? What do we need to do about this system so we're not just making statements, but it's actually something that's now embedded?
Yes, thank you for this question. And I think the most important thing that we have to remember is that, in fact, climate action is not a separate, isolated goal. And in fact, what we would like to, what we always remind is everything is in fact interconnected. And that was really the idea of, of the SDGs, to say that everything is interconnected. So today, when some people or governments say, okay, well, the main thing we need to focus is growth and job creation, and not so much climate change. But no, these things are totally linked. And we see that in countries where climate change is going to happen, this will do a lot of damage in terms of growth and job creation. Some studies have shown that for every 0.1 degree of global warming, you can lose as much as 1.2% of GDP. So this is why we always connect climate strategy and social inclusion strategy. Now, this will require, as you said, systemic change and big transformation. And the key thing is, how do we make this transformation possible? And I think here there are two key notions that are important. The first one is desire. And I think one of our failures is to make this future not only accepted but also desired, and maybe what we need to do is to promote a new model and to explain why this is the future we want. And sometimes, the debate focuses more on, when we need more taxes and less of this and less of that, but we need to be positive about this. The second notion is fairness. And I think, we had this example of France of the Yellow Vest, which happened because the changes that were proposed were perceived as not being fair. Another example is the just energy transition happening in some countries, and for example in South Africa, where the government has made this the main goal of this policy. And the idea is really, okay, the country needs to be less dependent on coal-based energy, but then what will happen to the communities in Mapulanga, because they depend on coal mining and coal production. So the government is focusing with the help of international financing institutions, and how they will create new job opportunities, train people, provide social protection, so that here again the citizens need to be convinced that this will benefit them, or that the burden will be equally shared.
I love that, the fairness that sits underneath the system, not just thinking about a goal, but if we're going to bring people along with us, then everybody has to be able to benefit from it, not just one person. Hakan, I'm really interested from your perspective when it comes to having an organization in a space where we've got turbulent times, and you're trying to create a system where you don't just drop sustainability when it becomes difficult, when it's less convenient, when it's not a hot topic. How have you built sustainability into a company like Beko?
Yeah, I'll try and be really brief. Most companies try to rejig the businesses by putting sustainability around the business model. And that doesn't always work, because you're fundamentally trying to do the same thing in a different way. But if you put sustainability in the center and say, okay, as an industry, this is our role we can play. And I truly believe that if you listen to what Diane said earlier, the only way we are going to get anywhere in this battle is by reducing the energy we consume, not just changing the mix. We really have to cut down on consumption. And we have a central responsibility there. So if you make that your core mission and then put the business model around that, then you're playing a completely different game than your competitors are. And that result is self-fulfilling. If it works, and in our case it clearly has, we are now the world's second, Europe's largest appliance manufacturer. I credit our sustainability leadership in a very large part for that leadership. Then the company becomes a purposeful business. And Paul, of course, is a mentor in this. He knows far more than I do. But once people believe that what you are trying to do is real, and you are not just reporting something because regulators require you to do so, or the financial markets force you to do an ESG score. Nobody cares about the planet does not care about your ESG score. And the planet is not something you can negotiate with. So only action, meaningful action that drives results is believable. And if you get to that believable solution, if your teams, we have 55,000 employees around the world, they believe this to be their core mission. And once you get there, then it's self-fulfilling.
Believable action. When you make sustainability the core, so the business is operating around sustainability. We've touched on it a little bit, but I want to dive in a lot deeper around financing, because it's all well and good saying we're going to do all of these things, but it normally takes a degree of money to be behind doing them. So the ambition is there, but some would argue the money doesn't follow the ambition quickly enough. We have all of these big ideas and not enough finance behind it. Paul, what do you think needs to shift structurally or politically to unlock the kind of climate finance that the urgency demands right now?
Yeah, I first want to come back to Hakan for a second. He's written a very interesting book, A Mountain to Climb. He gave me it before it was published, so I read it a long time ago. But it's really how you integrate that, and he's a wonderful example of that, how you make it the core of the business model. So to embed it, it's not different for finance, by the way, but to embed it, you need to work at 3 levels. You need to work at your own level and become the moral leader that we're needing. Today, we're short of those leaders. We really see a behavior where people overnight, because of an election, switch their opinion by 180 degrees. It's hard to understand. So how do you keep your own purpose, your own values, and be true to that? The second thing is businesses need to not only put it at the core of their business, but start to think in a regenerative way. We've overshot the planetary boundaries. If we don't start to think in repairing, restoring, like Hakan was saying, we won't get there. And the third thing, unfortunately, but very powerful, is we're so far along the line on tackling this issue that it's difficult to do alone. So we need to form these partnerships. I think the real answers to drive that system change is in partnership. Coming to the financial market, money is flowing. Don't let people tell you a different story. It's just not flowing fast enough. But we have over $2 trillion in green energy. 90% of the expansions was in green energy. The bulk of the financial market are pension funds. They want good returns for people to retire, but they also want to be sure that the world is there to retire in, and they understand that. The good thing is that so much money is now concentrated. You take the BlackRocks, the State Streets, the Japanese pension funds, the Norwegian pension funds, and the list goes on. These people have sometimes $10, $12 trillion under management. The best way for them to get returns is for societies to function. And they're actually your best allies. They're not as short-term as people may want to tell you. But you have to go to them with a value creation story, not a greenwashing story, and certainly also not a green hushing story. The second thing to unlock financing is clarity on policy. The big thing that happened in Paris, and you've heard the previous panels talk about their interpretation, but actually the big thing that happened was the countries in the world said this is where we're going. And it's that certainty of direction that is now being confused in the United States, actually, with tariff on, tariff off, tariff on, tariff off. So that certainty of direction unlocks investments. Finance works on 2 things. They work on return, obviously, and risk. So giving a clarity of direction takes care of the risk part. Where the financial world falls short is they underestimate the speed with which technology curves are making the cost curves come down. And they also underestimate the cost that we will be having in the future by not acting. This is an exponential problem, and we're trying to solve this linear. So that doesn't work. We need to bring that exponential thinking in our actions, in our understanding of technology, and actually discounting future cash flows at a different rate than currently is happening. A lot of financing will be unlocked. We are focusing on impact. We've set up about $12 billion of impact funds. They're actually outperforming the rest of the portfolios in many of these private equity companies that we work with. So it is a very investable area, and it's an area certainly you can see higher returns than in the old brown economy, not surprisingly.
Kevin, I could see you over there. Oh, go on, yeah. I'm going to let you clap. I'll let you clap. Kevin, I could see you over there profusely nodding your head. As soon as I,
it's so difficult to speak after Paul. But I mean, I agree with everything. I mean, I think it's not just a trend. It's I mean, there is capital definitely, and it's a long-term shift that's happening. Investors they understand that it's real, and it's look. It's not a challenge of a lack of capital. It's more about a challenge of sending a signal. I'm going to give you an example. Like last week, there was for the first time a global agreement on carbon price on maritime shipping emissions. That's huge because in 2028, what's going to happen is that the vessels that exceed the threshold limits will have to pay some fines, and that money will help fund innovation. Basically, what's going to happen is that this is sending a signal to investors to invest massively into innovation to make maritime sector shift. So they're going to invest in green hydrogen, in wind mobility and things like that. So that's the kind of agreements that really allow for investors as well to throw capital into a sector, because now they will have to make that move. But again, I mean, agreeing with this, the capital is there, and it's really going in the direction. We're welcoming thousands of investors at ChangeNOW. There's so many of them, so many philanthropists, so many impact investors, so many traditional investors that are investing in clean energy, in decarbonation of transport, of mobility, of real estate, smart grid, and everything. I mean, that's really the future, and this is not stopping because of some political noise that we can hear in the media right now.
Do you know what? I'm loving that it's not as bad as we thought. Marie, I can see you've got something quickly that you wanted to add on to that.
Yes, maybe building on what Paul said, because I totally agree. In fact, there is a lot of liquidity in the markets, and so the challenge is more, how do we mobilize this liquidity, and how do we direct financing flows towards the right targets? And that was really one of the main objectives of the Paris Agreement, with an article calling for parties to align financing flows with the low carbon and resilient development. And what was really innovative, and you talked about how can we stay the course, but it did provide a long-term horizon for all leaders, not only state leaders, governments, but also corporates and banks, to set their own trajectories towards this 2050 goal. And it's interesting to see that although the Paris Agreement was non-binding, in fact, so many leaders choose to set their own targets and trajectories. And for public development banks, that provided us with the basis to support country strategies towards this goal. So you were talking about systemic change, and what is interesting also for us is to hear our clients, because a few years ago, and now every other year, we do a client satisfaction survey. And what we noticed was that our client was asking us to go beyond supporting their projects or investments, but really support their strategies of transformation. And so what we're doing more and more is, in fact, to provide finance that supports actors rather than investments, and with triggers based on results. And another important thing for public development banks to do is mobilize also this finance that exists in large numbers. And so this is done through innovative financing instruments, but also through working on policies and environments, because you said, okay, what drives private investments is returns, and it's also certainty and risk. And I think what we can do is also make sure that business environments and regulations is right. An important thing that did happen in Europe over the last few years, someone mentioned, well, regulation can do everything, of course, but one very important thing that happened in Europe over the last few years is regulation requiring financial institutions to assess climate risk, meaning that climate change is becoming a systemic risk for regulatory institutions. So now every financial institution in Europe has to measure physical and transition risk, and I think that's a big systemic change.
Fantastic. Do you know what? We can only really scratch the surface of this dialogue in the time that we've got, and I really wish that we could go deeper. I'm gonna cheekily end with one last question, and that's gonna give you, you've got like a sentence to answer it in. If there was one mindset or habit or narrative that we need to let go of to be more effective in the next decade, just one, and you've got a sentence each before somebody comes and drags me off this stage. Hekan, I'm going to let you go first.
We have to really stop talking about what may happen, what could happen, and really focus on the data. What is happening now, and act accordingly.
Focus on the data and act accordingly. Marie-Alain?
I think what we need to do is fight fatalism, and we need to be convinced that change is possible, that we're capable to trigger change.
We're capable of triggering change. Paul?
Yeah, I actually agree. There's a feeling of powerless, of fear out there, and these are reactions, and that's not a good situation to be in. It doesn't lead to anything. So you have to muster that individual and collective courage, which is action. So we can choose what side we want to be. And if you want to be on the side of justice, in side of doing what is right for future generations, etc., it has to lead to courage. It's individuals ultimately that make the difference.
We've got to have courage because it's individuals that make the difference. And finally, Kevin?
I would say ego-driven leadership. You know, ChangeNOW is the fourth company I've built, and I've learned over time that leadership shouldn't be about control. You know, in too many places, leadership means giving orders, taking the decisions, taking charge. But in reality, what people follow is not instructions. They follow intent. So leaders should give intent and not instructions. Why? Because that's when you invite your team to think, to question, and to take ownership. And when people feel that they are trusted, that's when they feel that their decisions matter. And that's when they don't just follow you, they grow. And what we need right now, it's a world where it's not more leaders that attract followers, it's actually leaders that create more leaders. And I really think that right now what we need, it's not about taking more space, it's about transmitting. So that's what I would say about what we need right now.
It's the intent behind the leaders. Thank you all so much for your time. And my name is Lavelda Vincenzi. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next session. Take care.
Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Phillips at Global Optimism, and I'm here to introduce a session on the 3 Rio Conventions on climate, biodiversity, and on desertification. These conventions have been pillars of environmental governance, of multilateralism, and platforms for the voices of the vulnerable for years. But there is also a fatal design flaw at the heart of them, in that there are 3 conventions, and clearly they are all interrelated. So we're here to discuss synergies. And synergies, as the late Pope Francis would describe it, is really about integral ecology. So I'd like to read a brief extract from Laudato Si from Pope Francis. It cannot be emphasized enough how everything is interconnected. Time and space are not independent of one another, and not even atoms or subatomic particles can be considered in isolation. Nature cannot be regarded as something separate from ourselves or as a mere setting in which we live. We are nature. So with that, I would like to welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of ChangeNOW, Changemaker-in-Chief, Santiago Lefebvre. Welcome.
Well, the next session you are going to attend is a very special one. When we imagined this session, I wanted to focus on the synergies and co-benefits between the 3 COPs, the COP on climate, on desertification, and on degradation, land degradation, and beyond, because I am convinced that we can also find co-benefits with the Plastic Treaty and with the UN Ocean Conference, all the great negotiations. At ChangeNOW, our ambition has always been to break down the barriers and break down silos, and this is what this session will be about. During this session also, there will be a second part where we are going to explore concrete action, as was saying Laurent Fabius, implementation. And for the 10th anniversary of the COP21, we worked with the French government on the implementation of one of the last elements of the Paris Agreement, which is the Article 6.4. This is one of the last parts of the Paris Agreement, which has been a victory of Baku. And now, because it's decided, it's time to implement it. And this is what will be also about this session. So, time for implementation. Why to do that? Because definitely this pledge will represent co-benefits. For the action on climate, will finance also action for biodiversity and land restoration. And so it is my pleasure to call on stage for this great discussion Agnès Pannier-Runacher, the French Minister for Ecological Transition, Biodiversity, Forests and Fisheries, Simon Still, the Executive Secretary of UNFCCC, Your Excellency Dr. Osama, Vice Minister of Environment and Special Advisory to the Presidency of COP16, and a discussion moderated by Nicolas Camus from Politico. Hi.
Let's do it like this. Yeah. Comme ça. Très bien.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be moderating this panel today. We're here to discuss the 3 different frameworks for environmental negotiations that were created at the Earth Summit in Rio in 1992, with 3 panelists who all have a wealth of experience from working within these 3 frameworks on climate change, biodiversity, and desertification. Now, I think everyone here can agree that the world has changed quite a bit since '92, and when you look at the direction in which the political winds are flowing today, it's not necessarily towards greater multilateral cooperation. The most recent example, obviously, being the United States decision to withdraw again from the Paris Agreement. But even before that, I mean, last year was a triple COP year, which is quite fitting for the theme of this panel. And all of them were difficult. They were often divisive, especially on finance, and they led to mixed results. And so, to kick us off, I'd just like to address my first question to Simon Steele. In this context, what do you think is needed to allow the multilateral framework to continue functioning?
Well, I think that the first point is that the process is working, as challenged as it is, as difficult as it is. There are many headwinds. But if we look, let's say specifically to climate and progress that was made, first of all, in the lead up to the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, and progress has been made up to this time, and there is no greater example of multilateralism at work than within the climate sphere. Before Paris, the world was on a 5-degree, up to a 5-degree trajectory. After 10 years of effort, as slow as that may have been, as frustrating as that may be, we're currently somewhere on a 3-degree trajectory. We know we need to get to 1.5. This year is a critical moment where we do that reflection over the 10 years, but we also look at the 10 years in front of us. And that will be articulated in the nationally determined contributions, the climate plans that countries put forward that are a product, one, of the Paris Agreement, but secondly, in terms of how, in a nationally determined way, countries interpret that and come back to those commitments that they're willing to make at a national level to get us at least closer to 1.5. But what is key across the board is cooperation at that global level, but also at national and local level.
Thank you. And you mentioned the Paris Agreement. This year is the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. And since we just happen to have a French minister on stage, I'd just like to ask, does the French government feel that it has a special responsibility to step up in this difficult context?
Yes, obviously we have reached this Paris Agreement 10 years ago, and it really moves all of us forward. And we should say that even if we look at signal, if we have some signals that are not positive, such as the United States leaving the Paris Agreement, or a negotiation with frustration in Baku because the Western countries believe we should have done something on mitigation, and the global South think that we should have moved forward on NCQG with more ambition. At the end of the day, what we have seen since 10 years, that the Paris Agreement have succeeded. It has succeeded in moving all the countries and reducing our CO2 emissions. If I take, for instance, France, we have reduced by 30% our CO2 emissions since 1990, and we have reduced by 20% since 7 years. So the acceleration is clearly here because of this agreement. When you look at China, it is impressive how China is moving forward, building new industry, building green industry, maybe picking up this year or less next year, so being far in advance with its own plan. And turning to Saudi Arabia, we know how transforming is your industry today to reduce its CO2 footprint. So even when we come from very different points, in fact, it is working, and we need to be very positive with this frame and the fact that it has not only triggered new transformation within our economic activities, but it has also triggered partnerships within countries so that we can find solutions all together. And that's why I'm still confident that we can manage to deliver new progress in Belém.
So I guess you could say that despite the political headwinds, the wind of change is still blowing.
In fact, on the field, things are moving. And when you listen to the noise it makes, it seems that everything is stopped. But that's not true. And what's happening here is showing that on the field, local authorities, public opinion, and companies and governments are moving in the right direction because they have the pressure of the impact of global change. It's not because we are philanthropists, it's because we can see the impact on our economic and on our assets of the global change. We see it in agriculture, we see it when we have some natural impact, floods, droughts, that kind of thing. So there's no way we can escape the situation.
And now moving on to the core of our discussion with Dr. Sama. In the text that was adopted at COP16 in Riyadh last year, there's a mention of the need to explore areas for greater coordination between the three COP frameworks. What are some of the areas in which you see the most potential for greater coordination?
Thank you. I think there is many areas. One is agriculture, because the agriculture, land is the basis for producing 95% of our food, and actually one of the main areas that is suffering from land degradation is agricultural lands, and it has huge impact, economic and social, as well as it also has huge greenhouse gas emissions. Because, as it has been discussed in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, the food supply chain is responsible for 33% of greenhouse gas emission. Now, if you look at the food, we have about 1/3 of our food is either wasted or lost. Lost during the production, transportation, storage, or wasted after it reached the table. And this, is, of course, is a waste of land, is a waste of water, and is a lot of energy and greenhouse gas emissions. So this is an area where we can actually synergize between land conservation, food security, and cut emission. Of course, in biodiversity, if we think about all the forest and range lands, the vegetation cover is the main anchor point for soil. And of course, the loss of forest is a contributor of greenhouse gas emission, because the amount of carbon stored in the vegetation cover and soil is 3 times the carbon in the atmosphere. So actually, when we lose the vegetation cover, we lose the soil, because 80% of the soil is anchored by the vegetation cover, because we lose 24 billion tons of soil every year. And also, we release a lot of carbon. So this is an area where nature-based solutions can give us, a lot of synergies, focusing on storing carbon, restoring biodiversity, stabilizing soil. And of course, that will have also a huge impact on social well-being, because we have seen that actually drought and land degradation impact mainly rural communities. And this results in migration within the countries or even across the border, causing conflicts and instability. So we see now there is a linkages between food security, climate action, biodiversity, and land and desertification. All is related. So we need this comprehensive look in things, and with the same investment, we can achieve multiple benefits.
Madam Minister, at the Biodiversity COP last year that you attended, first in Cali and then in Rome, there was similar language in the final text, but it also mentioned the possibility of a joint work program between the 3 COPs. What would you like to see included in it if it were to see the light of day?
Well, as already mentioned, there are direct links between the different COPs, because when we move on climate change, we improve the situation of biodiversity. When we move on biodiversity and implement nature-based solution, we have some impact on climate change. And of course, desertification is a much more transversal issue for any country around the world than we may think, because it is clearly some kind of a frontier we may reach sooner than expected. So the subjects are completely intricate. Having said that, you have very obvious ways of aligning the three COPs. One would be the carbon credit and the biodiversity credit. Carbon credit with negotiation in Baku is now as an approval at the level of the governments. And this is completely a game changer, because as governments, we can ensure the integrity of those carbon credits and give tools to control those carbon credits. Carbon credits can help to improve biodiversity status, and alternatively, biodiversity status can improve the carbon credit or the carbon emissions. And we have launched at Cali and then Rome an alliance around high integrity biodiversity. So once again, there is a tool that is available for the companies and that can help them to align the different COPs, and that can help to finance the developing countries that have no easy access to money. And this is clearly what is at stake behind the 1.3 trillion agenda of Baku. It's not to speak only on public money coming from Western countries. It's to speak about how to align all the financing flows, how to ensure that each time we use $1 or €1, we use it in an effective way without having a negative impact on climate, and possibly having a positive impact on climate, and enhancing the capacity of developing countries to have access to money. And this is what is clearly at stake when we speak about these different COPs. And this is what I want to build on: biodiversity credit, carbon credit, common methodologies, and capacity to embark all the stakeholders, and especially the private sector.
You mentioned carbon credits. Mr. Steele, on the climate side, what are some of the areas in which you see more potential for greater coordination with your biodiversity colleagues and desertification colleagues?
Well, I think we're seeing, and we've seen this over a number of years, a convergence of the mandates from the three conventions. So synergies, commonality is very clear. So when we look at the practicalities of each of those COPs, in terms of the delegates who attend, the issues, the concerns, the opportunities, we're seeing that coming together. So I think that natural process will continue, and however that can be actively encouraged through this party-driven process, I think will be helpful in terms of bringing efficiency to decision-making. But then the next area, and this is where the rubber hits the ground, it is how are these mandates implemented? With 3 secretariats, 3 conventions, we're not implementing agencies, but there are implementation actors out there. The sources of funding that support each of those conventions come often from the same pots. So I think a focus on how we transition from mandates generated through to actual implemented projects on the ground. the design of those projects by those implementing entities need to come together to ensure that the design of those projects reflect the synergies between those mandates, that we break down at a project level all of those silos so the limited public and private funds that are available are as effectively and as focused in their use to have as greater impact on nature, on the climate, and on people and the economies that are dependent on those. So how, in a very, very practical way, there can be coordination in the field at project level, I think is going to be absolutely key moving forward.
And how do we bridge that gap? What do you think would be the appropriate vehicle for that? Is it a joint work program? Is it a working group working on increasing?
It's all of that. It's how do we conduct our business. So in terms of the three conventions, recognizing that common streak, the secretariats have a responsibility. We do work closely together. There are opportunities for us to work even closer together so that we're joining up at a convention level. Recognizing this is a party-driven process, but it's how do we reach out? Each secretariat has a 360-degree view of that environment. And I think we have a responsibility in how we hand off our mandates and what we're required to deliver with all of those other actors who are responsible for the delivery of those mandates at a practical level. So how we engage, how we help that coordination, facilitate that coordination with all actors has high value and will help, again, concentrating limited collective resources to focused, impactful delivery.
Now, we've heard from the Secretariat side. What can you know, Dr. Osama, you were involved in the presidency of COP16. Should the presidencies of the COP take a more active role also in promoting that kind of?
Definitely. I think the presidency, in partnership with the Secretariat, they can do a lot. And of course, it's all about the engagement and involvement. Because all the three agreements, objectives cannot be achieved without the involvement of the government, the private sectors, NGOs, the innovators, all actors. And we have to recognize that this is not something good to do. This is something we must do. Between 1970 and today, our consumption of material globally increased by 250%. Now, actually, by July of each year now, by 22, we already consumed all the renewable resources in that year. And from July, we borrow from non-renewable resources. This is non-sustainable. If we look at now, we talked about the 1.5 degrees and how now we are more likely to between 1.5 and 2, and how this is very impactful. But we have to realize now, for example, in the last 500 years, we have degraded around 2 billion hectares. Now the reported is about 1.2 because 55% of the country is only reporting the land degradation. We have outlook for climate. We don't have any outlook for land. And actually, with the very few reports, we are talking about degrading another 4 billion hectares of land. This means between 2025 and 2050, we will have around 6 billion hectares of land. Imagine we have degraded as humanity 2 billion hectares in 500 years, and we're going to degrade 4 billion hectares in 25 years. And we have to realize now the Food Organization is saying we need around 70% more food by 2050. Meanwhile, we are actually degrading land at this scary rate. We have to realize these facts, and we have to really start to act now. And I think one of the speakers in the previous panel said we should not dislink short term from the long term. The long term starts by the short term. So I think it's urgent, It is linked, and I think the economic models, we have seen the carbon credits and now the biodiversity credit. I think we need more economic models to bring land into the picture as well, stronger. I think the financing, I think implementing on the project level, like Simon said, I couldn't agree more. We have to translate this into the projects, and we should not distinguish between the mainstream and what the objectives of the agreements. We have to mainstream it, because now the production patterns are unsustainable. It's not about just greenhouse gas emissions. It's about biodiversity, it's about water, it's about land, it's about greenhouse gases. All should come into the solution, and all should be mainstreamed. This should come into the production and consumption. Our consumption is unsustainable, our production is unsustainable, and this results into more greenhouse gas emissions. This results in more land degradation, water shortages. You know, the Global Water Organization said that we have 40% water shortages by 2030. This means demand outstrips supply by 40%. Most of the water is consumed by agriculture. Let's look at the subsidies. Simon talks a lot about finance. You know, we are putting today $1.7 trillion every year in harmful subsidies to land. And we are putting $170 billion only to restore land. 1/10. We cannot win this battle at all if we are putting 10 times more money to degrade land by the conventional and improper practices. So we have to change we are now with a ChangeNOW, and I think I couldn't agree. We have to make the change now, and we have to make it at the project level, at the sector level, and of course, policymakers and the conventions has a big role that we should really synergize the mechanism. We have to synergize LDN, the land degradation neutrality, with the NDCs, with the biodiversity targets, and we have to really streamline the reporting, because the industry has to see that this is all integrated together. And we have a role both on the government level, on the agreement level, and on the industry level.
And I think we're starting to run out of time, so I'd just like to finish up with one final question for each of you. There's some voices, especially coming from the civil society, have floated the idea of merging the three COPs all together. Is that something you could see happening, yes or no? And if you'd like to complete your answer, it'd be great if you could keep it to one sentence, since we're near the end. Maybe Agnès Pannier-Runacher, if you don't mind going first.
Well, I think we need as many appointments as possible for negotiation. And when sometimes it's difficult to negotiate in one COP, it might be easier to negotiate in another COP. So I push for having common languages, but I think we can manage with three COPs as long as we keep being in the negotiations room, and we know how hard it is sometimes, but I can see each time that we have some progress, and this is what fuels the move forward.
So leaning towards no then. Dr. Osama.
Well, I think we cannot move without the NGOs, without the indigenous people, without the youth and the women. And I'm very glad that in COP16 in December, we succeeded to pass a decision to make indigenous people a permanent caucus and part of the negotiation.
And finally, Mr. Steele.
As Agnès said, there are some very distinct spaces that are created in the three conventions that allow for discussions that cannot take place, or limited progress is made in one, can be made in the other. And that is something that has to be preserved. The other, and this is a political statement, it is a party-driven process. The conventions were born through this party-driven process. They're the ones who determine and decide how we move forward. We as secretariats follow their lead. But the point, and this was raised at the very start, you also cannot ignore the commonalities. And I think it requires very smart working, joined up thinking, joined up action. And there's every opportunity to be able to do that as we currently stand. But there are opportunities also for how these processes evolve so they best serve the planet and people.
It sounds like we're keeping the 3 cups for now. There's still a lot of benefits to keeping the 3 of them. Thank you very much, all of you. I think that's all we have time for today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'd just like to ask the Minister, if I may, to stay on stage. Good to see you. Good to see you. Because actually, we've got a very special thing to share with you right now. As many of you know, ChangeNOW is the official celebration of the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement. And as the Minister will well know, one of the hardest things to negotiate in terms of the Paris Agreement was Article 6. And in fact, that was only concluded some years ago in Glasgow. So we've got a very specific announcement that the Minister is going to make alongside, and I'd like to welcome to the stage, Stéphane Haller, who is the CEO of Reforest Action. Welcome, Stéphane.
Allez, parfait. Ah oui, parce qu'il y avait les trucs hauts. C'est comme vous voulez. Maintenant qu'on est ici. Donc c'est moi qui commence ou... Voilà. So thank you very much, and thank you, Stéphane Haller, to be here. To achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and keep a limit to 1.5 degree temperature rise within reach, the science is very clear on the fact that reducing our emissions must be the absolute priority. But as companies and governments reduce their emission, there comes a point where reducing emission is either no longer possible or extremely costly. This is where carbon credits come in to reach the final mile towards net zero. But while carbon credits are no substitute for emission reduction, high-integrity carbon markets can also facilitate the achievement and accelerate the achievement of the Paris Agreement. In this context, I believe that the final agreement reached in COP29 in Baku on Article 6 of the Paris Agreement mark a new beginning for carbon markets. In COP29, 197 parties, that is, all the countries that are around the world, including the United States, including the European Union as a whole, agreed to, within the UN framework, on a robust set of principles that ensures high levels of transparency and environmental integrity. This agreement comes after a period in which carbon credits have faced heavy criticism due to their lack of integrity and fraud, and this has caused the market to crash and to weaken what can be a very useful tool to reduce emissions globally. I believe the Paris Agreement credited mechanism developed under Article 6.4 will complement existing standards and serve as a new global reference for high-integrity carbon credits. We believe that alongside governments, companies have a key role to play to achieve carbon neutrality. More and more companies have taken a commitment to achieve net zero by 2050, sometimes before 2050, 2040, 2045. And they have set obligations for large companies to align their strategy within the objectives of the Paris Agreement. In this context, carbon credits can play a key role in order for companies to reach this final mile of decarbonization. On the occasion of the 10 years anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we call for a Paris to practice moment for concrete implementation of those principles. In those challenging times, it is also crucial to show that we can cooperate globally with clear multilateral rules. We call all actors committed to accelerate mitigation efforts to adopt high integrity practices in their use of carbon credits, considering both the demand and the supply side. We also believe it would be useful to work towards the progressive harmonization of standards towards the ambition laid out in the Article 6.4 regulations. That's why we are launching today the pledge for a coalition for Paris-aligned and high-integrity use of carbon credits. It is based on two core principles. The first principle is that decarbonization first. Actors commit to use carbon credit as a complement while following a net zero target and committing to a net zero target. Secondly, actors buy high integrity carbon credits that are aligned with the Article 6.4 ambition and standards. That can help them to accelerate their decarbonization, that can help them to take some commitments in front of their employees, of their supply chain, of their customers. So it enhances the level of decarbonization they are delivering. In this context, I would like to congratulate the following companies for adhering to this pledge on carbon markets, in particular Beko, Capgemini, Française des Jeux, Lidl, Schneider Electric. With this participation, we have a wide and representative diversity of companies, and we have the support of a fund with Ardian, retail with Lidl, industry with Schneider Electric, and service with Capgemini and Française des Jeux. These companies will be supported by key actors from carbon markets, including Adriata, Climate Impact Partners, EcoAct, EcoTree, Emergent Climate, France Vallée, Yeta, La Belle Forêt, Reforest Action, Stock CO2, Sysfarm, C-Note, and Remoral. I now give the floor back to our moderators who will introduce the next speakers.
Thank you very much, Madame la Ministre. Thank you for your nice words, and thank you for introducing this pledge, which, to my mind, is a change maker, because it highlights the importance of going further than carbon emissions reductions, but going to the next step, which is creating carbon sinks through the usage of carbon credits. And I've got a concern, which is today, for obvious reasons, a number of companies, they prioritize the carbon reduction, which is fair and normal and necessary, but then they wait to end this process before investing into the creation of carbon sinks through the insetting and offsetting markets. And this is a concern to me, Madame la Ministre, because we will not reach the Paris Agreement with this approach. We will be far too late. And even the IPCC tells us on and on and on and again that we need to run the two in parallel. So this pledge is a good reminder of this. And this roundtable is especially significant because it's about unlocking the synergies between the three Rio Conventions. And the three Rio Conventions are on climate, on biodiversity, and on land restoration. Now, we know today that we need to consider the three together, because if you focus on one without considering the other two, then you take a risk to damage the other two, especially on biodiversity and on land restoration. So we know that we need to consider the three together. And the good news is there are some solutions today that allow this, that helps us addressing the three Rio conventions together. They are the nature-based solutions. Afforestation, reforestation, mangrove restoration, agroforestry. These solutions are ready today, they are scalable, and they are efficient. Obviously, they need to be of high quality, high integrity, as you mentioned, but they are scalable and ready today, and there is an urgent matter to act now. 75% of land in the world is degraded. How long can we wait to restore them? So nature-based solutions are key, and alongside the energy-saving solutions, they are ready today. And before I call the first signatories of this pledge, I would like to acknowledge another thing here. It's time, I believe, to step back and to realize the effort that the companies have already done into reducing their carbon emissions. It's time to congratulate ourselves what has been achieved, and we know that it's not perfect, we know it's not good enough, we know it's difficult, and we know it's challenging. But we've done a huge amount already. And I would like, ladies and gentlemen, you to welcome 6 companies that are going a step further, and they reduce their carbon emissions and they invest into nature-based solutions to create carbon sinks at the same time. Please welcome with me the first signatories, and if you can come on stage, please, ladies and gentlemen. Stéphane Paliès from Française des Jeux, Laurent Fayolas from Ardian, Cyril Garcia from Capgemini, John Paul Skelly from Lidl, Vanessa Miller-Spence from Schneider Electric, and Hakan Bulgurlu from Beko. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much for being with us. It's a pleasure to welcome you on stage. As I mentioned, you're the first signatories of this pledge that you initiated, Madame la Ministre, and thank you again for that. And I would like, if you're happy with this, to invite you to explain why you're here and why you've signed and how you've committed to the fighting climate change, acting on biodiversity and land restoration at the same time, using this pledge. Stéphane Paliès, please, can you spare a few words with us?
Thank you very much. It's actually great to be here, apart from, being part of this impressive group of pioneers, companies that want to lead, and with, of course, Agnès Pannier-Runacher as a leader, as a minister too. So it's absolutely great. We at FDG United, because we are now a European company, we have been committed to carbon reduction for a long time, actually, because we did our first carbon assessment actually as early as 2007. So we've been committed for a long time. We, of course, are committed today on this trajectory of 2/3 of our... we already reduced our emission by 2/3 in terms of direct emissions, and we are aiming at reducing our Scope 3 emission too. So, of course, we do that, but as you say, it's not enough, and you can and you must do other things at the same time and not waiting to be at the end of this trajectory. So we are now working to commit and announce that actually we will devote a part of our net result to not only carbon, not only biodiversity, and I will come back to that, but also to investment in carbon sequestration. Nature-based, I understand, is better, so we'll try to do that. We're in the process of selecting what we're going to announce actually soon, this year, about that. So it's going to become very concrete soon, both in terms of global investment, again, in financial terms, and in terms of first project. We strongly believe that there is a very direct link between biodiversity and carbon too, and that's why also during this, this forum, and actually just after this roundtable, I will announce, with the support of Agnès Pannier-Runacher, the third edition of a game, because we're a gaming company, so what we do best are games, games for everybody, games to talk about important issues. So we'll announce the third edition of our game on biodiversity just after this. So we're working on all fronts, and we are very proud to do that with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stéphane, for all of this, and congratulations for these new amendments. Laurent Fayolas, can you share with us what you do?
Thank you very much. Madame la Ministre, dear partners and company, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you, Madame la Ministre, to have been able to bring all those companies in that difficult topics you mentioned. We're a bit pioneers in that field, but I would say who have chosen high integrity carbon credit aligned with the ambition of Article 6.4, because quality for us is of the essence of those work. Ardian, which launched Averroa, a fund dedicated to investing in carbon sequestration projects, fully support the pledge you're launching and the initiative taken by Carbon Credit Program and project developers to steer the market towards high-quality certificate. This ensures that buyers use and declare carbon credit with responsibility, which is really necessary to strengthen the credibility of the market and enable the growth of the demand. As a participant in the voluntary carbon market, Ardian would be super willing to extend the provision of the pledge taken by the company to our sectors, and thus involve all the financial sphere to enlarge this pledge. We support investments with buyers which demonstrate a credible ambition to align with global goal of net zero emission by 2050 and follow mitigation hierarchy, which is super important: measure, reduce, and offset. In accordance, all of this with framework and regulation. We also, and I will end on this one, we also recognize a lot the role of buyers, of corporate, in supporting this integrity by using and declaring carbon credit with high quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laurent. And you're right in saying that Paris is leading the world again today, and thank you for that, Madame la Ministre. Vanessa, in last frame, from Schneider Electric, please go on.
Thank you, Stéphane, and thank you, Madame la Ministre. For Schneider Electric, signing this coalition pledge is really part of a science-based approach. I think that is really key. You've both mentioned the IPCC. We're not at a stage where we can afford to do things consequentially. We're at a stage where we need to do everything at once to be able to address climate change with the urgency that it requires. And so at Schneider, obviously, we're a company that is specialized in reduction. We're an energy efficiency company, we're an energy management company, we're an industrial automation company. So reduction is obviously first and foremost, but we've also come to realize that we cannot wait to have reduced enough to then turn around and think about removals. We need to remove as much as not as much, but we need to remove as well as we need to reduce. And for example, to just give a sense of scale, right now, all of the nature-based solutions, all of the forestry that covers, a vast proportion of the land, only absorbs 2 gigaton of carbons on a yearly basis. And the health of a forest, we know, sometimes is depleting, and we see some forests that are emitting rather than absorbing. And we need to go, according to the IPCC, to approximately 10 gigatons in about 20, 25 years. So we need to 5x the amount of removals at the same time that we will need to 5x the amount of reduction. And so this has been very clear for Schneider for many years, that we need to play on both sides. It's like the two sides of the same coin. We need to reduce and we need to remove. So we've been investing in removals for more than 15 years. We were a founder of the livelihood funds. And if you ran the marathon last week in Paris, well, the marathon was made, all the emissions related to the marathon were neutralized with carbon removal credits coming from the livelihood funds. And in addition to the investment in nature-based solution, we're also looking to invest in engineered solution, because we know that, well, there's just a limited amount of land available on planet Earth at this stage, and so both are going to be required. But not only do we buy carbon removals, we also advise companies. And so, Madame la Ministre, you mentioned EcoAct. EcoAct is part of Schneider Electric, and EcoAct advises, alongside also sustainability, Schneider's sustainability business, thousands of companies on how to approach a nature-based solution and removal portfolio, and how to have an impact also beyond climate. I like what you said about the 3 Rio Convention. I think I would add something else. Really, removals can play a role in most of SDGs. They also play a role in terms of equity, in terms of workforce. When we develop projects on mangrove, we also create jobs, and often these jobs are held by women. We have a project in India of mangrove where we planted 1 million mangrove, and 90% of the workforce is women. So I think there's also social benefits in addition to biodiversity benefits and in addition to climate benefits that are very critical to what you're helping develop.
It's a very good point. Thank you for highlighting this. I should have mentioned this. Thank you for doing that for me. Cyril Garcia from CapGenOW, please.
Thank you, and first thank you, Agnès, for your commitment and leadership in this context. It's not always easy, and we should say it loud and clear. This is the right pledge at the right moment, okay? Because it's a pledge, it's a commitment that helps us to get the balance right. We need to continue to fight for reductions, and we need carbon credits. And then I think it's a matter again of getting the balance right between, my dear Stefan, reforestation and high-tech. We need carbon capture. We need to work on bio-oil. We need to work on CO2 to concrete. So I think it's particular and precisely what this pledge is stating, and it's very important. Now, the last point is the integrity. You mentioned it, but we need, and at CapGenOW, we try to be organized centrally and in each and every big countries to manage it, because we had this first wave. Now we know who are the right actors, who are those who are really serious and impactful. And I think in the way we govern it and the way we will understand and evangelize, if I may say, this pledge, the integrity and the ethics of what we do is very important. But again, get the balance right, and we like the spirit of this pledge. I hope that in the next day we'll be more than 8 or 6 on stage to promote it. And thank you again, Agnès.
Thank you, Cyril. Jean-Paul, please, from Lidl France.
Thank you, Stefan, and thank you, Madame la Ministre, for the initiative. It's an honour for us to be here today as a first for Lidl at the ChangeNOW Summit. Hopefully the first of many appearances for us. And as far as I know, the first time that a food retailer is also present at the summit. And we heard in the earlier session about the importance of food when it comes to carbon emissions. 30% of global emissions coming from the food sector, a requirement for 70% more food over the next couple of decades. Of course, food retail is going to have a major part to play. And we're delighted to be here, not just to showcase what we're doing, but more importantly, to collaborate and work with other companies who are leading the way, because the next stages of decarbonisation will only be possible through close collaboration. 10 years ago was a momentous occasion in Paris with the signature of the Paris Agreement. It was about 10 years ago as well that we started on our sustainability journey at Lidl. and we launched our sustainability strategy called A Better Tomorrow, or En route vers demain. We've had a lot of initiatives in place over the last 10 years or so, really focused on decarbonising our efforts. In 2020, we set very clear targets aligned to the Science Based Targets Initiative, and we committed to a reduction of 55% in our carbon emissions by 2030 across the entire Lidl group, and we committed to net zero by 2050. Since then, as I say, our focus has really been on decarbonisation within our own network of stores and distribution centres. We're very proud today that alone in France, we have 515,000 square metres of photovoltaic panels on our stores. We're one of the largest owners of solar panels in the country. We have put in place 4,800 EV charging stations across our store network. We have the largest network of charging stations across the retail sector in France. We have committed to, and we've aligned all of our buildings to ISO 50001 standards. So a lot done, and that has led to, as of last year, a reduction in our carbon emissions within the Lidl group already of 52% compared to our baseline of 2019. Something we're really proud of, but we know that that's not enough. We know there's more to do, and the next step for us is really a focus on the Scope 3 emissions, and that's going to need huge collaboration across the supply chain with our farmers that we work with our suppliers, working together collaboratively, and there's no doubt that there's a requirement, or there will be a requirement for offsetting as well as we work towards that net zero target. That's why we're delighted today to be signing up to that pledge to continue our efforts towards carbon reduction, but also committing to offsetting as required to reach that net zero target. And I think at a time of global uncertainty, unrest, political unrest, it's more important than ever for businesses to take a stand like we're doing here today and drive the future positive change together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jean-Paul. Well done for all of that. 52% of reduction. Impressive. Hakan, please.
Stefan, you're out of time, so I'm going to keep this very short. We are part of the problem. The appliance industry, roughly 15% of global emissions.
You're from Beko, right?
Beko,
a furniture company.
So we're the #2 producer in the world of appliances. We have cut our emissions by 50% in the past 10 years, Scope 1, 2, and 3, and we've committed to cut them to net zero by 2050. 90% of that is possible, but until we figure out how to make washing machines that don't need power or refrigerators that cool without power, we will need to get that extra 10% at the end. I mean, we know how to reduce, and we are putting all of our effort and money and capital into reducing. We produce our own power. Our products are becoming more energy efficient, but that extra 10% there will have to use carbon credits. And today, personally, I've lost patience with carbon credits because the way the world is going, with Article 6, I became hopeful that we were going into an infrastructure globally which would work. It got watered down, but now with what you're doing, what's happening, I'm more hopeful that the infrastructure will be in place when we need it. One thing is clear, excuse my language, the shit is going to hit the fan, right? We're not going to be able to stop warming quickly. And when carbon credits become mandatory, we want to have hedged our bets and really reduced our carbon exposure, but also have the infrastructure in place in a dependable, reliant, and honest, open system, which actually this is part of. So thank you for doing it, and we're happy to be part of the signatories.
Thank you, Hakan. And one takeaway, Madame la Ministre, from what Hakan said is once the carbon credits will be mandatory, legislation can play a huge role in all of that, and we need to make sure that the carbon credits are of high integrity before we move to there. Thank you very much. It's time to sign the pledge. It should be somewhere here. So shall we stand up, sign it, and we take a picture? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you.
Here we go. You ready? Here we go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So, as you know, this whole session is on synergies between the three Rio conventions, or as Pope Francis called it, integral ecology. And the conversation that I really want us to start having is how we dismantle and dissolve the walls that exist between these conventions. And in fact, I think that it's in the youth that we can find a way to light the way forwards in this regard. So I am actually delighted to welcome to the stage a fantastic youth panel. So first I'd like to welcome Nisreen El Saim, who is the UN Secretary General's advisor on climate change. I would also like to welcome Christian Schwarzer of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. And finally, Merim Taha, who is a spokesperson for the Les Femmes de la Diaspora Chadienne. So welcome all on stage, hopefully. We'll see if they arrive. All right, welcome, welcome. Nisreen, do you want to come here so we can bunch up? So this session is really going to be about how we're going to take the power back and really hear from the wisdom of youth. My feeling is that when it comes to the different COPs, as I mentioned, it is illogical, nonsensical to separate them out. I feel like there are a lot of lessons that we can have from all of you in terms of how maybe we bring youth into this conversation around synergies. Nisreen, you said, I think before, that we don't have the privilege to give up hope. And so if I have hope for how we break down the siloing between the different COPs and how we give youth a seat at the table, could you tell us what that would mean in terms of bringing youth into decision-making processes and bringing them into the heart of this type of discussion?
Thank you very much. And I think the biggest hope right now is that the silos is already breaking. I remember in the last COP, we had COP29, we had more than 31 main sessions about biodiversity. And I remember at the COP16 in Riyadh, the UNCCD COP, we had more than I could count it sessions on climate change. And I wasn't there in the biodiversity COP, but also people who were there told me in Cali that there was many sessions about climate change too. So the silos is actually broken. Now there's a lot of common discussions. There's a lot of sessions like this when we talk about how could the three conferences come together and so on. But I think one of the biggest parameters for change and the shift towards youth is that youth constituencies in the three conferences and the three conventions are getting stronger and stronger. YONGO, which is the youth constituency, and the UNFCCC, and the UNCCD Youth Caucus, and of course Gibbon, I will not talk more about because Christian is already here, are doing a magnificent work supporting youth participation. And we also have, I think, the Young Negotiator Academy, which is also a body to bring young negotiators into the rooms where the decision is made. And also we have a lot of young people speaking at the opening sessions, sharing stages with head of states and ministers, unlike today's session, of course, where we had separate young people from the high levels. So I think the change is happening, and when I started doing this work in 2013, 2013, which is like 12 years ago, I think we were 7 young people in the whole COP who had a party delegate. And if we counted how far we went from 2013 into 2024 last year at COP in Azerbaijan, I think the number is moving a lot, and now we have youth champions. So I think that the next battle is not about youth inclusion, because I think young people are included, but it's about meaningful youth inclusion. How can we make this inclusion real? How can we make them more impactful? And how can we put them in driving the wheel steer, not only in the back seat, sitting there? Last but not least, I think 2024 was a remarkable year for many things. Not only for being the hottest year recorded in Europe, as Diana mentioned earlier, but because we had 3 COPs at the same year. And I know a lot of young people who did the 3 COPs. They felt sick after that, I know. But the dedication that young people are having is just showing how much interest and how much hope, as you said, is being there. And it was my 11th COP. So I feel like a dinosaur right now, attending so many COPs. And I think things should shift quicker and sooner, and just leave the rest for my co-panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nizarine. I think we all felt a bit vertiginous after doing 3 COPs in such a short space of time. I want to come back to you on the meaningful inclusion of youth, but I'd like to kind of momentarily actually bring in our other panelists. Meryem, I think you are the first person in your tribe, the Tubu, to actually represent that tribe at these types of climate conferences. So you, more than perhaps many other people, understand what it means to give kind of youth and also tribes a seat at the table. Can you tell us why that's so important?
I think the most problem of this conference and the COP, we always ask to be equal, you know, women and men, youth and all, and to preserve the identity of the local community and indigenous people. And we create at the COP 20 UNCCD COP. I mean, maybe some people don't know. We have the climate COP, like COP 29 and all the COP, you know. And we have also CBD COP about biodiversity. And we have the desertification COP. It's not only country of Sahel and desert, it's desertification and land degradation. And when you speak about land degradation, it's all the country about the convention. And it's important to not speak only about biodiversity side events, desertification side events, climate side events. It's all the similar thing you have. Because when you don't have food security, it's about the land degradation. And all this conference, we always separate the thing. And with I was the youth special envoy to the president of the COP desertification, Alain Richard Donvailly. And he say, it's not make sense. We have 3 conventions, but they're not really working together. It makes sense. We're speaking of the same subject, but we're not working together. And the youth, the problem with your always voluntary consultation, free. You know, we want youth for the picture. We want youth to be there only for some conference like Youth Day. Why only Youth Day? You have to be at the decision making, because we have youth who are facing climate change. They know what happened in their country. I was in Chad this summer. I was supposed to do a documentary, but we have a lot of flood. It was impossible to go in my village in the north of the Chad. And we know what's happening. And you have youth who are also startups, who know originate the land. They're doing amazing things. And you know, sometimes I have the impression I have still a shieldwood. Because you know when you are child and you have to go to eat and you sit at the family dinner and you go at the children's table. You know, it's the same thing. You have the minister in the past and now the youth. All time we were separate. You need to change the mindset. Youth is not only we're seeking people don't have experiences or the voice is not important.
You're absolutely right, Meryem. We need no longer to have any kids' table, although I've always thought that a more interesting conversation happens at the kids' table, but we need to make it mainstream. Christian, you've obviously worked over a variety of different areas, but I know that forests and biodiversity is a speciality topic of yours. You've been part of like the intergovernmental process in Youngo for a long, long time. Again, you more than perhaps most people understand how we can maybe bring all of these different conventions together. Can you explain in particular why that's important from a youth perspective?
So from my point of view, I've been to more than 50 different UN meetings, not just COP meetings. And what I feel is happening at all these COPs is that we're administrating the world the way it is. what young people are doing is that they're coming to these conferences with the mindset to create the world that it could be. And I think we need much, much more of this mindset. And I think the biggest challenge when I go to these conferences is that we are like in a spaceship. You know, we have all these bureaucrats coming out of ministries, very, very detached by numerous levels from the realities on the ground. And I think Simon Steele just said it. There are different levels of synergies that we can realize. There is the conventions, the secretariats, the parties, and then there are the projects. And I think the problem is that we really face a disconnect between these different levels among the parties, the secretariats, and the projects. Like, I'm seeing a room full of people that are determined to make change, but I would like to see project administrators, funders, tax advisors, bankers, more of these people in the room. Because if we don't think synergies at this project level, it's not going to change. And if we bring young people into the room, they already have this mindset. Like, if I talk to people that are working on biodiversity, I rarely ever find a use that is just working on biodiversity alone. All of them are also working on climate change, desertification, transportation, so many issues. So for me, it's really a question of the mindset and getting this spaceship, COPs, UN conventions back to the ground. I feel every employee of a ministry, of a government, every UN employee should dedicate at least 1 week per year to work with your tribe on the ground, with your communities, seeing the realities. Because sometimes it just feels like we're filling pages and pages of paper with empty phrases that we're not realizing. That was also said before by the ministers. It's now all about implementation, implementation, and damn implementation. But the thing is, we're saying this for years. We keep repeating it. And I think now we're really at a point where we have to think about how do we make it real. I was just talking to Nazreen and we both agreed the next 5 to 6 years is going to be, excuse my language, a shit show for everybody that believes in multilateralism. And I don't want to accept this. I have dedicated all my life, all the people in my community towards changing this, and I think we have to actively fight back now and change at least a few things that we can. And I think it starts with thinking in synergies, but going back to the ground and thinking about how can we change it on the damn project level.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you. I think you're absolutely right in saying that we need to basically bring in that can-do mindset into every process that we've got. I really want to build on what you've just said and also on what Nazreen said about meaningful inclusion, because I think what we need to start thinking about is what should the future of this multilateral process look like if we want to reinstill faith and belief in it. Nazreen, you just mentioned you've been to 11 COPs. You said you've been to 50 UN-like meetings, Christian. I'm sure there are many veterans here in the room who can count similar figures of meetings that they've been in. But maybe we should be thinking very, very differently and dynamically about the types of meetings that we're going to and the types of individuals that we're bringing into these spaces so that they become proper solutions-focused environments. So with that, I would like to put really the same question to each of you. Nazreen, I'll begin with you. Like, what should the future of the COPs look like? And also, how do we go beyond COPs?
Okay, I think the future of COPs should look like me. But not me as Nazreen, but us in the panel and the young people who are here and all of the great representation of a better tomorrow that we have in such an event. Well, also to be honest with you, the main reason of having a COP is basically to have negotiations on something that we should not be negotiating at in the first place. We all believe that there is climate change, or at least people who go to COPs. So what are we negotiating on? The spirit of the negotiation itself was diluted by the idea of having a negotiation, but the outcomes should not be legally binding. And it's a long, boring story that I don't want to repeat again. But I think if we really want to move forward with the processes that we have, one, the processes are not a stand-alone. They are part of a system. And I always hear people say, it's a very old, famous slogan for the climate movement, systems change, but not climate change, right? And I think changing systems might not be easy, but it's the only way. Even if the COP was amazing, the outcome of the COP was amazing, there is countries that will implement the outcomes of these COPs. And all of the multilateralism, as we call it, is only a representation of what we have back home. I remember in Marrakesh at COP 22, just after Paris, 2016, when Trump won for the first time, people were there actually at COP. So the US delegation was crying. We were like giving tissues for everyone in the US delegation. But the second day, they cleared up all of their makeup and tears and came up and they blocked every negotiation until Trump left, you know? So it is what it is. And we really need to have a better representation back home, so this better representation can represent us in the multilateralism. I spoke in the previous session and I said it's high time to get young people driving the steer wheel, not only in the back seat. But how can we do that? We have democratic systems around the world, for example. Using them and having better candidates is one way, but also calling out the ones we have right now is the second way. And I think the third and the most important way is that we simply remember that together we can do more and better than us separated. So wherever it's continents or gender or age, all of the agents of change have to come together to form a front line that is fighting for this better future nationally, internationally, or what I like it to call it, the local way. Local is global and local at the same time. So it starts from the grassroots all the way up to the highest level of decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Nazreen, and thank you for bringing the word "glocal" into this. I think it's incredibly important. Miriam, what does the future of harmony between the conventions look like to you?
I think the most important is to have all the information. Because, you know, about the three conventions of the COP, I was at the meeting last June in Bonn. It was a closed meeting. In September in New York, it was also the closed meeting. And I was with 30 members of government and only the one youth at the table. And you know, when the president of the COP say, you will represent me, people they say, are you sure? She's not used to be at the table with us. And it's a big problem because you have like some announcement to the government, we are for climate, but in the negotiation, it's not true. And we need to have a public information to understand what's happening in the COP, because the COP negotiation is a very complicated system. And we need also to have youth, but just not youth or ingenious people to the quota, but you need to have really, because they have the solution. Now we know the science and engineers college, it's proven, you need that. And you also, I think, need to success stories. Okay, we have the problem of water accessibility. What some people do. Okay, we have some solution. Let's do funding for that. Because we announced, like at the COP28, they announced $1 million. Where's the $1 million they announced? We don't know. It's a big problem, you know. I think the first, you have to public information to all the citizens. Because the government, they forget, we vote for them to support your idea, not to do what they want. That's something we forget. They forget. And second, we need to have youth as a decision making, not only consultation, like we have to speak at the plenary on always, no. And second, to find finance for youth, indigenous people, local community about initiative. We have so many here startups who are doing so many amazing work to fight climate. We have to speak more about desertification, to change the mind. Desertification is not only country of the Sahel. And what's happening in Chad, what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in Costa Rica, it's mind you also. Because we are on the same planet. We have to stop to be individualists and to be together to find solution.
Thank you. Yes, it affects all of us, Miriam. And Christian, I think just a final word from you, if I may, around how we maybe have a reaffirmed multilateralism, building on your last point.
I think when it comes to the big picture, all of us here are in agreement. But I think what we're always forgetting are the details. You just said it very well. There's always agreement that we have to do this and that, but the question is, how do we do this? And at the moment, the way all these systems are designed, they're in silos. Silos don't necessarily need to be bad. They also help us to focus. I think Simon Steele just said it, all these frameworks were created by governments, by parties. And I do think retaining a focus on biodiversity, climate change, desertification as distinct issues does make sense. But what is missing is a platform, a place where all these separate agreements are coming together to exchange and to really make the term synergies a reality. But we already have this, like the climate COPs are being treated like a big gathering. It's not just about climate, it's like a place where we're talking about environment, everything. And I think we should make this official and maybe every 5 years really have a meeting where all the different conventions are coming together to discuss about what are the common issues. Of course, they cannot negotiate biodiversity, climate change, desertification at the same time, but they could have a COP to discuss a joint work program to focus on these things. But again, I think these work programs are toothless tigers if we don't talk about what this is going to change on the ground. And I think here we really need to think about structures. A big challenge for youth is, first, there's almost no funding. And if there is funding, it is short-term. It is never for structural funding. It's always for just like one event or one initiative and then it's over. But if we want youth to be the change that we want to see, then it needs to go into the structures. And that also means to change the legal registration procedures for civil society organizations. In Europe, it's already complicated enough. I don't even want to know how you would register a civil society organization in Sudan or in Chad. These are the challenges that we have to address, because otherwise, how are these organizations supposed to receive funding? And then again, we have to go back to the administrators of this funding and also change their minds, because they are always thinking in restrictions, in funding requirements. I can tell you it's super hard to get funding for biodiversity alone. It would be 10 times more complicated to do a project that also addresses climate change, desertification, and all the other things. But that's where we have to get to, and that requires this huge change of mind. And I think, again, we can only get there if all these administrators, all these ministers do a 1-week mandatory internship with your tribe, with your community in Sudan, and don't stay in comfortable offices in Paris or somewhere in Germany.
Thank you very much, Christian. We would very much like to continue this conversation. I'm afraid we're out of time at the moment, but I think we're going to take this conversation beyond this stage. I think what we've heard here today is clearly that climate, nature, and land are not separate, but are one. We've heard that there is already tremendous progress being made in terms of breaking down the silos. But most of all, we've heard that we really need to put youth meaningfully at the center of all of this. I want to say a tremendous thank you to all of our panelists. A tremendous thank you for being here with us. And I think let's make this a year of integrated climate, nature, and land action. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great time here at ChangeNOW. I don't know about you, but I'm thrilled to have this conversation with such an iconic duo. My name is Lou Espargilière. I am the editor-in-chief of Vert, which is an online media that sees all the news through the lens of the environmental emergency. It is free, it is amazing, it is fun to read. Please check it out. Now, thank you. Now back to my two cool guests today. Lamya Essemlali, you were born not far from here, in Gennevilliers. You've had a strong connection with animals since you were a child. Almost 20 years ago, you came across Paul here in Paris, and he made you want to get on board a ship and risk your life to save whales. Then you created the French branch of the Sea Shepherd movement, right? For 20 years now, you have been tirelessly fighting for saving marine life from humans, and lately to rescue Paul from Denmark. Paul Watson, you come from a bit further west, since you were born in Canada. You made tons of things, so I won't be listing all of them. But you have been kicking ass for more than 50 years, boarding fishing boats and rescuing animals, including tons of whales. You created, with others, Greenpeace in the US. Then you got kicked out because you were too much of a fighter. Then you created the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society, which you ended up quitting because they weren't fighting enough. Then you two founded Sea Shepherd Origins to reconnect with the movement's militant roots. And now you're the head of the Captain Paul Watson Foundation, with which you keep on fighting when you're not in jail. Last year you spent 149 days in detention in Nuuk, Greenland, because Japan wanted to get its hand on you, as you are the biggest pain in the bottom of its whaling industry. And Lamya, like I said, 20 years ago, Paul helped you fully embrace your activist career. He says that you are the most prominent Sea Shepherd activist on the planet. You have written his biography. You've moved heaven and earth, remuer ciel et terre, to try to set Paul free when he was held by Denmark. What is the nature of your relationship?
What is the what, sorry?
The nature of your relationship.
I don't know. To me, Paul is a great inspiration, first of all. He's a mentor, he's a friend. There is a very strong friendship and a spiritual connection.
How about you, Paul? How would you describe the two of you? You're not just like fighting buddies, right?
Well, about 20 years ago, when Lamya first joined my ship, it became very apparent that she had the passion and the courage and the imagination that was needed in order to build a strong Sea Shepherd movement in France, which she has done exactly that.
Paul, you live here in Paris. France got particularly moved by your detention in Denmark. Many people here fought to set you free, to try to set you free. Why do you have such a strong connection with France?
Well, I've always had a strong connection with France because, first of all, it was Jules Verne that inspired me as a child to get involved. And then, of course, I had the opportunity to work with Jacques Cousteau on many cases and with Albert Falco, and also with Jacques Perrin on the making of the movie Oceans. So we've had a long time association in France.
So Paul, like I said, you've been fighting for decades to save many different animals, but you're mostly famous for saving tons of whales, notably because you had a TV show called Whale Wars that was viewed by a lot of people. My question is, why the whales? What's so important or fascinating specifically about the whales?
Well, all species are important, but for myself personally, I had an experience in June in 1975 where a dying whale could have killed me. It had just been harpooned by a Soviet vessel. And as the whale came up and out of the water to come crashing down on us, I looked into his eye, and I felt the whale understood what we were trying to do, because I could see the effort he made to pull himself back and slide back into the sea. I saw his eye disappear beneath the surface, and he died. He could have killed me, but he didn't. He chose not to. But then I said, why are we killing these whales? I'm sitting there in this boat in the middle of the Pacific, and I'm saying, why are we killing these whales? And the Soviets, nobody eats sperm whales. They kill them for oil. And one of the things that the Soviet Union was killing sperm whales for was sperm and spermaceti oil, which is highly prized for high heat-resistant lubricating oil. And one of the things that it was most highly prized for was the construction and maintenance of intercontinental ballistic missiles. And I said to myself, here we are killing this extremely intelligent, socially complex, self-aware, sentient being for the purpose of making a weapon for the mass extermination of human beings. And that's when it hit me. We are fucking insane. And I said from that moment that I would do everything in my power to protect as many of them as I possibly can. We do not live on this planet without whales. We don't live on this planet without trees and bees and worms and microbes. We simply do not. And unless we learn how to live in harmony with all of these other species, we are not going to survive.
So usually when somebody wants to get on one of your ships to join your crew, you ask them, are you ready to die for a whale? Do you still do that?
Well, for 50 years I've asked volunteers, are you willing to risk your life to protect a whale? And a lot of journalists have said, well, that's really, not, how do you ask young people to risk their life to protect a whale? That's outrageous. And I said, well, we ask young people all the time to risk their life, to kill people for real estate, for oil wells, for flags, for religion. It's a far more noble thing to risk your life to protect an endangered species or a threatened ecosystem than it is to protect a piece of cloth.
Lamya, you did risk your life. And the first time you came on a boat with Paul, you already risked your life for a whale. Do you ask the same questions to people who want to fight with you on a ship?
Well, we do say that there is a potential risk for your life because the people that we are facing don't have the limits that we have. And when you commit to common campaign, there are many ways to join the movement Sea Shepherd, right? You can do it from your home, on local groups. You can organize talks in schools. There are many ways. But if you want to go on the field, if you want to be at sea or on the beaches, if you want to patrol the beaches of Mayotte to deter poachers from killing turtles, you know that you're going to be in dangerous conditions with people who are armed, who are violent, who don't have the same limits as we do. So you need to know where you're stepping in. And that's very important. So there is no surprise. It's not for everyone, and it's okay. If you're not ready to do it, it's okay. There are other ways to get involved. The thing is, I really don't want to put a hierarchy on things and to think that, oh, if you want to be a real fighter, you need to be ready to risk your life. You know, it's not about that. I think it's a matter of temper also. And you will find a way to bring your part to the movement. But we need some people who are ready to take those risks because it makes a difference. And it's part of a wider movement.
Now you have a daughter. Are you still willing to take the same risks? Because I've read an interview, it was not quite that simple now. Now you have a daughter, like...
Yeah, well, when you become a mom and you have a kid, especially at a young age, who needs you, you think differently. But I just think differently. I think about her, but it doesn't stop me from doing everything I've been doing before, because I also have an additional reason to get involved because this is the world she's going to live in. I mean, I cared about this planet before she was there, but now I care even more because when she's going to be an adult, she's going to live in the world that we are fighting for now. So I'm thinking, yes, I don't want her to lose her mom, but at the same time, I want her to live on a livable planet. So, yeah.
Shouldn't people from your crew be ready to risk their life to save, let's say, a sardine or a urchin? Like, should we have the same empathy for all living beings?
Absolutely. You should be able to take those risks, and my crew and I have taken those risks for many, many species. But the key to our success goes back 50 years ago when I developed this strategy, which I call aggressive nonviolence, to aggressively intervene without causing any injury. And in 50 years, we've never caused a single injury, and I've never been convicted of a criminal felony, ever. So aggressive nonviolence is a workable strategy. And but you can't be passive about this. You have to go in, you have to intervene, you have to obstruct, and you have to have the courage in order to do that. So that, I think, has been the key to our success.
According to the French philosopher Baptiste Morisot, the ecological crisis comes from a sensibility crisis, une crise de la sensibilité. He describes it as an impoverishment of everything we can feel, perceive, understand regarding living beings and the relations we can create with them. Do you agree?
Well, I think the reason that we're in the situation we are right now is our outlook on reality. For thousands of years, our point of view has been anthropocentric. What that means is it's all about us. We're the most important species. We're the only species that matter. It was all created just for us. And as long as we continue to believe that, we're not going to survive. We need to adapt a biocentric point of view, which indigenous people all around the world understand, and that's this idea that we're connected with everything else. We have to live in harmony with all other species. And if we don't do that, we're simply not going to survive. We cannot survive on this planet alone. Every single major dominant religion on this planet is anthropocentric. It all says, we're number one, we're the best, and we're the most powerful, and that's the way it is. But we're not even that important. There are other species on this planet more important than we are. Imagine living in a world without bees, a world without worms, a world without microbes, a world without trees. If not for them, we couldn't exist. Oh, they would do very well without us, but we would not do very well without them. Ecologically, they're far more important than we are, and we have to humble ourselves to understand that that is the real reality on this planet.
Lamya, how do we solve this sensibility crisis? Like, how do you reconnect people that are living in the cities, people that have like their own problems? How do you reconnect them to the living beings?
Yeah, I think we all suffer from a sort of collective amnesia. We forgot where we came from. We forgot our connection with nature. And because we don't understand that we are one with the ocean, with the living world, that's why we do so much harm. And I mean, if we look at the situation in a very objective manner, we can see that all the harm that we do to other species and to this planet, we do to ourselves. And we keep searching for, to fill in a gap. I feel like we are collectively sick somehow, you know, like there is a gap inside of us that we're trying to fill in with overconsumption, with excitement, entertainment. And it just doesn't work. It obviously doesn't work. And in the way doing it, we are destroying the planet. And it's like, a collective psychosis. And it's very interesting to see that the most wealthy countries, France is an example, we are one of the most wealthy countries. We are also one of the biggest consumer of anxiolytics and antidepressants. In countries like the United States, which is supposed to be like one of the wealthiest countries in the world, the second reason of death for the young is suicide. It's suicide. I mean, it's crazy. What does it tell you? I think we have to go back to the roots of where did we get lost. And I think the key is, as Paul said, the fact that we think that we are the only thing that matter. It's like if we made ourselves an orphan species, you know, and it's firing back at us. And we are not that important, ecologically speaking, but we are very important in the way that we are the only species on this planet that's capable to trigger a massive extinction crisis. We are the most destructive force of life that this planet has ever known. That makes us very responsible of things. So in that way, we matter. And if we are not up to that responsibility, then yeah, we're going to destroy ourselves and destroy the rest of the living world. And we're going to be the saddest species of all. And the only thing that we're going to leave on this planet after we're gone is just that huge scar, that huge destruction of life. That's our legacy today, now, more than anything else. Yeah, we do some nice things. We write poems, and we build nice cathedrals, and yeah, we do arts. It's great. That's the bright side. But all this will be gone in a few thousand years. What will still be there, it's the extinction of millions of species that we have exterminated. So today, this is our long-term legacy. And we have to change that.
So there is this guy who's not famous for his empathy towards anybody. Do you know Donald Trump? So no empathy towards like humans or any other kind of life form. So he started destroying as many laws and rules protecting the environment as he could, since now almost 100 days he's been back in power. Do you think he's one of the biggest individual threats to life on Earth nowadays? Lamya, maybe Paul? She told me not to get Paul started on Donald Trump, so maybe
No, he should answer that. I think he will answer that better than me because he knows his program better than me.
Oh, well, Donald Trump's not the problem. The problem is all of these incredibly uneducated, ignorant people who voted for him. That's the problem. And it's also, it's a product of a country that has never valued education, that has distorted its history, that has pretended to be the greatest, most freest country in the world when it never has been. It's a nation of lies. Just a couple of weeks ago, the press secretary for Donald Trump said, you know, the French should be very grateful to the United States, otherwise they'd all be speaking German. What an incredibly stupid thing to say. Here's the reality. If it wasn't for France, the United States wouldn't exist. It was the French government that loaned them the money, which they never paid back, by the way. It was the French fleet that defeated the British fleet and cut off their supplies to Cornwallis at Yorktown. It was General Lafayette, whose army, who moved in and beat the British. It wasn't the United States. They're a bunch of ungrateful, ignorant savages, is really what they are, who have never had the intelligence to go out there and get a proper education. Instead, they've exerted all their energy on the genocidal destruction of the indigenous peoples of the Americas, and that is something that they should never be forgiven. Do you know in the United States there are many Holocaust museums? There's not a single museum in the United States to the genocide of the American Indian people, not one. And that is probably one of the most shameful things that the United States has done.
So I'm glad I got you started on Donald Trump. Thank you, Lamya. So Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems you don't talk much about politics, usually, at least publicly. Today it is clearer than ever that the extreme right everywhere around the world, whether it's in the US, Brazil, the Philippines, Russia, or even France, has a political project which consists in dominating, destructing nature, animals, forests, but also minorities, women, and so on. Do you think one should clearly state that if you want to protect life on Earth, you must not vote for the far right, or that you should even fight it? Like, should one make a stance, a public stance, against the extreme right as a force that has a destructive project?
I don't think anything will ever be solved through politics, right or left. Anthropologist Margaret Mead once said, never ever depend upon governments to solve any social problem. They never have and they never will. All social change comes from the passion, the courage, and the imagination of individuals and groups of individuals, non-government organizations. They put the pressure on the governments and the governments are then forced to change. Politics is the art of possible. They do what they possibly can and they will not take any chances. Women did not get the vote in the United States because of President Wilson. He opposed them all the way. He signed the thing and he gets credit for it. But a lot of women had to go to jail, had to be beaten, and even died to get that right. Slavery wasn't ended in the United States because of Lincoln. He gets the credit for it. It was ended because of Wilberforce and Douglass and other people John Brown, who put their life on the line to struggle for it. And that, again, all change comes from the passion, the imagination, and the courage of individuals. So non-government organizations have to keep it up, have to keep on the pressure, and when they actually accomplish something, they can always count on the government to take credit for it.
So you think having Marine Le Pen or Marine Tondelier would make no difference, the French
He doesn't
president?
know. I don't think he knows the programs. Of,
You don't know Marine Tondelier?
No, no. I mean, he knows, but I mean, just explain him a bit more.
Yeah. So you think in 2027 we have the presidential election in France? So you think it would make no difference in France if we had the extreme right or the Greens in power?
Again, I don't think we can depend on whoever's going to be in power, right or left or in between. It has to come from the people. I mean, I was one of the founding members of the Green Party in Canada. And then these parties, the Green Party tends to evolve, it has in Germany and everything, to just be another mediocre political party. You know, it just goes along with the flow. There's no real change. There's no real change. And I don't think we can depend upon any change coming from the right or the left or the in-between. It has to come from all of us. And that's the only way it's going to work.
But if I can answer this, because I've read the program of the far-right movement and what is their plans also for the ocean and for the environment. And I'm not even talking about the social things that obviously I don't align with. But if we just focus on environmental issues, they do have an absolutely disastrous plan. That's, I mean, there is no comparison. I share Paul's disappointments in classical green parties that have been failing us over and over again, that are definitely not up to the task. That's one thing. But a program like the one of the party of Marine Le Pen, I mean, for the ocean, for the planet, would be by far more destructive and more detrimental if we just speak about programs on this matter. So, I mean, I think that's something that people, I mean, if we put aside all social considerations and focus on the planet, we look at the programs of everyone, even if we know that they're not, the Green Party is not going to be up to the task. I don't think so. But just voting for a program that's blatantly destructive of the planet, which is the one of the far right, is concerning.
Well, I often have people say to me, I'm going to vote for the lesser of two evils. So if it's in the US, the Democrats are the lesser of two evils. That's not the way to look at it. I'll tell you, in the 1920s, Adolf Hitler was the lesser of two evils. Ernst Röhm could have taken control of the Nazi party, and he was far, far worse than Hitler, if you can imagine that. So the lesser of two evils is not always the answer.
Lamya, a year ago, actually, when Emmanuel Macron dissolved the National Assembly, there was this surge of the extreme right, of Rassemblement National, and some organizations, such as yours, Si Je Fais de France, took a public stance and said you should not vote for them. Like, you didn't say you should vote for the left or you should vote for the right, you just said, please don't vote for the Rassemblement National. Was it important?
Yeah, well, again, I stick to the facts and to their programs. And here's what they want to do. They want to go for deep sea mining. They want to, I mean, their program is absolutely terrible. Also on pro hunting. And I mean, this is, so we had to say, okay, if you consider voting, look at what their promises are. Look at what you are voting for. So no, I don't believe that the solution is going to come from the left, that they're going to save us, because I think, again, they are not up to the task. And I think they have a big responsibility also in the fact that the far right is raising. It's because people are disappointed, right? But at some point, when you care about the ocean and the planet, you can disagree on immigration issues. That's another topic. But if you care about the ocean, you cannot vote for that kind of party, that kind of program. So that's why we didn't even take a stand like, don't vote for them and vote for them. We said, this is their program, this is what they want to do to the ocean. They're going to rip off the ocean. You care about the ocean, think about it when you vote, that's it.
So these days, there seems to be a big crackdown on activists in many places of the world, including France, where you can be accused of being an eco-terrorist if you demonstrate against water megabasins. Paul's imprisonment seems to be a proof of this repression that is getting bigger and bigger. Do you agree? Is there such a movement?
Well, you have to be prepared. To me, every situation provides an opportunity. So that when I was arrested in Greenland, that provided an excellent opportunity to focus international attention on continued illegal whaling by Japan. So I took advantage of that, and we all should take advantage of that. 2 weeks ago, Greenpeace was fined $700 million in the United States by Energy Incorporated, and of course everybody's upset about that. I'm not upset about it. I think that's the best thing that's ever happened to Greenpeace. I'll tell you why. First of all, they're never going to pay it, and it's given them an incredible international forum. How flattering it can be that a $700 million fine is leveled at an organization that's never actually going to pay it. It's going to be tied up in appeals, and it's going to be an ongoing publicity machine. So you have to look at the positive side of all of these things. If they come at you, use it against them. That's like the martial arts of Aikido. Comes at you, just use it against them. Every situation provides an opportunity, and so that's the way I think we have to look at it.
So what were the upsides of you getting in prison for 149 days? Like, what good came out of that?
Well, the upside of that is an incredible public awareness internationally about Japan's crimes, about Denmark's crimes in the Faroe Islands. So it was a great educational publicity campaign. When I got the President and Prime Minister of France on my side, the President of Brazil, Bernie Sanders came out, the Pope came out and supported me. That's an incredible educational campaign, and you have to look at it that way. So I didn't look at it as a punishment. I've never been convicted of a crime in my life. Now, I've spent a lot of times in jail, but that's part of the thing about being an activist. I don't think of any real activist on any social level who's done anything has not had the opportunity to take advantage of going to jail, from Gandhi to Mandela to whatever. That's all part of the problem, of the project. You have to be prepared to go to jail, because that's where real change comes from. I remember one time when Emerson said to Henry David Thoreau, "What are you doing in jail, Henry?" And he said, "What are you doing outside?"
I can tell you he was not stressed in jail. We were more stressed. I was more stressed than he was, like way more. So.
Well, I have to say, I was in prison. I was the only non-indigenous person in the prison part where I was at. And everybody was supportive. The prison guards were supportive. And I have no complaints about the prison there. I just saw it as a wonderful opportunity. And the Japanese government is extremely upset that I wasn't sent back. By the way, the Greenland court made the decision to extradite me. The next day, the Attorney General of Denmark made the political decision to not extradite me. And in January, the Japanese foreign minister called in the Danish ambassador to, basically to say Denmark had betrayed them. Now, when your case is being discussed at the highest levels of the Japanese government, that means you're making an impact. So I'm quite happy with the way things have turned out.
So Lamya, when we first met, it was for an interview that was released on vert.eco, the website of my media, and you talked to me about something very interesting. You said to me, Paul is famous, he's a famous activist, so maybe he's going to get out of jail, but what about all the not famous activists that they go to jail and stay in jail? What about them? Is the repression being worse and worse towards them?
Yeah, I was shocked at the level of the deployment of power and political blackmail, economic blackmail that Japan puts on the table. I mean, they threatened to cancel huge economic contracts with France and with Denmark. I mean, they were full on him. It took a huge public awareness and mediatic attention to get him out of there. And it struck me that all those activists who don't have the exposure that Paul has, they have no chance. None. They would be crushed. They would be gone. And no one would ever know about them. So, yeah, it really troubled me. I thought, wow, we're just destroying lives of people, risking their life and their freedom for the common good. And they stand no chance if they don't have the public support and the media attention. It's very sad and disheartening. And I think what happened to Paul, has to be used as a spotlight on this global issue that is beyond Paul himself.
So like I said, you've been an activist for 20 years now in France and like in the overseas, I mean on the seas. Would you say it is more difficult to be an activist now, to act, than it was 20 years ago? Or is just like many more people now do act, and this is why you see a growing repression? Like, is it more difficult now than it was a few years ago?
Some things are easier and some things are more difficult. We don't have we have a lot of people coming to us and willing to be involved, also because I think there is a raise in awareness that the situation is gonna take, everyone has to get involved. And at the same time, as Paul was saying, he can speak about that better than I, it's that at his young years, I mean, it was more easy to do really bold actions that today we wouldn't get away with. I think he can explain better. So we have to find new tactics and new ways of getting things done without being crushed.
So what are these new ways? Like, how do you act effectively nowadays?
Well, you have to use your imagination. The laws are far more repressive now. It's much more difficult to be an activist now than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. There's no doubt about that. So you have to be able to work within a media culture. You have to create stories using your imagination to get your point across. And that's difficult, but it's the only way that it can be done. So, I mean, but we have an uphill battle. I mean, just look at the reality. There's 8 billion people on this planet. There are more subscribers to the video game Warcraft than there are environmental activists in the world. That's the situation that we're in right now. We need people to get involved on many levels, whether that's education, litigation, legislation, or activism. We need more and more people to get, because that's the real strength. You're not going to solve these problems through big environmental organizations. You're going to solve it through hundreds of thousands of small grassroots, non-government organizations getting involved on grassroots levels. But save this particular tree, save this particular marsh, save this particular species. Individuals making a difference. Because of Diane Fossey, mountain gorillas still exist. Because of David Windmate, the storm petrel of Bermuda did not go extinct. There are so many individuals who have changed the world, and each and every one of us has the power to change the world, and we have to make sure that nobody deters us from the passion to do just that. We can do it.
So what if people in this room wanted to make a difference? Like, what should they do now? Like, the first action when they get out of this conference, what is it?
Stop eating fish. There are many ways, really. I think, on a very practical thing, overfishing today is the #1 threat on the ocean. And 40% of what's being fished is used to feed farm animals. So definitely, our consumption of animals has a huge impact on the ocean. And this is a choice that we make several times a day, every day. So we have so many opportunities to make a difference. But more generally speaking, in the involvement, I think the best thing, I think you are the people who know exactly where you can make the biggest difference. What are you good at? What inspires you? And just think of how you can put that at the service of the greater cause. And again, on another spiritual level, I would say that we can justify everything we do to this planet if we forget that we come from the ocean and that we are one with the living world. As soon as we reconnect with the rest, then we change. But it has a lot to do with what I was saying earlier. This disconnection we have with nature is at the roots of everything we do wrong, including ourselves. So I think we need to reflect on that. It's very important, because all the rest will come in with that change of mind shift.
I just add, just identify your passion. What are you passionate about? Then identify your skills and put that to work. And the most important thing of all, don't get depressed, don't get pessimistic. And I'll tell you why. Because you have no power over the future at all. You can do nothing about that. But you have absolute power over the present. And what you do in the present will define what the future will be. And that's where you have to focus it. So don't think about how bad things are going to be. Think about how you can make things good now. Thanks.
Yeah, in Ver, my media, we have this motto, it is too late to be pessimistic. Like, it's no time to look at your clock and am I going to make a difference? Is there still time? No, just like go for it, do something, and you'll see at the end if it was worth it. So in early June, France is going to host the United Nations Summit on the Ocean, UNOC. Will you be there, and what do you expect from this summit?
Well, we intend to bring one of our ships to Nice, and from there we're going to launch a campaign to combat deep sea mining, which is one of the major threats to the ocean. So we'll be there and we'll be speaking. By the way, Japan said that if I'm to speak there, they're not going to participate. We'll see if they do or not. And I just want to add one thing. This has got nothing to do with the Japanese people. Most of them are against whaling, and most of them are, concerned about the situation. This is about the corruption of the Japanese government, which is one of the most corrupt governments in Asia.
And you received a lot of support letters from Japanese people when you were in jail.
Yeah, when I was in prison, I got about 7,000 letters, and quite a few from Japan, and every single one of them was very positive.
Just before we go out for lunch and don't eat sardines, I have this one last question for you two. What gives you hope? If there's anything at all that gives you hope.
I'm not always hopeful. The thing is that it doesn't matter. That's not my motivation. Even if someone was going to show me in a crystal ball that we're going to screw it up and we're going to fail, I would do everything I'm doing right now. Because, yeah, that's what keeps me going, is to feel that I'm doing the right thing and I'm doing everything that's in my power. That's my responsibility. I try to let go of guilt because I had a lot of guilt when I was a younger activist. I was feeling guilty for being part of this species that's destroying the world. And I switched that guilt into the sense of responsibility. So I'm just taking my responsibility, and that's what makes me happy. And the outcome, we will see, but it's not in my hands. So sometimes I'm hopeful, sometimes I'm not, but it doesn't really matter.
Well, I'm neither hopeful nor not hopeful. As I said, I don't focus on the future. And just briefly, I'll tell you the most important lesson that I've learned in my life. In 1973, I was a volunteer medic for the American Indian movement during the occupation of Wounded Knee in South Dakota. And we were surrounded by U.S. federal troops shooting at us. We didn't have any hope of winning. And I went to Russell Means, who was the leader of the American Indian movement, and I said, we can't win here. The odds are against us. They're overwhelming. So why do we continue to be here? And that's when he told me something that I'll never forget. He said, we're not concerned with winning or losing. We're not concerned with the odds against us. We're here because this is the right place to be, the right thing to do, and the right time to do it. Don't worry about the future. We do what we do today, and that will determine what the future will be. And that's what stayed with me all of these years since 1973.
Well, thank you so much to the two of you. And thank you everybody in the audience. I hope you're not having fish for lunch or for dinner, and that you won't have forgotten everything tomorrow. It's been a great pleasure. We can chat afterwards, and have a nice day. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. That was absolutely an amazing panel, and I guarantee you're going to want to stay for the next one. So my name is Maeve Campbell. I'm a climate journalist from London, and I'm pleased to be hosting this next session where we're posing the question, is nature an economic choice? So nature has an inherent, unquantifiable worth. We obviously rely on trees, we rely on plants, air, soil for our very existence. But in the capitalist world that we live in, the question is, do we even recognize that worth? So the ecosystem provides us with services. Bees pollinate our crops, plants clean our air, they store carbon, and all of these services contribute trillions to the global economy. But looking at nature in economic terms might seem like a paradox, but it's crucial if we're going to save this absolutely indispensable resource. So the question is, how do you transform priceless ecosystems into assets? Before we move on to our panel in a few minutes, please welcome Jamie Batho from the Land Banking Group to go into a bit more detail.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Is that all right? Amazing. Hello, my name's Jamie. Thank you. I think the first thing to say is thank you for having me, and thank you to the ChangeNOW team for putting us in a place like this. I think when you're in grand places, the worst thing that can happen is that we all feel a little bit more grand. So thank you for fueling our egos. Now, we're here to talk about the question that Maeve just posed, is nature an economic choice? And I think that's a very philosophical question on one hand. I think it's also a very practical question on the other hand. So let me first start with a little bit of blundering philosophy, and then we'll try and land it somewhere practical. I'm not from Paris, as you can probably hear, and I think like most tourists that come to Paris, when you're walking through the streets of Paris, you're forced to reckon with what this city has been at the center of for the last few centuries. You walk past places like the Hôtel de Ville and you see the Renaissance. You walk past the Panthéon and you think the Enlightenment. And you walk past the Place de la Bastille and you think the Revolution. And I'm sure there's many people speaking here who are going to try and paint pictures between the revolution and whatever they're talking about. So let me try and do that, and then you can tell me later who did it best. But I think there are some distinct correlations, similarities between the French Revolution and our economic relationship with nature. Back then, it was the revolution was a rejection of a social and economic system, and a system that pushed people and pushed the majority of people to the edges of society, taxed their labor, taxed their wealth, and treated them as the bank that will keep on paying. And now we do the same thing with nature. We have an economy now where we've decided the only way for us to create wealth, for us to fuel our economy, is by pushing nature and the people that steward nature to the edges of our economy to extract, and treat nature as the bank that will always pay. And just as back then, the first and second estates, the clergy and the nobility, couldn't have imagined a reason why that system might snap for them, nor could we have imagined a reason why our system might snap. Except we could have always predicted this. We knew that it was going to end up in the situation we are now. We've had scientists and NGOs shouting at us for decades, telling us we need to change or the system will snap, nature will snap, and we start to now see it. We see, I mean, just yesterday we had the news that 84% of the world's corals are exposed to record temperatures and bleaching events. That's not insignificant. That is a third of marine life, 1 billion people that are supported by those systems. So is investing into that nature a good economic choice? I think it is. when in Davos this year, we heard a story of a food corporate, one of the largest food and beverages companies, who said, I know I'm exposed to degradation of biodiversity, the breakdown of my soils. What does it really mean? So they priced it. They went through an exercise of pricing that risk. And what they found out was that when they ran their cash flow models out for the next 5 years, they had no business model. Their equity story was completely eroded after 5 years unless they invested. So in that case as well, I think investing into nature seems like a good economic choice. And then we have the very big things like the Amazon. I mean, right now the Amazon is at 17% deforested. If we get to 20%, we're told again with the latest science from this year that that will turn the Amazon from a rainforest system into a savanna, completely changing the hydrological systems in South America, essentially meaning that all the breadbaskets fail. Supply chains get deleted, they don't exist anymore. But not only that, we have a humanitarian crisis like we've never really reckoned with. So is investing into that nature also a good economic choice? I think it is. So on the one hand, it's almost very easy. What an easy decision to make. It's clear that it pays. On the other hand, it's not that easy because we don't actually make economic decisions about nature at that level with those numbers. We make them in every single little decision we make, business by business, investor by investor, farmer by farmer, and ultimately hectare by hectare. And it's only when we zoom into that level of detail do we figure out where we're really stuck. I mean, we live in a world where the farmer, she tells us, I can't change my practices to increase biodiversity because if I do, I'm at risk of not being able to pay back my debt burden that I need to pay back after the next harvest. The forestry company tells us, any money I spend on conservation is money out of the window because it doesn't add anything to my balance sheet. I don't get anything for it. The food company tells us, I do feel like I'm someone that should invest. I do have these risks, but why should I be the first one to recognize I have these risks, be punished by the capital markets for being risky, and then when I invest, why would I do that if the whole value chain benefits from just me making that investment? And then you have the investment class sitting there saying, Jamie, I hear you, I understand your story, nature is value, but please show me where the financial products are that allow me to put 250, 500 million ticket sizes into nature and get a return back. So that's a little bit of where I think we're stuck. It's in the middle of knowing that there is value somewhere. We feel it, it's evident, but we can't see it. We can't find it in our system. We can't point to it, and therefore we can't invest into it. And the good news is we have a solution for identifying value up and down an economy, and it's called a balance sheet. Balance sheets are those things we use at every layer in the economy to describe these are the assets that I sit on, these are the liabilities that I have, and this is the wealth this is the value that I sit on. So how do we pool nature onto those balance sheets? And now let me get a little bit technical. I'm going to show a chart. This is a little bit of the journey that we see towards nature really being on the balance sheet. And let me talk you through it. And if we look at this, when we go from the left up this staircase, we're building our nature balance sheet. We're creating balance sheets and creating value or describing value. And if we start from the right, we're starting to reward and starting to incentivize. So this is where we are right now. I think starting in the bottom left, natural capital assessments. This is the whole sphere of disclosure of the really hard work that our friends at the TNFD have done to bring us 500 companies with $17 trillion worth of assets under management to the point where they're now assessing their relationship to nature. We have these huge companies saying, what are my risks, what are my opportunities? So that feels good. That feels like progress. The second step is natural capital accounting. This is not something new. This has been around for a long, long time. But essentially, all it is structured data sets that describe stocks of natural capital, biodiversity, soil, carbon, water, and ecosystem services. And these are the things that allow us to point to the value. We can look at an asset, we can look at a landscape, and we can say, here is the economic value that nature gives to me in this landscape. I'll skip over 3 for now, because that's the tough one, and I'll get to 5. If we go all the way up to the top of the economy almost, this is where you have the governments and the regulators, where we need to be in a position where government decisions, subsidy regimes, direct spending encourage investment into nature, and central banks encourage investment into nature, capital adequacy ratios, stress testing. This stuff is starting to happen. It's not anywhere where we near where we need it, but it's starting. And the fourth step, coming down the ladder from the right, natural capital assets are priced in capital markets. We heard in January the Financial Stability Board said there could be panic in the financial markets because all of these risks might cause a tsunami of revaluations that would dry up investment, dry up loan books, and that's scary. But what that means in step 4 is that the companies that do invest into nature, that do invest into that value, will be seen as good assets. They will be invested into, and it will pay to invest into nature purely because you are a good asset. So what does it mean then to be in that middle box, to have nature on the balance sheet? Well, a few things need to happen, of course. We're on the left-hand side here, we're describing value, we're kind of pushing value up into the system. And on the right-hand side, we have the system looking at where that value is and trying to reward it. And in the middle, we have our accounts, we have our balance sheets, and we need, of course, repricing of our current assets that we hold, if any of this is going to hold true. But we also need a way to invest. And right now, we don't have the instruments, we don't have the tools that allow us to put money into nature and hold it on our balance sheets. We have lots of things lying around, carbon credits, which are great, but they're for offsetting. They are for causing harm and doing good. We have debt for nature swaps, which are also great, but they are slow. We have philanthropy, which is great, but it's very small. And we have biodiversity credits, but we don't really have biodiversity credits. So this is where what we are working on at the Land Banking Group comes in, and where we think technology helps us to play a couple of tricks to keep us in this middle box here. At the Land Banking Group, what we're doing is deploying technology. I mean, we're in the midst of a technology revolution right now with high resolution, Earth observation, bioacoustics, meta barcoding, all these fantastic technologies that allow us to very quickly and very cheaply now build natural capital accounts. So we can have on a platform the status of nature described hectare by hectare and through time. So we have the ability to index decisions now on nature. And that natural capital account now allows us to issue contracts. We can enter into a contract around those stocks of natural capital that we can describe in the account, and they can be, as we are trying to make them, balance sheet grade. And they can be, I'm going to get a little bit, one step again technical, but they can be balance sheet grade because they meet the asset test that auditors and accountants throw at us for what is an asset. Well, firstly, it needs to be identifiable. Can you point to the thing? So we just described the natural capital account allows us to point to the thing. It's this bit of nature. The second thing that has to be is controllable. It has to be a legal right that I hold, that I can transfer or I can hold. So that's why you have a contract. A contract gives you that controllability. And the third thing is it has to hold future economic value. And that, as we've just been discussing, is becoming a little bit more obvious and clearer to paint that picture. So now we have an instrument that you can put on balance sheets. You can put money into nature and hold that value on your balance sheets. And we're starting to see lots of companies using it. So we're working with food corporates where they invest into their value chain and their balance sheet is strengthened because of it. We're working with forestry companies where they invest into biodiversity corridors, more diverse planting regimes, and their balance sheet is stronger because of it. We're working with structured finance providers to have investment flow via structured finance products into these systems. And ultimately, we're working with farmers and with conservation organizations to help them get paid for the nature they steward rather than just for the crops that they deliver. So that's the big conceptual journey and a little bit of the role that we're trying to play. But where does all that leave us? I guess it leaves us with a lot of work to do. If any of this is to be true, then there's a lot of work still to be done. But I think it also leaves us with a lot of opportunity. We have the ability now to put money into nature and to have value back from it. And that, for me, feels like the foundations of a bit of a new economy. It feels like one where the food corporate can invest. It feels like the one where the forestry company will invest. It feels like the one where the farmer will get paid for the crops and for the biodiversity. And I think as we look around and we think about the massive change that we need, that system feels much more like a revolution of reason than a revolution of ruin, which we see in other parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening. That was Jamie Batho from the Land Banking Group. So it's now time for the panel. I'm going to introduce you before they come on. So we've got Rachel Colby-Samoon. Rachel is the head of sustainable sourcing and nature initiatives at Kering. I'm sure you all know Kering because we're in Paris, but if you don't, Kering brands include Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent, Balenciaga, Alexander McQueen, and many, many more. So this is Rachel, head of sustainable sourcing. Next, we have Mathilde Mignon. Mathilde works at EcoAct, which is an international sustainability consultancy headquartered in Paris, and she is the group director of nature and tech-based solutions. Lastly, we have Farwiza, or Wiza Farhan. Wiza is a forest conservationist working to restore, protect, and conserve the Losa ecosystem, which is a rainforest in Sumatra, the largest island in Indonesia. The Losa ecosystem is the last place on Earth where rhinos, tigers, elephants, and orangutans still roam together in the wild. So please give them a big round of applause. So, I feel like we're all quite far away from each other, but it's fine. We can make up for it with intimate conversation. So just to say, the way I like to do panels is nice and spontaneous. So that means it's a dialogue. So if I ask a question to one person, but someone else has something to say, feel free to chime in. Dialogue rather than monologue. So Mathilde, I was going to start with you. Nature does so many things for us, but I don't think we don't think about its value in financial terms. Why is it important that we do that?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Maeve. Thank you very much, and hi, everyone. So nature has like financial terms. So basically, the reflection that we need to have here is that we are asking and we are waiting for massive investment into nature. So the way I want to start like thinking about this reflection is on a business perspective. How do we engage the business and then go back to what makes sense for businesses? So if we take only one number, basically, which is from the World Economic Forum, what they say is that if we like the World Economic Forum estimates that if we have like an improved stewardship of natural capital, we could actually like really improve the way we work with nature and we manage nature sort of. We could actually unlock $10 trillion annually in business opportunities. So basically, not only nature helps that business prosperity, but we are also dependent on nature. And conversation side, I will definitely like give the floor to Kering and to Rachel to talk about like how do we need nature. But for me, it's really a reflection on it's part of like it's linked to our business prosperity, and it's definitely important in the way that we are going to make decisions as part of a company. Yeah. If we want corporates to get involved in the Paris Agreement efforts, we need to sort of like speak their language to make it like very easy. And to speak their language means like integrating within their framework, integrating this like financial aspect. They need to invest in the reduction, like in reducing their emission. But in the same time, if we want to invest in nature, we need those framework, and those framework will help them like make decision in investments.
Yeah.
And maybe one thing on this about numbers. Why do we need to use those financial terms? Sort of like, is because basically we are the like sort of like the crucial challenge here in this debate about nature is that we need to scale up those investments. We are not where we are. Basically, financial terms, we need, and developing countries, they need $1 trillion annually to reach their needs. And countries are only mobilizing 300 billion annually. So this shortfall isn't just a number.
Yeah.
It's basically climate solution left unfunded. It's communities left vulnerable. It's emission continuing not to be abated. So basically, we need those investments to be able to reach the Paris Agreement objectives.
So Rachel, what do you think? It's nature is, according to Mathilde, a climate solution left unfunded. Do you think that by putting a price tag on nature, by viewing it through financial terms, it will better help us to protect it rather than exploit it?
So I don't know if saying price tag is the right word, because that might be what's causing confusion in terms of whether it's ethical to think that we should actually put a price tag on nature. But if we do take it from a business perspective, what we can be sure of is that there are very clearly calculable ecosystem services that absolutely are so useful to so many. And these ecosystem services, sometimes they happen just naturally. Sometimes they happen thanks to land stewardship done by humans, all sorts of humans, local communities or farmers, etc. And I think that putting value on that as what are the systems and the services that help us, and when we preserve those systems or we preserve other areas, the actual asset that entails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the sun has come out just to blind us.
So it's to say that it's right. We're spot on.
On a nature panel, it's very apt. But excuse me if I look blind, because I'm struggling. So Rachel, I'm really interested because obviously you work for Kering. Kering, owns multiple fashion brands that we've all heard of. I imagine that you're sourcing a lot of cotton, a lot of wool from around the world. Looking down your supply chain, how do you make sure that you're working with and not against nature all over the world?
So thanks for this question, because it's true that it's been very important for Kering for a long time. As many of you probably know, we've been using the environmental profit and loss statement, so the EPNL, for over 10 years now, to be really clear on exactly what are the impacts and dependencies that we have on the different areas, whether it be water pollution, greenhouse gases, land use. And we've put an economic factor on that to have a clearer sense of what is that cost to others, and what does that mean, and how does that denote what our responsibility is to do that. So it's something that's very close to us, but then there's an additional element that we're increasingly aware of because the consequences of climate change are becoming so visible. We're starting to realize that there is a real resilience issue. When we look at this environmental profit and loss for us, we know that about 2/3 of it is on agriculture.
Okay.
You're talking about wool. This is a beautiful wool suit by Alexander McQueen.
Would you like to model it for everyone?
Right. Yeah, here we go.
A lovely wool
I don't know how to model exactly, but and it's sustainable wool. Because what we've done is we've gone both ways. We've gone from our stores up the value chain, but then when we realized that sometimes you can get maybe organic or most of the time conventional, how can we actually spark being able to get what would be regenerative? I was listening to a very interesting talk this morning by Marc-André Sellos, who was explaining that organic is good, but it's really not going to help us in terms of getting those ecosystemic services in place. And that's why actually going toward regenerative agriculture is going to enable having the quality of the soils that are going to create that resilience and help adapt to climate change. So we started the Regenerative Fund for Nature back in 2021 to actually work within our value chains, including wool, to help the farmers be able to transition towards the kind of practices that would enable that supply chain to grow. And it's interesting, we chose to do a fund because the idea is that this can't be done by just one actor. We actually all have to group together, sort of align the way that we're moving forward and have it a way where there's a great momentum that builds. And from there, then working on this value chain traceability, both up and down, we can be sure that there's even a better benefit sharing, for example, so that when we talk about resilience, of course, resilience is not only environmental, it's also very much socioeconomic. And we have to be sure that the farmers are going to be paid for the valuable services they render.
Yeah.
And it's bringing it all together that it actually makes it that we can continue providing this type of quality garments for people.
And by having a regenerative fund, does that mean that the cost isn't brought onto the consumer? It's more, it's a philanthropic fund, or?
It's a philanthropic fund.
Yeah.
But actually, increasingly, we're trying to really work with the grantees. We have about 12 projects in 8 different countries on also leather and cashmere are the 2 other commodities. And we work with the grantees, and some are in this room actually, to see how do we go beyond philanthropy. Because philanthropy, we might think of it as a seed capital for jump-starting and initiating some regenerative practices. But what we really need to do is to build it to the actual economic system that works for the different stakeholders who are involved.
Yeah.
So we're looking to see solutions like what Jamie was talking about earlier. How can we actually show that value? And that gets into a lot of fuzzy areas that we are accustomed to not knowing how to calculate. How do you calculate the well-being of a person? When you say you improve a farmer's livelihoods, how do you actually calculate that out? And who should be helping to pay for those benefits? Should it be the health ministry because there's fewer public health issues? Or when you even look at the types of environmental ecosystemic services that they're providing, and that we know that the healthier soil is going to help manage the water, the rainfall that's following after too much drought. And we're going to avoid the kinds of floods that we just saw in Valencia, where there are factories that have nothing to do with farming who lost considerable amounts of money and had their assets damaged. Who should be paying into this stewardship? Because just how vast of a number of different types of stakeholders are actually benefiting when we do make these steps towards a more healthier ecosystem.
Absolutely, it's a great question. Who should be paying in? Weeza, I want to turn to you. Do you have an answer to that question? Who do you think should be paying for the nature restoration? You know, you live in one of the most biodiverse landscapes in the world, and you see the impacts on the ground, I'm sure. Tell us your thoughts.
I mean, of course, that's a difficult question, truly, who should be paying? And in so many ways, we tend to pass on the responsibility of who should be paying to those that do have resources. Sometimes I tend to think that commodification of nature could be a dangerous path. In one way, sure, we need to think about economic opportunity for those in the grassroots when you compare initiatives like conservation that maybe does not bring direct economic benefits, and intervention like exploitation that may bring immediate economic benefits, but then long-term consequences in so many ways. And if I think about landscape where I worked in the Loiser ecosystem in Sumatra, a lot of people might know Aceh as one of that province that got impacted by 2004 tsunami. That impacted Thailand, Sumatra, India, Sri Lanka. But very few knows a year later, there's another tsunami from the mountain that happened to the people on the East Coast. That was a huge flash flood that destroyed almost entire district.
When was that?
2005.
Right.
And the economic consequences of that flash flood was equal to the provincial budget for a year. So when we think of investing in nature, like it or not, we will be paying when we're not investing in nature. When flash and landslide and every natural disaster have an economic consequences. Yeah. So really, there has been a whole lot of calculation. There has been a lot of science that goes into this. We have been warned for many decades about the need to invest in nature, but the world somehow is not necessarily ready to move in that direction. And also, sometimes when we think about creating payment for ecosystem services project or a carbon project, there is an exclusivity and trade-off that we are locking the land and the area away from the grassroots communities who have been using that areas for generations. So are we doing this in the right way? Are we thinking about it in a just and sustainable manner? Sorry to throw more questions back at you.
No, very interesting. I mean, it's always nice to end with a question. That leads me on, I'm thinking of two things. One, you say, we've known about this for so long, but we don't seem to be addressing it. Mathilde, you work with companies at your consultancy in Paris. from my experience, I don't know if you'd agree, I think climate seems to be more trendy than nature. You know, everyone, you know, people seem to understand about carbon emissions, but they don't seem to be as on board with nature initiatives. Have you found that in your work? And if so, how do you galvanize companies to put nature at the forefront of their commercial strategies?
It's an interesting question because the idea is not to oppose climate and nature. No. Obviously, it goes together and one is helping the other. So it's interesting to see when they are separated into corporates while it's actually, and I guess you're actually tackling both. So basically, you're talking about the project and like how you're working in some like very vulnerable regions and how like we need those investments in those regions. At EcoAct, we help organizations that are far away sometimes from those regions to understand how they could invest in those projects and how they can link all of those activities, because you said you cannot invest, but at some point you will pay. That's the point. And I really like that point because basically what we're trying to explain to corporates is like you have to obviously reduce within your value chain, invest in your value chain to try to reduce as much as you can within your scope of activity, within your core business. But you need to invest outside. And when we think outside, we think climate and nature globally. Basically, as project developer, we work on different type of projects. And let's take, for example, one type of project. We are developing like a mangrove project, so project restoration, where we will preserve and restore mangrove forest. We will doing the same with forestry. We're working on like energy efficiency, etc. And you can think about the different tools that are helping the emission sequestration, but they are also helping nature. Yeah. Basically, when you think about mangroves, you're not only trying to sequester, and for mangrove, it's like 5 times more than like any tropical forest when you actually plant mangrove trees. Mm-hmm. You are also creating habitat for like birds, and you're also like creating a habitat that are going to create more resources for like fishermen and for people like living from those like natural habitats. So basically we always see them together as we develop nature-based solution. Yeah. We are a developer of nature-based solution, so type of projects, but in those nature we will account for the carbon that we remove or that we reduce from that we avoid from the atmosphere, and we will look at all of those like other SDGs. Yeah. And so climate action, SDG 13, goes with 15 and 14.
Go hand in hand.
Life on land, life below water. So all of those goes together.
Yeah. I appreciate that it's much more of a holistic approach. I think that's definitely the right way to go. And Rachel and Louisa, I want you to both just come in here. I want to make sure that we're talking about long-term nature restoration when we talk about this, because you're living in the ecosystem. I'm sure you see when people come in and make projects that are have a shelf life and they don't last too long. I think when it comes to investing money into nature restoration, investors usually want quick wins and short returns. So what does a return on investment in nature look like, Rachel?
Well, for us, I mean, because we are nature dependent, I guess the long-term investment just makes a lot of sense, which is why we're trying always to get ever closer to our farmers, to recognize the efforts that they're making, help them along in that transition, because if we don't do that, we won't have the materials that we need for our own business. And so above and beyond the responsibility that we have at Caring, we think that it's just good business sense. Yeah. So for the long-term investment, it makes sense. And it also, what we're looking at increasingly, we're working a lot on nature positive and water positive, et cetera. And we realize that you're talking about landscapes. We have to go above and beyond just the plots that we're working on. A plot is going to do well because it's the neighboring land or water bodies are also doing well. There's a continuum within nature that is sometimes forgotten about. So we're going to, just as we tend to isolate variables or we try to make everything quite linear, we're sort of doing the same thing to nature, and maybe that's to Louisa's point, when in fact we have to consider what are these interdependencies and linkages, and how do we work on that whole ensemble. And I guess that's why I was trying to bring forth this idea of who should pay, because it's not to say that we shouldn't pay, we should, and we do. But then who are the additional beneficiaries who should also recognize those services they're benefiting from? Because if we don't have everybody pay, then nobody even realizes the benefits and the actual value that is there for them.
And what does everybody pay look like? Do we all need to pay in this room? Do we all need to pay for nature? How can we do that?
Well, I think that there are little bits here and there that are being tried out, like working with water utilities companies who realize that when the farming is improved and they have a more regenerative approach, then they're actually going to have incredible savings when it comes to their own purification needs. So there are some of these ecosystemic services that are now fairly well recognized in more and more countries, and I think this is the type of idea. So a public utility oftentimes is going to be on tax money. Well, it's interesting to see how much of that money can and should be allotted to helping that transition of the farm, so that then suddenly you have, of course, caring, buying something from the farmers with an improved price, and we're recognizing the good work they're doing. Then other types of commodities those farmers are also doing who are also carried forward by other actors as well. But then, third circle, the larger impacts of the way the basin is being improved, so that that road doesn't have to be cleaned up because the land hasn't eroded and then now blocked the traffic in that road because of the poor soils. So we really see that I think we have to bring to light that those real savings.
Yeah, and the connections.
And the connections.
Yeah.
What I'm still struggling with, though, I have to admit, this is our big thing that we're working on now, is how do we show the creation of value?
Yeah.
So you talk about long-term, we can talk about how we're going to make a supply chain resilient. You talk about long-term, and we can talk about how we're going to help adapt to climate change. We can talk about how we mitigate risk and actually act on those risks. And all of that is a long-term return. But for the short term, there are other questions. And this is where I think we have to be really innovative to think about who is actually going to see that value creation in a more immediate way.
Yeah.
So suddenly we think this means that we don't want just one financial pathway. We actually have to embrace the diversity of different types of financial profiles. Different ones who are going to have a different risk appetite, who are going to have a different expectation in terms of return. Maybe they want a bigger return, but they're prepared to have a grace period for 5 years before they start bringing that in.
Yep.
That could be just enough time to get over the valley of the way farmers can actually transition to regenerative.
Yep.
And if we take biodiversity literally, and we say that in any of our systems, if we want them to be viable, we have to have that same biodiversity.
Yeah.
And so we have to have that same diversification of corporates, but diversification of financial institutional players, and build with that type of mosaic.
So what would you say to the audience, just as a last word? If you were to spread the word and say to corporates or businesses in this room one thing they could do for nature, what would it be?
Oh. Okay. Work with your neighbors.
Okay, great. Mathilde?
Yeah, work with your neighbors.
Reduce and invest now, because 2050 is tomorrow.
Okay, 2050 is tomorrow. Love that. Weezer?
Well, I actually would like to extend an invitation to open your heart. When you think about economy and nature and the climate and the planet, more like allowing yourself to see yourself as part of the solutions. Because really, when I think about conservation, sometimes people have always thought conservation is such an exclusive club, but in reality, all of us enjoy the benefits that the ecosystem is giving us. Why not all of us take part in protecting it, restoring it, conserving it?
Thank you so much. Please give my panel a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one last part to the panel, which is with Dr. David Dow. David Dow is the co-founder of Gainforest, which is a decentralized science non-profit which uses emerging technologies to address the climate and biodiversity crisis. That's all very technical, but we will break it down because I definitely don't understand it. So please welcome Dr. David Dow. Thank you for coming, David. I'm sure you heard the last session, so
Yes.
we can draw on that if we need to. So, David, I'm excited to talk to you today because what you're doing at Gainforest seems to be quite radical, actually, but it's very hard to understand. So let's break it down. If you had to kind of write an easy tagline for what Gainforest means, what would you say in one line?
Okay, that's a difficult one, but we describe ourselves as a decentralized science nonprofit that empowers and supports local communities, indigenous scientists, to hopefully win the next Nobel Prize.
Okay, good effort. So what is the problem? We're going to start with the problem and move to the solution. So what is the problem that you're trying to solve with Gainforest?
So look, my background is actually not very nature risk. I started as an AI researcher doing my PhD on algorithms with the aim and the hope to create these tech solutions that we're talking about all the time to monitor nature, biodiversity, to support the systems, the financial systems needed to provide change. But then when I looked at the data, my gosh, does anyone know? So in science, we have a global database, one place where all the biodiversity data in the world is collected, ever. Every data point from Alexander von Humboldt's first trip in South America to now. Do you know how much of that data is from North America and Europe? From that database?
Any guesses? I mean, I can't hear you if you shout, but you could give me some hands. 50%?
50%?
50%?
Higher than 50%? 70%?
80%?
It's
90%. Okay.
It's not 90, it's 86.3% of the world's biodiversity and nature data is in the global north. And believe it or not, the Amazon rainforest, the most biodiverse place in the world, has only 0.05% of data. So when I looked at this from an AI research, just from a scientific perspective, you put garbage data into the algorithm and you get garbage results out.
Wow.
Right? And also it speaks of what Paul just said about the disconnect with us and nature. Because if you look at the data set, it looks not like the data set of biodiversity, it looks like the data set of global GDP. And that tells everything. It's like we feel all the disconnect of nature, but if you see it from the data, it becomes very clear.
Absolutely. So all of the data that we've got, or 86% of it on nature in the whole world, is basically 86% based on Europe and North America.
Yeah.
That's pretty outrageous, since we have the Amazon, we have the Congo Basin, both two of the most biodiverse places in the world. They don't have much data collected on them. So now tell us what the solution is. What is your tech product trying to solve?
Look, initially we thought the solution is, okay, we go and collect more data. We build some top-down solution. Maybe we employ satellite data. Maybe we kind of build a tech company in Silicon Valley and go down and collect with robots. But no, the solution is much more obvious. The solution is to talk to the nature stewards and support them in becoming indigenous scientists, right? Indigenous data scientists that are able to collect this data and able to record and provide economic resilience and opportunity, right? Because I believe talent is equally distributed around the world, but opportunity is not. And instead of looking at the data gap as a challenge, we saw it as an economic opportunity. And what we do is very simple. We pay 1 cent per bioacoustic recording, 1 minute of the sound of the rainforest, and we pay 5 cents per drone image data in megabytes, and that's how we do it.
Wow. So communities on the ground, indigenous communities, I imagine mostly, is that who you work with mostly, indigenous people in communities in the global south? And so you give them the opportunity to record the nature data in their local area, and you pay them to do that.
Yeah.
So how does that work in terms of going into these communities and equipping them with that technology? How do they receive that? Do they see that as, big tech coming in trying to, techify our rainforest, or do they embrace it?
So I brought one of the sensors with me. So this thing is what we call a bioacoustic sensor. So we talked a lot about bioacoustic, but I really wanted to also show you what that data is, right? And you understand why it's so important for the communities to collect it and not us. So maybe I brought a sound from the Amazon in Manaus. I brought it here. If maybe the tech team can support me and play this small sound. And you will hear an animal. And if any one of you know what animal that is,
please stretch your hand. Do you hear that hauling in the back? Maybe it's a little bit difficult. Oh, I see some people know that animal. I'm looking at some of the volunteers who wanted to play around and guess too. It's scary. That
Do you want to shout out what you think it is? Can you hear?
I think we can stop the sound. It's a monkey, yeah. Yeah.
It's a monkey?
It's.
Oh, you thought it was a cricket. She thought it was a cricket.
So this kind of hauling sound. When I first heard it in the Amazon, because I was with Marina Mura from the Mura tribe, and we just took one of these sensors out. We were collecting them and deploying them in the forest. I was scared to death because I thought it's some kind of jaguar that's coming to like eat me, but no, it's a small howler monkey. A monkey that has a really big mouth and like crawls. And she was laughing at me when I was like scared because she's like, David, this is just a little monkey. That tells you so much about that knowledge that the communities have. They hear it, they know it because this is their backyard, right? And so this data is super important for them to collect and empower. And I want to play another sound. So you just heard a sound from the Amazon rainforest, deeply, really biodiverse as we expect. But this sound is just next door. And listen to the difference. Notice how there's no howler monkey. It's also a forest, but you don't hear any birds. You don't hear any crickets. This is just wind, and you hear this like frog. Okay, thank you so much, tech team. What do you think? Why do you not hear life even though this is a forest? What do you think? What kind of forest is that? Yes.
I don't think this is set up for Q&A. We're probably on the wrong stage.
But I'm sure you have the right hinge.
We'll talk to you afterwards. It seems like you have some really good guesses. Maybe you should have a conversation afterwards. So tell us.
This is a monoculture, a timber farm planted for carbon credits.
Monoculture timber farm.
This is a carbon credit. This project has received carbon credits from companies here, and you can hear the difference of a healthy nature and a monoculture that this is a eucalyptus farm. Eucalyptus is the fastest growing tree in the world. Yeah. It grows in full size in 10 years. You use it to cut and do it for timber, but the leaves from the eucalyptus is toxic, such that there's no life, no biodiversity that you can hear. Wow. And I think that data, that's why it's so important to collect that data, to make informed decisions. And the fact that we don't have any data from these rainforests in the world is a shame.
Wow. So you said that there are going to be companies in this room today who have maybe bought carbon offsets in that forest that you just played from, which has presumably been stripped from a lot of its biodiversity, and it's become very monoculture planting. Yeah. Tell us a bit about carbon offsetting, because a lot of companies here, that will be a big part of their approach to reducing their carbon footprint. But I think what you want to do is you want to create an alternative for the carbon market with this, what you call conservation data market.
Yes.
Why? What do you think is wrong with the current carbon offset market, and what are you going to do differently?
Look, so I had high hopes so my background is in math and physics, and I studied computer science. But when I looked at the carbon market, I have never seen anything more complicated than this. And the fact is, simply, if you dig into the math of how a carbon credit is calculated, you have something like an allometric equation. You estimate that a tree is a cylinder with a wood density, and that is like your first carbon credit, and you times it the number of trees you measure. Since when is a tree a cylinder? Like if you go to the mangroves in Southeast Asia, this is not a cylinder. So you already have fundamentally, when you do the science in the first layer, you have error, uncertainty, and then it will be only emphasized and accelerated by the lack of data that we see right now. So I think at its essence, what a carbon credit is in the voluntary market is a very beautifully wrapped data point. A data point that is collected on the ground and wrapped with methodologies, wrapped with reputation system, wrapped with certification, but it is a data point nonetheless. And so why don't we just pay the community straight for the data point instead of having them pay? Do you know how much it costs to set up a carbon credit project up front? Like, first of all, you need to have a large size to do so. No grassroots community can set up a carbon credit project by its own. You need to invest $500,000 just to do the paperwork for going to Vera and Gold Standard to do these carbon credits, right? So what we are thinking is, we're lacking data already. We don't have data. Data is really important, as we all know that who are the companies in the world that right now earn the most money? It's not nature-based companies. It is Google, Facebook, Amazon, and they all run on data, right? So why can't we have the same business model for nature? So we asking ourselves, we pay for the data collection. We make the threshold for communities to participate in data collections as low as possible, basically paying them a little bit of like a couple of cents upfront to get started. And then as they're collecting more and more data on their impact area, they also learn how to collect data. They get more capable in data management, and they become upskilling them, and they become super resilient.
And so if you're an indigenous person or indigenous community, or you live very rurally, and you get involved with what you're doing at Gainforest, and you start collecting data and you get paid for it, is that an amount of money that you would be able to live on, or is it just, you know, a few cents here and there?
Look, we sometimes forget what a few cents mean in these communities, right? Like a couple of cents don't make a difference in the country I'm based in Switzerland. You wouldn't even move your little pinky finger for a cent. But in Manaus, in the Amazon, $500 per month is all a family has with mom, dad, kids, grandma, grandpa. $500 a month.
Yeah.
Right? And that is literally nothing for us. This is how much we pay per Uber every month here in Paris. So these couple of cents, they might not make it fully, but they are a big incentive. And then what is beautiful about this data-driven funding pipeline, what we see is once people start collecting the first data points, they have enough money to, for example, buy a Starlink, get connected, this is $40 a month, and then they collect more and more data. And what we see is then that companies that care about impact reporting look at these projects and say, wow, this project has a lot of data now. So I want to look into it and I want to invest. And then we have many communities. So we work with 35 communities around the world.
35?
Yeah, 35. In the southern Philippines, in East Africa, and in the Amazon. From those 35, everyone is receiving conservation data income. That's what we call these kind of couple cents. And then 10 of them are now receiving additional funding from companies around the world that discovered them because of the data collection. And 2 of them have raised more money than our NGO because they got contracts with governments, with universities, because they are local indigenous data scientists. So their expertise is valued.
So as well as companies investing in these projects, you also give them kind of a lever for universities and for governments to also invest, to use that data for their own gain.
Yes.
Right. And something I'm really interested about Gainforest is that it seems to be kind of greenwash proof in the sense that you use blockchain.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how many people know about blockchain. I know a bit about it. It's very complicated. But essentially, from what I understand, it's the way you use it is it's this decentralized system that's a bit like a spreadsheet, so that all of the money being put into this communities is tracked and traceable. So it means that you can't cheat because everyone can see and everyone would be able to, call you out if you were taking advantage or if you were not paying enough. So why is that such an integral part of what you do?
Look, it actually goes far beyond that. Like the simple act of transacting money from A to B, from Paris to Brazil. But the first time I wanted to send money to Brazil from Switzerland, $10. My Swiss bank called me 3 times, asking David, what the heck is going on? Is this like some money laundering? And then I had to pay more transaction fee and wait 2 weeks until they received $10. How do you make conservation data income, these cents donations, with the current existing financial system? Well, blockchain actually is really beautiful. Just a simple act of transaction, banking the unbanked, because many of the communities around the world, they don't have even a bank account, right? But if you receive cryptocurrency, all you need, and actually cryptocurrency is highly adopted in South America because of this unstable currency that they are facing. So they're using something called stablecoins that is pegged to the US dollar, and all they need is just download an app and they can receive instant these tiny cents of donations. And these are all traced and tracked and connected to the data points they collect. And in that way, the system is super transparent.
It's so interesting because we were just speaking to Wiesa on the last panel, who lives in the Losa ecosystem in Sumatra, and she was saying that it's sometimes difficult to think about nature and tech in the same way because it seems like those two things are a paradox. And it's the same here with, you would never think, you know, that an indigenous tribe in the Amazon would be using cryptocurrency to be getting paid, but apparently that's what's happening and they're really embracing it. Is that right?
Also, I want to emphasize that nature and technology is nature. If you look at, so I'm speaking of it as a technologist, but if you look at what technology is built of, it's built of the material of nature, silicon, electricity, these are all natural phenomena. How can we believe that technology and nature are separate? This is the whole problem we are looking at right now. The fact that we're disconnected from nature, and the fact that we also think, oh, it's cool for an indigenous community to do so.
Yeah.
No, they are the owners of original ancestral technology, right? And so we need to, first of all, need to change that mindset of that these are two separate things and it's like wondrous. No, these are actually perfectly supportive. If you look actually at the most promising people around the world when it comes to tech, I hate the term global south. I think it's a term that was imposed from somewhere top down because it has this poverty feeling on it. I use the term global majority because these countries have the youngest people in the world, the most tech curious people. You give them a drone, you don't have to tell them anything, they know how to fly the drone, like they ace it. I crash my drone more often than the indigenous people fly their drones. So
yeah, I would definitely crash the drone.
So honestly, like this is together.
Okay, that's an amazing answer. So we've got to finish. So just the last question for you is, we've got an audience here. You know, if they're interested by the idea of Gainforest, and you know, obviously the carbon market has been mired in a bit of scandal over the last few years. So you know, this is a completely alternative model. What would you say to someone sitting in the audience who's interested in kind of getting involved? What can they do?
Look, if you're looking for an alternative for carbon credits, you should fund data collection because you're going to be the first person in the world who creates a data set in this area. You're going to be scientifically famous. So I think this is more bragging rights than like, okay, I saved this nature. So think about this. Scientifically, it makes totally sense to collect this data set. Also, for your business, it makes sense to justify your actions with data. So if you want to support, talk to us, of course. My team and I are here today at the stage. And I think this is something that you all should consider.
David. Thank you so much. And the sun has come out just as we're finishing. So thank you, sun.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that beautiful performance. Thank you all for being with us. I just wanted to introduce now our next session. We're going to be considering the road to UNOC. I'm Melissa Bell, CNN's correspondent here in Paris. We have a panel and a fireside chat coming up, and the idea is to look ahead to the climate conference, of course, of next month that'll be held in Nice. As you know, this is about the UN's third ocean conference. All of this, of course, is about those famous goals that were set in 2015, very ambitious, the sustainable goals of 2030. Number 14 is about the oceans, and the subject of our panel and our fireside chat is going to be looking at where we are today, how much more there is to do ahead of that very ambitious 2030 agenda, and whether or not UNOC, when it is held in Nice next month, can deliver on any of that. So we'll be considering that with our panelists and then with a couple of special guests. But first, please, here's a message, first of all, from Sylvia Earle. You'll know her, of course, as the marine biologist, the explorer. She was also Time magazine's first ever Hero of the Planet back in 1998. Here's what she has to say.
I'm Sylvia Earle, an oceanographer and explorer who, during a lifetime of diving into the ocean as a scientist, have been a witness to the most extraordinary time in all of human history. That we have prospered from 2 billion people when I was a child to now 8 billion people, but there's been a cost. We have consumed nature to create wealth. And here we are. We're just at the point where nature could consume us by shifting to a different state that is not favorable to our species. So imagine if we did not know where we're at, to see that we have about 5 years to fulfill the vision, to fulfill the goal of protecting at least 30% of the land and 30% of the ocean as a milestone toward really making peace, harmony with nature. We know what to do to find our place within the natural systems that make our existence possible. What we need now is the will, the commitment to go from where we are to a safe place. It is achievable. We do know what to do. The science is there. I really appeal to you to use what you have. Every one of you has power to do something, to change this trajectory with the decisions you make every day and the commitments that you make to be a part of the solution. This, as never before, is a time when we should be excited about making this transition from consuming nature to being able to give back to nature, to restore the damage we've inflicted and have a safe home for ourselves within this mostly blue planet. Thank you.
It's quite a hopeful call, all in all, with just 5 years to go. But we have consumed nature, and it is nature that might now consume us. I'd like to call up to the stage my first panelists, Joachim Claudet, who is a research director at the CNRS, also Daniela Fernandez, the founder of the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, a network of young ocean actors, but who's also now creating a new ocean venture, of which we will hear more these next few weeks, and Nicholas Entrup, who's the director of international relations at Ocean Care. Do please come and join. Thank you. Do sit down. So Daniela Fernandez that I just mentioned, Joachim Claudet, Nicolas Centro, thank you so much for joining us and for being with us on this important panel. We don't have much time, so we're going to race through as much as we can. First of all, ahead of this conference on the oceans in June, what is the urgency that the world should deal with the oceans? To each of you. How grave is the crisis?
Well, where to begin? And I think that this is the problem, that we don't have enough time. And as we heard from Sylvia Earle, there's actually 5 years left. And yet we are sitting on the sidelines looking at the ocean as if it's a spectator sport. When the reality is that although governments are going to be the ones that are going to be playing a very big role, civil society, the private sector, us as individuals, we have an enormous role to play as well. And yet the pressure is not being felt right now. It's not being felt right now by the entities who are going to be at the UN Ocean Conference, not being felt by the corporations who are actually in charge of making these changes. And so what I ask of you, and I actually want you to raise your hand, do you know that only 8% of the ocean is actually protected? If you knew this, raise your hand.
Wow.
Of that, only 2.5 is actually enforced. Raise your hand. Raise them high. Come on. We're trying to figure this out. Okay. Did you also know that 0.01 of climate financing actually goes to the ocean? Who knew that?
I did not.
So we are in a crisis mode, and this is not just for this one UN Ocean Conference. This crisis is a crisis for humanity and for our lifetime. And so as we're starting these conversations, I really just want all of us to wake up and to understand that it's our fate that's at stake right now. So as we think about what are the promises that these governments have, a lot of these promises are voluntary promises. They're not even legally binding promises. There's not a lot of time, and so I just want to start off and kick off the conversation by sharing that.
And we're very grateful, and we're going to come back to exactly those promises and the pledges and the more binding things that should or might come out of the forthcoming conferences. I'd love to get your view on exactly that, Joachim Claudet, how urgent this is, and responding to what Daniela just said. I did not know any of those figures, by the way, and I find them astonishing, as you must.
Well, it is urgent for many reasons. First, we do depend on the ocean for well-being. Even if we live in a city like Paris, far from the coast, the ocean is contributing to climate regulation, it's providing food, it's providing shelter, it's coastal protection, a lot of benefits to people, to societies. But our human footprint on the ocean has never been that large. There's no place in the ocean that is not impacted by human activities. And what we call the blue economy, the economy that is related to the ocean, is increasing at a worrying pace. And there is the 100 largest businesses that deals with the ocean. They concentrate 65% of the total revenues. So there are there's a clear equity issues in the ocean. And we know many of the solutions. We know what to do. We know how to manage the ocean. We know how to do everything more sustainably. But we are driven by short-term interest. And so we need to implement a shift, a transformative change to think more on the medium to long term.
Because in the meantime, Nicolas Centro, and this is one of your areas of specialty, tremendous harm is being done, not just by things like deep sea exploration, but by the prospection, even to consider where the resources might be. Tell us a little bit about that.
It's absolutely right. I think the audience, some of you may recall, when you look 15 years back, there was a situation when you were staring at the TV screen, helpless, apathic, watching the Deepwater Horizon oil spill to take place. Hundreds of millions of liters of oil were spilled into the Gulf of Mexico and doing harm, resulting in hundreds of thousands of dead animals, seabirds, dolphins, turtles, etc. The scope of the area was around 150,000 square kilometers. That's 3 times Switzerland and even more. But today, it's out of your mind. 15 years later, science is still looking at the impacts on population level, declines of beaked whales, of sperm whales, of bottlenose dolphins, those charismatic species, but at the same time impacting on the marine ecosystem and the socioeconomic impacts on tourism in the area. But this is the visual impact we are talking about when you think about the oil industry. But every day there is another impact. And I would like to invite you for a very brief exercise. Imagine the ocean is an acoustic world. And acoustic sound is very important to orientate, to communicate, to find prey. But when you search for oil and gas, you imply air guns within seismic surveys, where explosive pulses are emitted every 10 seconds for 24 hours a day, weeks or even months, impacting from the smallest animal, krill, to the largest animal, whales. And this is happening for searching for new fossil fuels in this situation when we have an Agenda 2030, when we have the Paris Agreement in place. They go in deeper areas, in protected areas, and this is the state we have today.
Wow. So that is an astonishing thing to imagine. That is that 10 years on from 2015 and all that hope that there was and the sense that the world was together, things continue to get worse and continue to be done, the harm of which is only beginning to be measured. How can that change? Daniela, what is the key?
Well, the first opportunity is really at the UN Ocean Conference, because this is a milestone event where not only are we going to look at governments to ratify the BV&J Treaty, number one, which again, we need to protect that 60% of the ocean that's outside of national jurisdiction. We have to create a legally binding plastics treaty. We're about to triple the amount of plastic going into the ocean, triple. And yet we're still waiting for nations to come up with some type of policy. We need to put a moratorium on deep seabed mining. We also need to bring a $3.5 trillion of economics to the blue economy. And so these are massive challenges that we have ahead of ourselves. And this is what we're looking at the UN Ocean Conference to understand and figure out all of these aspirations that we have, how soon will they become reality? And where is the financing going to come from? Where is the political will going to come from? And more importantly, what are each and every one of you doing to support this? And I'm looking at all of us, right? Because this is not just about pointing the finger at them, at the governors, at the politicians. It's about us. How are we taking that responsibility upon ourselves to actually say, how am I doing my part? So I do think that UNOC is one very important step. However, there's also the need for continuity. And I'll just give one example. There is actually going to be the Ocean Rise Coastal Resilience Summit that is going to be happening at UNOC. And what I'm really excited is that not only will that summit happen there, and it's going to be for local governors, for local authorities to take action. Because local populations are the ones being affected, and they have the opportunity to act in an immediate way. But not only would that summit happen, there's also a coalition that's attached to that for the work to continue and building on momentum. So I do think that UNOC may be a milestone to reach, but then we have to ask ourselves, what happens next? What happens in the next 5 years?
Joachim, what is your answer to that?
My answer is that we need to understand that there's a lot of things we don't know yet about the ocean. So we need more science, we need more knowledge. That is for sure. But we need to accept that science is not anymore the limiting factor for the fact that we don't take action. And we scientists who work on sustainability issues, we are we have a kind of fatigue to go from one conference to another, to hear government committing always to the same thing and saying, oh, we need to do this and we need to do that from one conference to another, and never do anything in between. And so there's many things that we know how to do them, we know how to implement them, the commitments are there, the CBD, BB&J will be ratified, and so we need a shift now in how things are done. We need more accountability in commitments. We need those things to be binding, and we need to stop running after event and event, because yes, UNOC is an important milestone. Yes, we need to expect a lot from UNOC, but we need to expect even more from the recognition that we need to change in how we deal with the ocean. There's no technical fix that needs to be expected. It's only in how our societies will realize that we do depend on a healthy environment for our well-being, and that there is multiple dimensions to well-being. One is economic, for sure. There's no problem about that. But we can have sustainable development. But our well-being is also spiritual. It's also health. And every part of this is tied to a healthy environment. We need biodiversity for our development, and we need to enter the sustainability trajectory because we don't have more time.
Picking up, Nicholas, there on what Joachim was just saying, it's true. The science is there. The awareness is there, much more than it was, say, 10 years ago amongst most people, of our link to nature and the need to improve it and respect and so on. What is the issue then with turning this into tangible things, obligations, the kind of binding agreements that we've been talking about so far? Is it the silos that exist between countries? Is it the silos that exist between scientific communities and politicians? What is it?
Okay, I think you touch upon the crucial point, because there is one additional element to that we do have decisions in place. The 2030 agenda you're referring to and why UNOC will take place is about checking, are we on track? Isn't SDG 14 about preventing and reducing pollution, all forms of pollution? Yes, it is. Isn't SDG 13 about climate action? Yes, it is. Isn't the Paris Agreement about a shift in the energy sector and energy sector transformation? Yes, it is. So why on earth do we still either not implement action or allow practices and activities to continue? And this is why we've teamed up. We've got support from more than 100 NGOs around the world from 6 continents, calling governments on to commit to ban oil and gas exploration in the ocean. That's not a very bright and brave and radical ask. That's just an inconsistent ask to go forward to UNOC. And you can still support it, because I can tell you the draft declaration does not include it. So 1 month to go, and we need to change that. We need to change that now. So I bring in the title of the conference again.
But Daniela, that is such a perfect example of something that is like manifestly in everybody's interest and a no-brainer, right? And that a number of governments could have implemented. Why not? What is the thing that makes it so difficult to make binding commitments to? Is it the pressure that comes from industry? Is it the difficulty of governments working together? Or the inability of the different actors to get together to put the necessary pressure?
Well, the first problem is that the ocean actually has a terrible PR agent. Because when we talk about the ocean, it's often left to the side. When we talk about climate, there's a lot of funding going to climate, a lot of energy going to climate. And so first of all, we need to have a lot more understanding of what's at stake if the ocean fails. And like Sylvia Earle says, there's no ocean, there's no green, there's no us, right? And I do think that, for example, right, at the UN Ocean Conference, I hope CNN will be there covering it. You know,
I'm planning to, yes.
We will welcome you there. And I think we just need more people to understand why the ocean matters and how they can play a role and how they can help. And then they have to put pressure on their respective governments, corporations, you know, build their own solutions to make this work. So I do think that there's a big disconnect in the work that we're doing in the ocean space very actively, and the work that people actually are aware of. And then there's also the problem, like, what do you do, right? There is so much climate anxiety that's happening right now all over the world, especially this next generation. Because collectively, every single one of us in this room, especially the next generation, we are the last generation to be able to do something to solve this crisis. I'm going to repeat that again, because I have to let that sink in for a minute. Like, us living in this time, in this moment, we are the last generation to be able to prevent catastrophe. And we have 5 years to prevent catastrophe from happening. So no pressure, but all the pressure is actually on our shoulders. And I think it goes back to how are you yourselves up-leveling your own ambitions and the work that you're doing in your collective industries.
Given that urgency, and I think that's a great way of framing it, Daniela, that it's up to us or it's not going to happen. And I'm curious then, Joachim, what you think then of UNOC and the difference it will make, and whether there is any hope that we'll begin to get the kind of binding commitments that we need to be making the urgent progress that needs to happen on this issue.
The thing that needs to happen is really the recognition of that the time of nature is different from the time of politics. In most of the countries, not all obviously, but the electoral mandate are 4 to 5 years. And in most of those countries, people can be re-elected once, and so it's 10 years. Okay, the maximum someone in charge can. But for example, let's take the example of marine protected areas, which are a space that's a delimited space in the ocean where you regulate human activities to ensure you reduce or eliminate the impact on biodiversity. so ecosystem can regenerate or restore themselves. It is very quick inside this marine protected area for nature to thrive again, but it takes a little bit more than 10 years for them to be effective outside of their boundaries. And so the benefits of those interventions sometimes don't happen during the mandate of the politician, and this is what needs to be changed. We need to think about cost benefits on a longer term, transgenerational, and stop thinking that, sustainability is difficult because on the short term we have losers. We need to change. So we have losers on the short term. We need to change some practices, but on the medium to long term, everyone wins. And so we need this shift in perspective of that the time of nature is different from the time of politics.
That's a really interesting point. And on that, Nicholas, the question of, if you think back to 2015 and all the enthusiasm, the commitments we've talked about, the fact that the whole world signed on to them and everyone was aware and all this was going to happen in the next 15 years, and how far behind we are, do you feel that things are going in the right or the wrong direction? I suppose it's an easy question to answer.
Okay, well, I was told I have to be optimistic here, so I will go for that option. But I think there are three very, very big issues at stake at the UNOC in June. First of all, trust. How do you want to expect people to give trust in decision makers if they adopt decisions which they will always fail? So it's at risk that decision makers live up to the targets they set themselves. That's number one. Number two, science. We have to listen to science. It's out there, it's there. And if we need to know more, fine. But we have the precautionary principle in place, and we should have a protection principle in place, which is now in discussion to be developed. And third, and probably this is for the current days, the most important one is multilateralism. It's the belief in, if we want to protect this planet, we need to unify, we need to collaborate. And there is a trend, we don't need to name the elephant in the room, and there are more of those, that we need to expect leaders to stand up, to take the lead. Europe, take the lead. Don't wait for Santa Claus. Yes. You know, the small island nations, team up, bring other opportunities there and be bright. And last word is, there are so many passionate negotiators out there that needs to be congratulated because they do a fine job.
Very briefly to each of the two of you, what tangibly, concretely do you want to see come out of this conference? And we'll put that to our next guests in the fireside chat, Daniela, and then to you, Joachim. What needs to happen in Nice in June?
I would say, number one, we have to have the integration of civil society. You know, I founded Sustainable Ocean Alliance because I fundamentally believe that young people really have to be part of these conversations and bring about solutions. Number two, we need to finance everything that we're talking about, right? No matter how many commitments that are made, or no matter how many, 1,001 billion ocean startups that exist out there, if they can't get their next round of funding, I mean, just looking back behind us, there's so many solutions out there, but they're all looking for capital. Where is that capital going to be coming from? So that's number two. Number three, it's legally binding action. Voluntary commitments don't mean anything. A voluntary commitment can be made by any corporation, by any government, and that could go away because budgets change or because a new politician comes in the door. So I do think that legally binding action is necessary. And the last piece of it all is awareness. Let's make the ocean famous. Let's make the ocean sexy. Let's make the ocean something that people can actually get behind and understand. Because if we don't do that now, we're going to be speaking into the void.
And finally, Joachim, to you, the same.
Yeah, what I would say is that many of the objectives and targets that we already have from previous COP, the CBD COP, climate COPs, are good. They've been informed by science, they've been negotiated through multilateralism, and they're good. So we don't need yet new ones. We would, once they would be reached. But we need to start implementing them effectively, which is not the case yet. So we need to implement effectively what we have already committed to do.
Okay, sounds nice and simple, and we'll ask our next guests whether they think that's likely. Thank you so much to all three of you for being with us and for the fascinating chat. Thank you. So I'd like to call to the stage now our next guests, and I'm thinking here of Kevin Taillé-Ballet, who is the co-founder of ChangeNOW, and he's going to come up and make a special announcement to us. And also to the stage, Ashok Adiseam, who is the French General Delegate for UNOC, and also the Deputy Special Presidential Envoy. Please come and welcome them. Bonjour. Je commençais à me demander si vous alliez venir ou pas. Je suis ravie. Bonjour. Thank you so much. Thank you. You'll make an announcement then, first of all.
That's right.
Thank you. It's so lovely to meet you. You come and sit down. So first of all, you are the co-founder then of ChangeNOW, and you have something to announce to us today.
That's right, Melissa. Thanks for having us. So I'm truly honored to be sitting with you on stage with Ashok Adiseam, representing the United Nations Ocean Conference, to share a major step towards the ocean today with you. So ChangeNOW was created with the mission of uniting the world of innovators, of investors, of policymakers, of businesses around our major goals. For the next 3 days, we're welcoming 40,000 participants, 10,000 companies, more than 1,000 solutions, 2,000 investors, a lot of decision makers as well. And basically, those numbers are very powerful, but what truly matters is what we make with them. And we believe that this year it's a very important edition because one of the key milestones of ChangeNOW 2025 is really to be a platform that helps prepare the UN Ocean Conference that will be happening in Nice and Monaco in June. And that's the reason why we've designed this week around, with a very specific ocean agenda. We have, you may have seen it, 1,000 square meter village of solutions to preserve the oceans right outside on the banks of the Seine River. We've got many conferences on the topic. We have working groups and curated meetings to align the efforts across sectors. Tonight we have an ocean night prepared with all the key actors of the ecosystem. And basically all of this reflects the role of ChangeNOW, which is to build bridges. To build bridges around important causes. And I think that's one that is missing currently in the ocean ecosystem, is the one that is linking capital with solutions. You've heard Daniela say it before. There's less than 0.01% of capital of climate funding that is actually going to the oceans. There is actually less than 1% of philanthropic capital going to the ocean causes in the world today. So we need to address that point and rally not only the governments, but also the private sector, the private capital on this major topic. And because governments and NGOs, they can't do it alone. And citizens can't do it alone. So we need pretty much everyone on deck at the moment. And so there will be a very important moment on the 7th of June at the Blue Economy and Finance Forum in Monaco, where a lot of important, governments, decision makers from all, leaders, companies, funders will gather to make significant commitments, funding commitments to the blue economy, to ensure that the voice of impact and, impact investors and philanthropists is really loud and clear around those commitments. And I think, Ashok, you have some things to say about that.
Yes, please. Ashok.
To you, Melissa.
No, please. So thank you so much, first of all, for that. But we have a bunch of questions, and I should have specified, by the way, that we're going to be opening questions up to the floor for anyone who might have questions for Ashok. But we have a number of things to cover first that we picked up from the panel, which is what we can expect from UNOC. What are your hopes?
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, Kevin, for inviting us. Us is the French government I'm representing here. It's also the United Nations. We are organizing for the United Nations this 3rd edition of UNOC that's happening in Nice for the proper UN conference from the 9th to the 13th. And you're right, just before, in Monaco, 30 minutes from Nice, we have proposed to Monaco to co-organize with France this Blue Economy and Finance Forum 2 days before, 7th and 8th. Why? Because we believe that this conference first has to be a conference of action. And there's no action without money. And so the objective of the Blue Economy and Finance Forum is to gather the stakeholders, both from the private and the public sector, like 2,000 stakeholders, and to do exactly what you're doing here, is to gather the stakeholders and to have not only meetings and brainstormings, but rather come with commitments. You said the word. So we have been mobilizing for 2 years now, all the stakeholders in the different countries, in the different UN agencies, we have been bringing together coalitions like the Finance in Common Coalition, which brings the World Bank and the New Development Bank, Washington and Shanghai together, brings all sort of private equity coalitions, insurance coalitions. We're working very closely with AXA, who's one of our sponsors, and I know was very active in your ChangeNOW forum, to come with specifics on specific thematics. And I'm very happy to have heard the priorities laid out by the panel before on conservation, on high seas, on fishing, and all this with concrete geographies and to bring really the stakeholders on board in the decisions, in the commitments, and in the financing. I won't get into too much of details into that. Of course, between the North and the South, we know that there's a lot of expectations, more than hopes. But what we have tried to do with Pascal Lamy, who's the co-chair of this Blue Economy and Finance Forum, the former Director General of WTO, is to come with 3 layers or 3 work streams. One is initiatives, which are financed initiatives, and we have come already with 10 billion projects which are going to be presented at BEF in Monaco. 10 billion for a certain number of projects. It's not big, but it's concrete. The second is these initiatives of multi-stakeholders joining together, public and private, and we hope to bring together 100 billion euros through these coalitions. The big one, that was an easy one, being the maritime transport. You're speaking about change now and transition here. The maritime transport is engaging into decarbonization with both the public sector, the UN with the IMO, which has come to an agreement, which in the next 10 years will invest 10 billions every year. So from now till 2035, there's 100 billion which are going to be brought for decarb, and specifically I told you about geographies, addressing the small development islands and the south, the global south. And that's very concrete. And the last point in these layers, in these work streams, is what we are doing now and going to engage. With my colleagues who are here today, we have worked with Monaco, with Bloomberg, with Oceano Azul Foundation for months now to coalesce philanthropists, and there are a lot in the room, and investors. There's even more in the room, and you're part of those investors and you have that background, in a new coalition which is going to be called Philanthropists and Investors in Ocean, PIO. The objective of this coalition is to have a mapping of these philanthropies, like Bloomberg, who has been investing for years now in resilience in coastal communities, to know where are the needs, but where also are the boulevard of opportunities in this transition. Because we believe that the ocean is not only a victim, the ocean is part of a solution, and a huge solution. We're speaking about trillions of investment possible. And that's the reason why we believe that professionals like you in ChangeNOW, with your network, we can engage, we can even marry. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. But let's engage now. We'll marry in Monaco. That's even more romantic.
Not sure how either of your wives are going to feel about this, but yes.
We're just speaking about it. And we have Indian origins in common, by the way. To bring the networks which are here the investors and the philanthropists, to bring the networks of these big foundations I mentioned together and to do a proper mapping of the investments now, what they are doing as philanthropists, for the investors to see what is bankable, because we know that the investors, they're not philanthropists, but we want these two communities to engage in a dialogue and a collective mobilization. And that's what we want to do with ChangeNOW.
That is fascinating. Please, Kevin, before we open up to the floor.
I mean, the mapping is really important because if once you know who invests in what amounts on what topics, you're able to actually create a connection between the capital and actually the solutions that are deployed. You have so many of them actually at ChangeNOW here working on, basically, corals preservation or depollution, plastic depollution, and ecosystem restoration. So basically, what's interesting is to have that ecosystemic view of basically which investors are funding, what amounts, and on what kind of channels. And once you're able to do that, you're able to drive that capital and deploy it over the next few years on the solutions. That's what we intend to do, and that's the reason why we need you guys, we need all of you, all the philanthropists, all the investors that plan to make an investment by 2030 on a topic related to the ocean, to declare it on the QR code that you're going to see in a few seconds, so that we understand, we have the data, we have the knowledge, and we're able to understand how much capital is going to get deployed over the next years, to know if we're on track or not, and then to be able to connect that with concrete projects.
That's fascinating. Just before I open it up to questions, I had one listening to you both. It's fascinating. I can see how a gathering like this one, ChangeNOW, the gathering that you talk about in Monaco, the one that will follow in Nice, are crucial to gathering together all the stakeholders. But we're talking about very specific initiatives that will make a concrete difference, and that is good. Have we given up asking governments for binding agreements? Is that no longer what we expect or need?
Thank you for the question. We have a triangle of priorities for the conference. It's very simple.
Okay.
On the tip of the triangle is our responsibility as governments. It's ocean governance. And ocean governance, you spoke about this coalition. I think it's Daniela who spoke about this coalition of mayors and governors. That's governance, that's local governance. That is also the countries.
Crucial.
It is crucial, it's at the top of the priorities because you need governance for impact. That's why, but the governance needs science. And that's the second part of the triangle. That's the reason why we're organizing just before the Monaco Blue Economy and Finance Forum, this conference of scientists, 2,000 scientists brought together, are going to work hard for 3 days and come out with recommendations, not only resolutions, and concrete tools like the digital twin for the ocean, which is financed by the EU and which is going to be launched in Nice. And the other tip of the triangle is blue economy and finance. So we're not removing our responsibility as countries, as member states of the UN. If I may, there's just three priorities that I would like to define as far as our responsibility is concerned regarding binding treaties. We are in this race for ratifying the High Seas Treaty, which has been signed last September 23. We need 60 countries to ratify. France has ratified. There's like more than 30 now who are ratifying. We still need 30 countries. I know there's not many member states in the room, but you are, I think, and every one of us, we are voices in front of our governments. We need 60 countries to ratify this High Seas Treaty because that is 65% of the ocean, and which is the majority of the ocean, and which today belongs to no one and which is not regulated. And again, there is a boulevard of opportunities for economy, for investors, for science, for health in this ocean, which can be governed in common. That's a common good. The second one is fisheries. There is this treaty on Fish 1, Fish 2 at l'Organisation Mondiale du Commerce. World
Trade
WTO. Thank you. In Geneva, where there is this binding treaty to remove the illegal and unreported fishing and the subsidies of governments, which goes to these illegal and unreported fisheries, and which is something which is very high in the agenda of countries like France or the EU. And the third one would be on this 30 by 30 agreement. That means the Kunming-Montreal Agreement, which has given a framework for biodiversity and to reach the target in 2030 of 30% of marine protected areas in the world. And as Daniela reminded us, we are just at 8%, because there's still a lot of work to do. And even in countries like ours, France, where we have reached the 30% of marine protected areas, there's still a lot of work to do in the level of protection in these oceans. And it is, as you know, Melissa, under attack. The marine protected areas, which are like Central Park in New York, just parks for regeneration of nature and the reconciliation between humans and nature and the species. I just want to say one last word, if you allow me.
Please.
Is we want to reconcile protection with prosperity. There is not a contradiction between preserving, protecting, regenerating, and making use of the resources of the ocean for humanity. It's just a way of getting there, which is the work of everyone, which is the work of the countries, which is the work of the scientists to help decisions to be made, and it's the work also of investors and corporates to take this into account in their way of creating growth and value.
But listening to you, there is actually a lot of ambition and a lot of hope there in the weeks and months ahead on all of the fronts that you mentioned. I wonder if there are questions from the audience for either Kevin or Ashok on any of these issues.
All is clear.
No, apparently you've been very clear then.
Well, the plan now is...
I am impressed, though, by everything we've just heard from Ashok, and Kevin, maybe give me your view. There are a lot of very concrete actions and very ambitious proposals that are on the table. And whilst, as Daniela said earlier, maybe the ocean hasn't had the kind of consideration it deserved, there's a lot that's being done and there's a lot of hope out there, however great the urgency.
Sorry.
There's a lot of hope in what Ashok just had to say, in very tangible agreements that could be reached in the next few months. So you are hopeful as well?
I am, and I will be even more when we're able actually to start tracking those commitments. So the idea is that today, this is the kickoff, and between now and actually June 7th, we will be able to gather all the commitments from our networks. And I mean, there was supposed to be a QR code to show you, but we will share it with all the investors and the philanthropists that are part. Oh, there it is. If you want to scan the QR code here, if you are a philanthropist or an investor, please, I invite you to scan this code and declare your intentions, your commitments. And on June 7th in Monaco, we'll be able to share the amount that have been committed. And it's the first step, and this is a work that we're going to be continuing over the years to come. And you can count on us to connect those commitments with concrete solutions and to play the role of a bridge. Thank you for your support, and thank you for being here again.
And maybe the last word then to you, Ashok. I know that you've mentioned these agreements, these talks, these hopes, these plans. It's interesting because the world is kind of going not in a sense of multilateralism or more awareness of the urgency of these issues. It's fascinating to hear that so much is being done behind the scenes and how hopeful you are. What is your last message then on the question of the oceans, even as we look ahead to this conference? Can it be addressed?
Yes, as we are celebrating, I don't know if we can still celebrate, but we have to stand firm with the Paris Agreement for climate. And
renew the determination, right?
Yes, this is the place for it, ChangeNOW at the Grand Palais. We are hoping to come out from Nice with the Nice agreements for the ocean. And that's the ambition. With all few of the examples I have given you, and with this way of bringing together governance, science, and economy and finance in a multi-stakeholder approach. The result will be the Nice Ocean Action Plan. That's in our modality resolution. That's in the UN language. And we hope that this plan would then be implemented. I was listening to Dr. Sylvia Earle in the movie, and she said there's only 5 years to change the tide or not. That's the sense, more than hope, the sense of urgency in all our activities. And I wanted to mention, Melissa, that we need all the stakeholders, and the stakeholders are the governance, the countries, the member states, the scientists, the corporates, the financiers, the NGOs, of course, very important, but also the media. And I'm speaking to you. But you're doing a great job at CNN, of course. You have this vision. Which
Otherwise occupied right now.
No.
On the whole.
And many of you in the media, but we need more. It's not us. It's this question of standing firm in what creates a future for humanity.
And Ashok, the beginning of this conversation was 2030, the sustainable goals that in 2015 had elicited all this enthusiasm and all this hope, and the ocean was, I believe, number 14. Is it your belief that these next conferences, Monaco, Nice, will allow us to reach what was a very ambitious goal in 2015 and is actually 5 years away? It can still be done.
What happened 10 years ago was designing a trajectory. And because we can visualize that trajectory, we know that we are not respecting that trajectory. We hope to come out with Nice with the same kind of a trajectory that would be with metrics, with indicators, that the world would come together on. And the first thing I would say, the conference would be a success if we get these 60 countries to ratify the High Seas Treaty, because that would launch the first COP, the COP1 of the ocean 2 or 3 years later, and that would help then the world, all the countries of the world, to agree or disagree, but at least to see the trajectory. And that's very important, and that's our job as framers, as diplomats, as like you, that's what you're doing as well, an assemblier, bringing the stakeholders together to define in common our future.
Ashok, Kevin, thank you so much for that fascinating conversation and note of optimism. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
everyone. Welcome back. It's a true honor for me to moderate this panel. You joined this conversation not because you want to talk about climate or innovation, no. You are here because you know that the reason of being for Europe is at stake. So to make sure that you are with us, I'm going to ask you a question and a little exercise. Please stand up if you believe that Europe, reason of being, is at risk. Please stand up. Thank you. And I want to make sure that every voice is heard. So now I'm going to ask the one that believe that it is a unique opportunity for Europe. Please stand up. Thank you. Well, guess what? In every great challenge lies great opportunities. We know that, right? I see nuts here. Well, today we grew up in a world where peace was a given, where cooperation and prosperity were part of the promises. But we know that today it is being challenged. The US is rewriting the rules of the trade. China is really good at exporting their industrial assets. So what is the role of Europe in all that? Guess what? If we don't act, we may be irrelevant in the next economy. Because we are believing today that setting standards will make us competitive. Well, guess what? It is not. So it's a unique wake-up call, and this is what our panel is about. So I'm going to introduce you to our first speaker, an incredible leader that we are very honored to have on stage. Because the question is not how we fail, but how do we go back up? This is the question for Europe, right? And as Ursula von der Leyen would say, this is a time to invest in our future, in green tech and innovation, and make Europe the home of it. So this is why we are here today, to explore how do we go back up, how do we invest, how do we de-risk innovation, how do we make sure that our voice is heard in this geopolitical fragmentation. Because hope is not a strategy. And today, sovereignty is about the choosing the future we want to build for Europe. So without further ado, let me introduce our first keynote speaker, someone who I deeply respect for his work, Pierre Aski, journalist and president of Reporters Without Frontiers. Pierre.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if you hear me well. Okay. When this building was inaugurated, it was for the World Exhibition of 1900. The President of the United States was named William McKinley. He's a hero of Donald Trump, as we all know, and he was a great fan of tariffs. So I don't know if that is a good or a bad omen for our meeting. All I know is that this is a great place, and I'm very happy to be with you today. In my job as editorialist in the morning program of the French public radio, France Inter, Donald Trump has been an obsessive figure since day one. Not only for me, but for most people I meet and who look for explanations or making sense of what's going on. On January 20th, the day of the inauguration of Donald Trump, I started my editorial with these words: "We are entering a new world today, literally." When I wrote that, I wasn't sure I was not exaggerating. But the next few weeks until today proved that this was indeed the case, for better or for worse. With this key question, what are we experiencing in the world today? And what does it mean for us in France, in Europe, or anywhere in the world? I usually point to a little noticed speech made on January 19, the day before the inauguration, by Marco Rubio, the now Secretary of State of the Trump administration. Rubio was that day in the Senate. He was for his confirmation hearing, and he made this statement. I quote Marco Rubio: "The post-war global order is not just obsolete, it's now a weapon used against us. And all this has led to a moment in which we now confront the single greatest risk of geopolitical instability and of generational global crisis in the lifetime of anyone alive and in this room today. 8 decades later, we are once again called to create a free world out of the chaos, and this will not be easy." End of quote, Marco Rubio, January 19. I think this statement says it all. The global order he was referring to was born out of the Second World War. It was shaped and led by the US and its allies, including Western Europe. It was getting increasingly questioned by a number of actors. Countries in the global south who were still under colonial rule when that order came out and are still underrepresented today. The UN Security Council is still representing the world of 1945, not the world of the 21st century. It's proved impossible to change as it requires a consensus. It's also opposed by China and Russia, two big powers who resent the US-led order that was created at that time, and they want to change it. But until recently, the US and its allies were defending that order. They were ready to accept minor changes, but nothing more than that. And here comes Donald Trump, who joins those who want to create a new world order, but with a twist. As Marco Rubio said on January 19, putting the US core national interests above all else. No more friends, no more allies, America first. This leaves Europe stunned and shocked. We are the village of Asterix of post-war global order. You know Asterix, this fictional character who has become our national symbol. He comes from a small village, which is the last one to resist the mighty Roman Empire. But the major difference between Asterix and Europe is that Asterix has a magic potion, which gives him supernatural powers that the Romans can't match. Europe is still looking for the magic potion, and Trump knows this. This is a major challenge, but also an opportunity to Europe. I saw the way you voted at the beginning of this session. We mostly see, for the moment, the challenging part, not the opportunities. The challenging part, one, the fate of Ukraine, which hangs in the balance with a US administration that speaks the language of the invaders. Second, the collective security of the continent, which we have too long left in the hands of the United States through NATO, to find ourselves vulnerable and fragile when they turn their back on us. This is something we in France have some difficulty to understand. General de Gaulle has convinced us in France that the ultimate defense of the country is in the hands of our own president, who has the power with the nuclear deterrent. But this is a unique position in Europe. Other countries in the European Union don't have that capacity. Whether you are mighty Germany or small Lithuania, the ultimate defense of your country is in the hands of the President of the United States through NATO. And it makes a hell of a difference when that President is, to say the least, unpredictable. Thirdly, Europe finds itself under siege for its model. Digital regulation, cultural exception, climate policies, diversity and gender equality preferences, all these policy choices are under attack. French companies were shocked when they received a letter from the US Embassy in Paris soon after the change of administration, requesting them to comply with the Trump administration ban on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs if they still want contracts with the US government. Same for the so-called cultural exception. Hollywood and the digital platforms have asked the administration to protect them against European regulations. And the US administration has produced a memorandum promising to defend US companies against what they call discriminatory policies, particularly in Europe, of course. And yesterday, the US administration reacted to the EU imposing fines on Apple and Meta for not complying with EU regulations, and it described it as extortion. This announces a major battle. Vice President J.D. Vance of the US is close to Silicon Valley barons, and he is at the forefront of that battle. Climate is also obviously a major difference. President Trump is tearing apart any legacy from his predecessors, from exiting the Paris Agreement once again, for diminishing regulations to oil and gas exploration and production, drill, baby drill, you remember his opening speech, promoting coal and getting Elon Musk and his Doge to reduce dramatically all the departments involved in environment issues, even resorting to Orwellian methods of erasing databases and websites that refer to climate policies. Add to that pressures on foreign countries, particularly in Europe, to increase their consumption of US liquefied natural gas as part of the administration's trade wars. Europe is at a crossroads. I said earlier that it has challenges and opportunities. We've seen the challenges, now the opportunities. There are two distinct questions. One, what should Europe do? And secondly, more difficult, what can it achieve? I strongly believe that Europe has the capacity and the resources to overcome the onslaught on its model, but on conditions. First of all, let's recognize, as French sociologist Dominique Méda wrote in Le Monde recently, that, I quote, Europe has all of a sudden become a familiar, reassuring, and protective presence. This is very paradoxical, and we must thank Trump for that. For years, the EU has been decried. The UK even voted for Brexit. The rise of Eurosceptic or even anti-European parties was becoming the norm. All this has not disappeared overnight, of course. But pan-European polls show that a vast majority of Europeans today support the EU and certainly don't want it to disintegrate or even lose substance. On the contrary, on defense, for example, Europeans are even more integrationists as their leaders. A large majority is in favor of a European army, although there's no such proposal on the table. But what it means is that Europeans can get their act together and the European can come out of the current turmoil with a stronger sense of what it is, of what it was created for, and what it aspires to become over time. For that to happen, it certainly needs, first of all, to remain united. Since Trump started his assault on the EU, most European leaders have generally shown a high level of responsibility, more than I expected, to be honest, having followed EU affairs for decades. We even had the great surprise of hearing Friedrich Merz, the next German Chancellor, traditionally an ardent defender of the transatlantic relation, say on the night of his election that Germany should be independent, that's his word, from the United States. He even said he never thought he would say that one day. He'll become Chancellor in 10 days' time, and he announced that his first trips will be to Paris and Warsaw, the two countries of the Weimar Triangle with Germany. When we must add to that the United Kingdom, which has come out of the cold. Secondly, Europe will have to be smart. It's not ready to defend itself alone, and it will take, according to experts, up to 5 years to be able to defend itself without the United States, to have a real European defense. Therefore, it needs to prepare itself for the inevitable without making it happen too soon. Thirdly, and that's the most tricky part, it must defend its model. Otherwise, it will not be worth defending. We often use the word values. It's common in our policy speech by politicians or by everybody, journalists as well. But it's sometimes a mantra that has lost any substance. What are those values? And what new consensus can we build across the continent on what makes us Europeans? Judging by some of the postures of politicians in France or elsewhere, we're not yet there. We haven't even started yet, beyond the fact that we are not Trump's America. That's not good enough, even if it's a new beginning, as Trump is becoming an anti-model. This has not discouraged Europe's mini-Trumps from trying out, but I have the feeling that the US president is not helping them with his chaotic management. Europe can be a world leader if it offers an alternative to the strongman, authoritarian, jingoist leadership we see arising across the world, including in the US. This may sound counterintuitive, as the world hasn't reached yet the peak populism or peak authoritarianism in the world. But if you look beyond the current chaos, someone has to offer an alternative, and Europe could be that continent. Not alone. The EU should engage with other parts of the world to prepare the ground for a different world order, particularly countries from the global south who don't necessarily want to choose between Trump's hegemony or Chinese and Russian-led world orders. Trump allows us to break away from the West versus the rest mentality, which was threatening to isolate us, not them. This is a cultural revolution for many Europeans who have been raised with US-centric world and will find it difficult to make too big a change. But without a new paradigm in relations with Africa or Latin America, Europe will not be able to be heard. But for that to happen, Europe must defend some of its achievements. As president of Reporters Without Borders, I see European nations, particularly the Nordic ones, come out every year on top of the World Freedom Index that we publish. The next one comes out next week and should confirm that trend. But it should also confirm the increasing worries we have about the quality of those freedoms, about the respect for the rule of law, the separation of power, the accountability. We cannot be complacent or take comfort from the fact that it's worse elsewhere. And Europe should remain focused on climate issues in the world that is going back on all its commitments. 10 years ago, the Paris Climate Agreement was an achievement of diplomacy and civil society advocacy. But the decade since then has been dramatically disappointing. The EU has produced its own Green Deal with objectives that are more advanced than most of the world, but we shouldn't be satisfied with this relative advantage. And there are many dangerous clouds at present that take advantage of what is going on in the US, with the US backtracking on every commitment, to push for the same to happen here, for competitiveness or under the pretext of fighting bureaucracy. A few years ago, at our radio, we received a call from some French experts on the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They wanted to talk to us urgently. They could not understand how the media had made front-page headlines on their most recent report, which was predicting a climate disaster unless strong measures were taken urgently. And then the world went on with business as usual the next day. They told us they could not sleep at night. We discussed with them to improve our information system on climate issues. But looking at the world today, particularly with climate skeptics now in power in Washington, I don't think they have recovered sleep. That's where Europe should make a difference. Can it? It's a huge question mark. And I think civil societies should be active actors to keep our governments and companies focused on these existential issues. Europe can recover its long-lost leadership if it shows it can become a power that makes itself respected and its citizens protected, but also reinvent its democratic and social model and remain committed to saving the planet. This is a huge agenda. But in the global chaos of the world, it's not enough to survive. It's also necessary to give citizens reasons to hope and struggle for. In a time of conflicting empires, we'll become adults or vassals. Thank you.
I was like, where? Thank you so much, Pierre. Now I'm going to welcome the next panel. It's my very honor to welcome on stage Bruno Bonnel, the General Secretary of France 2030. Please, Bruno, welcome. Welcome on stage Shiva Dusta from the European Investment Bank, the world's largest climate bank of the European Union. And please, warm welcome to Michael Nordlander from Vattenfall, a company aiming to move fossil fuel. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you. So we are here to discuss about the future of Europe. So I'm going to start by asking you one question that is on everybody's mouth, or lips, as we say in English. I don't really know the expression. So maybe, Bruno, you want to start. What is your view on Europe leadership in this current context?
Well, we're living, good evening, everyone. We're living in a very strange world right now where the European leadership used to be economical power in a very wide open world where competition was basically about product with an understanding that the ethical values of business was pretty much even though with China we had some tension. Right now with the attitude of the US especially, everything has been totally moved upside down, and the leadership in Europe is probably more about values now than about products. Meaning that between a world on the Western front where deregulation is at any cost, the famous drill, right? And a world where AI and productivity is going to be really obsession of China. We kind of squeeze in the middle right now. And if we want to emerge from this, it's going to be very important to repeat that the values with an S, and not just the value of what we produce, is going to be critical for the consumer to really distinguish between right and wrong and make the proper decision. So leadership is really about values for me.
We're going to talk about it later because I don't know if the world is right or wrong. It's going to be challenging. Maybe, Shiva, you want to share your perspective representing also this very important bank for Europe.
Indeed, absolutely. And I would like to build on what Bruno just said. I would say our leadership, the EU leadership, is not only based now on values, but actually putting really the money to where our values are. And I think this is coming from the perspective also of, indeed, the Bank of the European Union, the European Investment Bank, which I think has even a more important role.
This is happening
to
right now.
ensure, absolutely, that we are doubling down on our, and stay committed
to our climate objectives. So you may have heard of the EIB as the EU Climate Bank, and we are very much committed to remain the climate bank. But of course, there are other priorities that the EU needs to support, such as innovation, digitalization, national security, and all of those need to be obviously as part of a wider package so that we actually can...
Okay, so I see you are confident in Europe putting money where our mouth is. Michael, what's your opinion on current situation?
While representing the industry, it's very interesting times to try to do business and take decisions in some sort of direction. However, even though there is an increased focus on security and resilience, it doesn't stand really in contrast with the need to handle the climate and competitiveness. I mean, the one thing we know for sure that bridges these three is the energy. And energy today, based mainly on important fossil energy, we know that we're not competitive there. So basically our view is that the only chance is to stick to the still leading position that Europe has in their ambitions and keep to that. Because what we see as an energy company now is that the industry in their transition plan, one of the biggest fear we hear from them is that the EU will start to hesitate on the direction.
Okay, well, we may think that Europe be in a quite good position in regards to energy. We're going to discuss that. And maybe Shiva or Bruno, the question that everybody's wondering here in the room is on which field, which area EU is competitive, and how can we bring value to the world, if I may say.
Well, I can certainly start. I mean, we are here. It's not a coincidence that ChangeNOW started here in Europe, in Paris. And I think on climate technologies, we have had a leadership. It was maybe challenged the last few years because there was, of course, and that was good to have a US administration, with the IRA to put a lot of emphasis. But that climate technology leadership, we need to now really go and further nurture, meaning we have those technologies that have gotten some financing early on to be started up. They need to be scaled up, and they need to be scaled up quickly.
And you did, if I remember correctly, the first green bonds, and now everybody's doing it, but you're really inventing new financial mechanism to serve this innovation. What are you the most proud of?
I think what I'm most proud of, and I think generally the EIB can be most proud of, is that it has always found innovative solutions. I mean, ultimately, in order to finance innovation, you need to continually also innovate the way you finance. And I think here, for those in the crowd who are not aware of all our financial products that are actually allowing companies in early stages of getting patient capital that is coming in before commercial banks come in, that stays longer, that de-risks and crowds in private capital. You are missing out. If you have not heard of those, please do reach out to us. Not only do we have the financing, we also have the advisory services that are providing you guidance on how to best tap into those financial
instruments. So who are basically your clients, or who do you serve? So it's early stage company?
We serve basically companies of all stages, but we do it in different ways. The earlier stage companies, they very often get supported through the funds. You may have heard of the European Investment Fund, who invests as an LP into funds. They are closer to the market, they can do those investments. As companies move into the sort of scale-up phase around Series C, they can get access to EIB's venture debt products, which can be very attractive to scale up their technologies and to basically then find a pathway to commercial banks.
Are they countries where you invest more than others?
What was that?
Are they countries in Europe where you invest more than others?
Well, I mean, I think our aim is to really invest across the board, and that is, I would say,
that's
balance. And thankfully, in Europe, we see innovation coming from all the various member states. But of course, there are some that are maybe ahead on clean technologies, others on biotech, but I think there is the distribution is quite broad.
Clean tech, can you share with us your situation?
Yeah, I mean, what you say, Shiva, is that it brings the risks down for the industry, which is an essential thing in scale-up. What we also, I think, have a leading position in still in some cases is the way we can innovate together, the atmosphere for that we have.
Being state-owned helps you?
Not necessarily in itself, but the way we now join forces along the value chains and try to form new projects. I mean, one really concrete example is that we are, in fact, right now, globally leading in Europe when it comes to the transition of the steel sector. We are the only ones who have produced fossil-free steel in Europe so far. And we have been doing that in pilot scale now for a couple of years, and is exactly about to scale up. So this discussion about how to finance that and the role of the public and private is really now essential and crucial to succeed in scale up.
Private-public partnership. So Bruno, I've always had a question. If I had, I think it's 54 billion, right? 54 billion. If you had 54 billion to invest to build better futures, what would you do?
Well, what I'm doing, what my team is doing, you asked a question about where Europe could take some leadership, right? You have, in this current situation where everything is changing, you have two attitudes from a country perspective. You have the attitude number one, you try to go back in the past. That's what US is doing by an obsessive, an obsession on more cars, more and more and more. Or you have to go for the word better rather than more. So concretely, we're looking for what we call the new frontiers. New frontier are life science. So we put a lot of money in life science, including agriculture and health. We're going really big on decarbonization of the industry, meaning that we can produce with a better way of doing it. 50% of the 54 billion is concretely invested in ventures and in projects for decarbonization of
but
the
is it, do you invest in projects, so in startups, or do you help also big corporates?
It's about 60% startups or small companies. It's about 20% big companies, and the rest is institutions. Because another big investment that we make now, which I believe is the most important, is the education. We spent 2 billion euros so far in setting up 160 new education centers across the country in hydrogen, nuclear, new agriculture.
Education for kids or adults?
No. Education for everything from early education up to masters or PhDs. Because I believe the biggest strength of Europe moving forwards will be the talents. So having a lot of money on the table for talents is key for this leadership that you're mentioning right now, because they're kind of reinventing the way we do things. And we need to have those kind of positive viruses into the companies for the future.
That is so true. We cannot build on yesterday's logic. So we need to build new ways to look at things. And question to you, because we know that it is not so easy. The three of you are changing the system and dream big and act big. When I say act big, it's at that scale, because you're changing the system. What is the biggest challenge you had to overcome to really make the impact and the shift happen?
Let me start, maybe. Ladies first. I would say mindset change, because as Bruno is saying, there is, especially in a situation like this, a tendency to go to your comfort zone, to your, to what you know. And I think the challenge really is, as you're rightly putting it, to actually ensure that you do look to, indeed, that with the mindset is, we have an opportunity here to step out of our comfort zone and go the extra mile into new things where indeed, if I think of what is happening in the US, the assault on universities, their most prestigious universities, well, Europe we can actually attract, first of all our European students who are out there in the US, please have them come back and help. The startups should stay in Europe. We should ensure that they get all the support and really make sure that we are in creating, and I'm seeing also some of the colleagues are working towards that, we make sure that Europe is actually really a single market. So it's not 27 markets, but that our companies, our universities get the full benefit of the 450 million inhabitants.
Together as Europe, and this mindset shift to go to the extra mile. Thank you, Shiva.
I think it's fairly easy to agree on long term where we're heading. Short term is going to be bumpy. We basically have to choose in between inconvenient choices. We could be better in using Europe's different strengths. I mean, for example, as France have vast amounts of renewable and fossil-free electricity, so has Sweden. I mean, what we can do is to, as contribution to the EU, is to go before and use the surplus energy. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but our biggest problem right now is that we have a huge surplus of renewable energy in northern Sweden, which is artificially lower than market prices, more or less. So we cannot long enough for decarbonization projects to come there. And then, of course, the internal market and utilizing that and stimulating demand.
So what does
stay
it
on
take,
course.
Michael, to shift the model? One word.
One word. Oh, failed already. Sorry. No, but... Oh, I'll let you use the time.
Thank you, Michael. You ask what was the biggest challenge? Management of time. I think that with the pressure, I would say the 20th century had the pressure of almost like the quarterly result for many companies. Right now it's a little more flexible, but still people want a quick return, especially the private investors. When we're talking about changing things for generations, and when you do such changes, you have to really help people to understand the timing of it. Some of the projects we're financing today won't be made sure probably before another 10, if not 15, if not 20 years. I'm talking here about, for instance, nuclear fusion, which is probably an interesting energy resource for the future, but still in R&D and far from being commercially viable.
This is why you're here, both of you, because we need you to help the courageous leaders of the world to manage time.
Time
because
is
it's
key.
so complex and it's a paradox there for sure.
And time is on our side.
Yes.
Remember.
Michael,
Yes.
do you want to go about, so I'm going to ask you another question to give you. So we have here an incredible crowd of change makers ready to, as you saw at the very beginning, we're ready to stand up for Europe as a wake-up call. So what is this called, your call to action to everyone in the audience?
I mean, stay the course. I mean, we cannot really wobble now. This is the time where we need to stay the course long term for a transition. And honestly, the faster the better, I would say.
Thank you, Michael.
I would say take advantage of all the EU financing that is available, that many of which you may not be aware of. So please take advantage, reach out to us and scale and grow and be ambitious.
And Shiva will be available right after this panel, so you can get the contact details directly.
Well, I would say keep the faith, meaning that we have all the reason to stop the process of changing, the rationality of the money, the habits, the routines, the way we do things today. But keeping the faith that another world is possible is going to be a key element of everyone that really wants to make it happen. So it's on purpose I keep the faith, because sometimes it's something that you can't really define, but it's a deep conviction. And we know that we are in a transformation right now, I would say even a metamorphosis. And we go from this fossil caterpillar to this electric butterfly So it takes time to learn to fly.
It takes time to learn to fly. And may I build on your 3 points, is that I believe that in this moment, you can choose courage or you can choose comfort, but you cannot choose both. So it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci. 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 Thank you so much, everyone. So I don't know if they will take the chair off or not. So no, okay. So I am very pleased to welcome on stage our next speaker, Craig Douglas, the co-founder of World Fund, a climate tech venture. Welcome on stage, please.
Have a seat.
Take a seat wherever you want. Here? Okay. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Are you spending the day with us?
Day today, tomorrow morning, and last night as well.
Amazing. We feel so lucky to have you.
Thank you.
I was very impressed when we first met because, you know, sometimes you meet people that have done so many things, have moved mountains, and then you realize that they are so young. You're like, how is this even possible? So anyway, of course, like everyone, I would love to hear your perspective about this current context. What do you think in regards to Europe and the sovereignty of Europe?
Sure, so this has been an increased area of interest, particularly given the current political climate. You know, historically, we've been more worried about the well, shall we say, the panda in the room, or the dragon in the room. Now we're much more worried about Uncle Sam in the US, just from an unpredictable. We no longer...
Are you worried?
Worried. We have an unpredictable trading partner, and historically that has not been true for over half a century.
It's true that, I mean, we work a lot with several CEOs around the world, and they are used in those last years to deal with uncertainty, with a lot of challenges coming their way. You know, we have been experiencing COVID, we have been experiencing the Ukraine war, many things, but we may not have expected also the current geopolitical situation, right?
Quite, yes.
It's about our ability to stay surprised, but managing all this. So the question is that also that Christine Lagarde is asking us is, are we able to move fast enough? What is your opinion on this one?
I mean, can we become resilient and entirely independent on every sector, every industry? No. Can we do it in a large proportion of areas? Yes, absolutely. I think we have that opportunity. We have a lot going for us in Europe in that regard. I mentioned in the last panel, you know, we have some of the world's best research institutions. We have more startups in the climate space and in the industrial space founded in Europe than anywhere else in the world. So in terms of
education also.
Sorry?
Education also.
Education,
because,
yes.
you know,
We have the world's
yeah.
best research institutions.
Yes.
We're not necessarily the best at getting the technology out of those institutions and into the real world. So I'm confident that we have a good chance, but there's a lot of work still to be done.
So in your work at the World Fund and beyond, because you are interacting and working with several institutions, think tank, academics, what are you the most proud of when it comes to championing EU?
I mean, the relative amount of cohesive strategy in Europe I really like. The fact that we are always going in the same direction. It might take us a long time, but in terms of what we in Europe are good at is maintaining consistency. And as an investor and as companies setting up in this space, not having things flip from one side to the other is the easiest way to be able to make cohesive plans, cohesive investments, and being able to continue to drive that into the future. And we're seeing this with some of my friends and colleagues in the US. They're now looking back to Europe and being like, maybe we should come back home, or maybe we should move back here, because the regulatory framework, the consistency is just much, much stronger here than it is in the US or elsewhere.
Well, maybe what everyone is wondering in this room, you are an advisor to the EU Commission in regards to energy. So what are the 3 recommendations you would give, or you already gave, to the EU Commission in regard to the sovereignty of Europe?
So for me, the biggest issue for most of the underlying technologies and things that we need, like everything underlying resilience, decarbonization comes down to energy. Can we get that energy at the lowest price where it is needed? Mentioned in the last panel as well, like we have issues where northern Sweden, huge amounts of power, ridiculously low energy price, yet if I want to use that same electricity in Germany to decarbonize my industrial process, I mean, it costs 3 times the price of the power just to transmit it to Germany, right? That's nuts. So the biggest issue that I think we have at the moment is particularly the electricity and energy grid, and how we're supporting that, how we're funding that, is for me the biggest bottleneck that unlocks almost everything else. Like you can't decarbonize industrial processes without significant electrification, but you're never going to do that economically unless your power price is low enough. And the biggest bottleneck to that at the moment is actually the grid, not generating cheap power. We can generate cheap power, that's not the issue anymore.
So the question I have for you then in EU, how do you manage, having a common vision, purpose, and then how do you enable or empower countries and member states to choose the way forward? Meaning, for instance, the way on technology neutrality. So like France could choose nuclear, Germany hydrogen. So how do we manage this balanced?
I mean, this is the nice thing about having an open market. Different countries can choose different things and things set up. What I would love to see more of is how you interconnect all of them. So the relative connectivity of Europe is more important than what the individual countries' choices are.
Okay, so if you had a magic wand, this is what you would choose?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Make sure that you can deploy as much additional capacity as possible in terms of grids, because if you can do that, then actually the cost of decarbonization decreases across the board. And that is a fundamental difference, a fundamental improvement for everyone.
And in your recommendation to EU Commission, do you think that they are hearing you?
I mean, one of the systems that I sit on, or one of the boards that I sit on there, is transmission and distribution. And it's quite difficult because the historic architecture, how everything works, is not necessarily geared for the current electricity system or the one that's coming. So it's quite a challenge, I have to say, there. And the legislation has always been geared around, we're just going down that line, how different countries do this. Like there was a wonderful document that I was referring to recently. It's 800 pages. It's a summary of the grid regulation. Summary document. It's 800 pages, right? That's nuts.
Well, there is a point that a lot of people are bringing this to our attention.
Yeah.
Is that Europe is very good at setting regulation standards.
Yeah.
But this is not about helping Europe become competitiveness higher. So how do you manage that?
In this instance, it's more a case of how do you incentivize everyone to create that system? And we're still quite a long way away from being able to do that effectively. And
who does it well?
Who does it well?
Yeah.
I mean, in Europe, I was going to say European continent. Actually, the UK is further ahead here than Europe.
Why so? Tell us more about that journey.
Because the way they incentivize these things.
Okay.
So in there, they take a whole systems approach rather than just a very narrow approach. So there, the investors are capable of taking the incentivization for additional grid infrastructure is more taken on a total cost perspective rather than just how do I put hardware in the ground. And it's coming. It's still probably 5-7 years away. That's not soon enough. So learn from others and pick up the pace.
So what would be your call to action to this crowd that is eager to drive the change?
I mean, find things that work economically and deploy them at scale as quickly as possible. In the words of my fellow partner, Tim Schumacher, find solutions that you can sell to climate change deniers, right? Because those are the solutions that can scale today. So find the thing that you think can work today and get your full weight behind it and make it work.
And what does it require as far as leadership to do so?
Yeah, in terms of leadership, you need to be consistent, and particularly on the political side of things. Like, there's too much people changing from one thing to the other.
And do you think that's true only for politics?
No. No, definitely not. But it's most apparent and most influential in politics.
Okay.
So if
politics do play a critical role from your perspective.
Absolutely. Like,
Okay.
the right intentions poorly implemented screw people over as well as poor policies. Like, so we've had some great examples historically, like in Germany. Like the original feed-in tariffs, we built up a huge solar industry, and then overnight we killed it, and all of that production went to China. We had some great incentive schemes for encouraging solar or battery energy storage for the solar industry, and they announced the scheme 6 months before it was going to be deployed. And what happened in those 6 months? Nobody installed anything, because they were waiting for the new incentives to come in place. Really well intended, but poorly implemented, nearly killed an industry.
So what would you do to enable us to move with consistency and to avoid this political challenges?
If you're going to announce something, don't announce it that you're going to do it, just do it.
Okay.
The market will react to that, and then be consistent. Be
Okay.
consistent. Be consistent, because people can make investment decisions on consistency. If you change things people don't know and you scare people away, if you make it a consistent approach, anyone can make their decisions based on that.
Thank you so much, Craig. Message is clear. Consistency is required. Thank you. Thank you, Craig. Thank you so much to our dear panelists. We all now have a lot of hope for Europe. Good. We are back. Why? Because we are here, because we believe that it's a wake-up call. As you've seen with the amazing panelists, there are a lot of assets. We just need to focus on what we do best and de-risk innovation together. But I want to share just one word with you. Let's not forget that with leadership comes responsibility. And with responsibility, I believe that prosperity and peace are intertwined. So let's decide on what the future of Europe will look like. Let's make the future of Europe ours. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here at ChangeNOW. Thank you.
This is a fight for the life of humanity. There's no bigger fight than this. So set aside whatever your preconceptions about who you are, the power you have. You have enough power. If we don't have enough, we will get it. Whatever we need to get, we will get it, because the world cannot deal with our failure.
Welcome, everyone. Almost the final session of the day, and I have the honor to be with Mary here today. Mary, thank you so much for joining us. I don't think Mary needs lots of introduction, but Mary is the former chair of the Elders, a former president of Ireland, and also the UN High Commission for Human Rights. Mary, you've been in the space for a long time, and we wanted to start today to share a little bit of your experience and your knowledge and your wisdom on female leadership. So what made you start? What made you push ahead all those years ago?
Well, actually, Anna, I had a very early start. You know, growing up in the west of Ireland with 4 brothers, 2 older and 2 younger, I had to learn about human rights and gender equality and using my elbows very early on. But actually, you know, my parents, who are both medical doctors, said to me over and over, you have the same opportunities as your brothers. We will help you to have, and it wasn't true in Ireland, not true at all at the time. Women had to retire from the civil service if they were married. You know, there were lots of issues of discrimination in our laws. And I think what I felt from a very early age is I'm going to do everything I can to make it true. And when I, against the odds, was elected President of Ireland, my whole approach was, I'm going to show that I will do a better job as President because I'm a woman. And that was my way of, you know, saying, I'm actually convinced I will do it better because I will do it with all the skills and all the experience of being a woman and being a woman leader. And that will be the best president for Ireland at the time, you know, and I tried.
I certainly can empathize. I have 2 brothers, so I know exactly what it's like to bring your elbows out. When you were running for president, was there a moment when you knew you were going to make it?
Well, there was quite a long time when all I was doing as a lawyer was making the case. We have the directly elected president in Ireland, which is great, by the people, outside the political system, if you like. And I had felt that you know, I was the 7th president, and the 6 men before me had been older politicians, older judge, etc. And they'd kind of taken it as a kind of, you know, nice way to end your career and not really tried to be very relevant to all aspects of Irish life. And I was very taken by the oath of the president. And I thought, you know, if you're elected by the people, you can be relevant at local level, at national level, and international level. So I began to talk about this, but even more than that, as I traveled around Ireland, I learned so much about what was happening in the country at the time. And it was quite interesting because Ireland had benefited from the common agricultural policy of the European community as it was then, now the European Union. And there was money available in rural areas and in smaller towns. And they wanted the facilities of cities, but they knew the Irish government was not going to provide them. So there's an Irish word that's like Ubuntu called mehel. And I was listening to all these people volunteering for their community. The spirit of mehel was everywhere. And I started to talk this up, and everybody was delighted. Somebody had been listening. They understood. She understands me. You know, that kind of, she gets it. And that, I think, was what contributed to a growing popularity that against the odds. Because when I was nominated, I was 100 to 1 outsider. you know, and we didn't even put any money on because, you know.
I bet you wished you had.
But you asked, and actually the moment there was an early private opinion poll that showed me I had a real fighting chance. And I remember actually having that moment of, oh my God, I could actually be president. And it was actually, you know, how do I navigate this with my family? I mean, well, you know, there was a moment. And then I changed from making the case to wanting to be. And I remember that very well, wanting to be president because I'd become convinced it was a job that would be very fulfilling and very worth doing, and I would give it my 100% best if I could. Yeah.
I really love that. I was going to ask you, what was the sort of defining moment when you felt like you were becoming a leader, other people were seeing you as a leader, but you've just very beautifully laid that out for us. You've obviously been in this space for a long time. Have you had to adapt your style of leadership from those early days with your brothers, then moving to the political sphere and making the case and sort of wanting it? Have you seen a change of how you've had to lead?
Yes, I've actually adapted quite a bit because of different kinds of leadership. I was a member of the Irish Senate for 20 years. I was also at the time a lawyer, I was teaching law. So I was a teacher, a senator, and you know, and the point was I was very active. And then when you're elected president, you're not so much active as symbolic. And I had to learn the power of symbols, the power of who you meet, who you invite to the, you know, and I started to invite the LGBTI community, poor, unemployed people, people from Northern Ireland. And that was the way of doing, very, very different. And then when I became High Commissioner for Human Rights, it was a sort of mixture of the two. Most of my leadership as High Commissioner for Human Rights was moral leadership, like the presidency. But you also had to be very active and try and help people to fight the fight for human rights and gender equality and rights of indigenous peoples and rights of people with disabilities, etc. And now as the elders, I'm kind of back to very much moral leadership, I think. But what did I learn on the way? Quite late on, I wish I'd learned it earlier, I learned the power of humor. I learned it in particular from Archbishop Tutu. I learned how he would do his little dance, and I often do that dance now. He'd do a little dance and make people laugh.
You're going to have to show us the dance.
And when you make people laugh, they're open to you. It's very powerful. And you then come in with your serious point, because people are listening. They're kind of, you know, they kind of like you because you've made them laugh. And I have this message in particular for young women in the room. Are you listening? Young women, use humor much more. In my experience, young women, when they're getting into a position, work very hard, work harder than the young man, get into the position, are very serious about themselves. They're funny at home, but they're very serious at work. The man comes in and he doesn't do nearly as much work and he plays around with the lads and he gets the promotion. You know, come on. Yeah, so you have to use humor more. I mean, I wish somebody had said that to me when I was young, because I was actually too serious as president. Mm-hmm. It was my one big fault to myself. You know, I made 2 speeches to our 2 houses of the parliament. And the second one was on something I was passionate about, the Irish diaspora. And the speech has no joke, no self-deprecating moment, no funny moment, nothing. Just preaching. And it was not appreciated by politicians, you know. So I do emphasize, and I learned that from the best, Archbishop Tutu, but also Nelson Mandela, very good sense of humor. Pope Francis, one of the things about Pope Francis, he had a superb sense of humor. I witnessed myself when we had a private meeting with him some years ago. It's not relevant now, but, you know, there's something very human about humor. There really is.
I really like that. I think that's a great piece of advice, and I hope all of you are taking notes of all the different pieces of advice that we hear here today. And like I said, you're going to have to show us that dance next time, Mary. I'd like to talk a little bit about leadership that you've witnessed. Obviously, you've learned a lot on your journey, but was there anyone in particular that, you know, surprised you, a leader that surprised you, that you didn't maybe think was going to be a leader?
I think young leaders are surprising me a lot. in particular, one young leader who is here, Shia Bastida. She's 22. She is profoundly mature and wise and extraordinarily compelling. She has a wonderful TED Talk, which I recommend to all of you, that's just come out. You know, she's just a remarkable leader. You can feel the absolute instinct. I don't know where she's going to go, but, you know, and because she's Mexican, indigenous, you know, she conveys beautifully the indigenous wisdom in a way that you can really relate to, you know, and I really admire that. And in a way, I suppose it is surprising that a 22-year-old will affect me so deeply. I mean, we've become very good friends. But actually, I've learned so much from Shia. I mean, she's just brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point. Each one of us, doesn't matter where you're from, how old you are, we have the ability to be leaders and also to shape and influence other leaders and really have an impact. So no, I love that example. And you know, today, obviously, let's not talk about politics too much, but what kind of style of leadership do you hope to see more of going forward? What do you think the world needs today to get out of the situation that we're currently in?
I think this is a really important question, Anna. There is, on the whole, a different style of leadership of women leaders, especially women leaders who've come out of the women's movement. We lead in a way that is less hierarchical, non-hierarchical, that is participatory by everybody. Each voice matters in the circle. It's very often in a circle that we sit. And we listen to each other, and we listen with empathy, because people are affected in different ways. But also, the leadership is very practical, problem-solving, seeing the realism of what people are talking about, because we've come through difficulties, we've come through barriers, we've come through hurdles, so we have better understanding of them. And I often think to myself, you know, gender equality includes gender parity. What is gender parity? It is 50% participation. Now just think of the world. If 50% of governments were led by women, we would have such a different world. And I'm not saying women are better than men, I'm saying the balance between the male way of, on the whole, reacting and the female. They complement each other. We would have better leadership. And you see it in governments where half the cabinet are women, or significant parts of the parliament are women. You see the difference. And I think, you know, we're not going to wait for the figures of the World Economic Forum, that something like 2070 something, or, you know, way into the future. We need to really have more women in leadership positions right across the board, so that there is that balance, so that there is that sense of, you know, a more listening, more practical, more caring, more responsive, more empathetic. And, you know, we need it badly. Look at the world.
And I'm sure you were in many pictures with political leaders where there's only men and then there was you.
Yeah, and I now won't go on a panel unless there's at least one other woman beside me. And I now try and think, and a young woman, if possible, please.
Well, I tick one of those boxes. I'm not sure I tick the second one, but at least I'm female, so there's two of us here today. Mary, before we close off, because you have to head on, I'd love to understand, what do you do to regenerate, to sort of, you know, get renewed motivation and renewed power for the fight that you're fighting?
I think there are two things, really. One is I do have a real sense of urgency, and it's about the climate and nature crisis. Because for all the distractions in our world today, this is the thing that we have to utterly keep a focus on, because climate and nature don't wait for us. We are creating real problems. One of my recent hats is I'm a guardian of the planetary boundaries, the 9 planetary boundaries, which gives you a holistic sense of the oceans, even of the air, of fresh water, all of these, apart from climate itself, and the kind of interlinking between them, the processes that keep our planet something we can live in. And we are undermining all of this, and it's interacting. And, you know, we're getting into danger zone on 6 of those 9 planetary boundaries, which is really serious. Yeah. So you know, I'm wearing this dandelion because I've been very much involved with other women, and a number of you are wearing the dandelion. Just Google or whatever you use to search, look up Project Dandelion. It's a women-led feminist climate justice movement, women-led, not women only, and it's a movement of movements. We want to link with the indigenous communities, with young people, with business, with philanthropy, with filmmakers, with ChangeNOW, obviously, all of you who've gathered here, so that we can make more visible how many of us there are in the world. We are the majority world, but we're not powerful because we're in silos. We're separate. We need to gather our strength and become very visible together, connected. You know, radical connection, radical communication that people really understand and feel empowered by, and radical collaboration, amplifying each other's voices. And what's happened with Project Dandelion now in the climate space, in COPs, or in the UN General Assembly, instead of women's groups, you know, keeping to themselves a bit because they have to keep their funding, or, you know, not really wanting to share too much, we're all amplifying the other, talking about the other in a very different way, and it's so powerful. It's so, you know, empowering and powerful, and we need to do this women-led, get men at all levels joining us, and the feminist way of leading. That's the important thing. The, you know, non-hierarchical listening, caring more about those who need to be more cared about, and so on.
It's really clear how much energy and power you get from connecting with other people and shaping and supporting communities.
Yeah.
So maybe this just a call out to everyone here in the room, in the vein of Project Dandelion. Say hello to your neighbor, introduce yourself, and start making those connections.
Yeah.
Mary, thank you so much for joining us here today. I know you have to go on, but thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
That was lovely. Okay.
Thank you. Mary Robinson, everyone. And that's the dance that you learned, hopefully. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I certainly have taken away a lot of inspiration and incredible messages from Mary. In line with sharing a little bit more what everyone was doing to showcase their female leadership from the grounds up, I'm really delighted to welcome a panel now that will share a little bit their examples of how they incarnate female leadership and how they support female leadership. So please welcome with me Hannah, Joshua, Sanam, and Shira for this next panel. Welcome. Well, I feel so far away.
Thank you.
Come a little bit closer. Thank you so much for joining me here today on this sunny, beautiful stage. Hannah, maybe we just start with you, just because you're the next one next to me. I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you do in your work to demonstrate female leadership. So what do you actually do, but also to support other female leaders in what they do?
Well, thank you so much, and it's great to be here today. And the first thing I'd like to say is, I don't know if we can reframe this, but I think it's about feminine leadership, because I have a man next to me, and this is an invitation that every man and woman can lead with their feminine leadership qualities. I think it's important to not exclude men from being able to change what we think leadership means. And for me, it's about taking all those things that, as I grew up in the world of corporations, I was told were soft skills, and realizing that they were the superpowers, and turning them from going from a place where competition was what we were told to do, empathy was seen as a weakness, curiosity was seen as demonstrating weakness, having all the answers was seen as the only way to go. And so for me, I came to this pivot point where I just thought, I want to lead the way I would like to. I'd like to take my soft skills and turn them into my superpowers. And so part of my role is simply to create the space for others to do the same and to feel safe in doing that. and to learn that when we bring empathy and collaboration, we get so much more done. So,
thank you so much for sharing that. Could you maybe share with the audience here what your role is as well?
Oh, my official role. My official role is CEO of the Earthshot Prize, which I'm actually just stepping down from, which is also part of my belief in feminine leadership, which is to lead with believing that everything you create has to have a legacy that can be passed on. And I have helped grow the prize, and we basically go out and search for innovators that are fixing the planet one solution at a time, and try to put wind in their sails by awarding them, spotlighting them, and convening to create resources and capital to go towards them.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Joshua, you actually are an Earthshot Prize winner. Congratulations on that. Let's give him a round of applause, everyone. And when we prepared for today's panel, you shared some really great insights on the work that you do to support feminine leadership. So maybe you can share a little bit more with the audience what you do to work with women, supporting women, bringing them to new places, to more investment, etc.
Thank you very much. And I will recap something Hannah said. It's so weird when you enter a room where the topic is on women and you see a guy on a panel. And you ask yourself, what is he doing there, right? And I ask myself sometimes, what am I doing here? But at the same time, I think it's in the power of the feminine archetype, and how do we surface that in everybody? And for me, this was the first entry of my work into the climate work. I was working in a very grassroots community in Ghana. The first time I attended COP was in 2016 in Marrakesh. And the organization that invited me was the group called the Global Peace Initiative on Women, based in New York. And it was a women group that focused on women leadership. And they had invited me to COP to talk about local communities and how do we build leadership in local communities. And the most important thing I took for my first time at COP was something that they consistently told all of us, and that was a very simple thing. It was that there is too much dominant leadership, and that is not going to help with the climate crisis as we think about solutions. And their goal was to think about who are the emerging leaders and how do we train and support them to find their feminine archetype and really surface that. And those were few things that we all have, but when we step into leadership roles, we tend to believe that we need to drop those things to be able to succeed as leaders. So key things, and Hannah, you mentioned them: empathy, care, and collective intelligence. You don't have to be the smart person in the room. It's okay not to know. It's okay not to have answers. And it's okay just to say that, I'm sorry, but this is not something I can contribute to. 2, care. In so many places, the idea is, I'm paying you, you have to deliver. While that is true, we live so many multiple lives and just not the life we live in our workplace. And so often I've come across so many young people who have had very terrible experiences because they had an internship somewhere, they worked somewhere, and their care, their well-being, and their life had no meaning to the company or the organization they were working with. And that generates a crazy experience for them. And eventually, they become leaders, and they repeat exactly the same thing to other people. And we are locked in a cycle of leaders being very brutal to young people. And then the third part, which for me is very important, is empathy. When we look at the climate crisis, I have had the experience that the work I do now and the work I've done across all my journey have only been possible because I've been gracious enough to have female leaders who held my hand and said, I feel and I understand the struggles you are talking about, and I want to support you. And that is very different from you are looking at it from the wrong way, you have to do it this way. Those are two different things, and typically that is what we face as leaders. We are on the table or invited to a table only to be told, you are wrong. And there's this way, and this is how you do it. And just that simple difference of I understand, listening, and how can I help makes a big difference. And for me, this has been just very simple skills that we all have and we can all practice, but that is missing. And that has been my journey in this work. Yeah.
I absolutely love that around reframing the way you approach leadership and you know, like you said, bringing those soft skills to the table and really the softer side and the understanding side of it. So thank you so much for sharing that. And maybe you can also share, because I mean, this is about the leadership that you incarnate. What do you do in your day-to-day to support female leaders or feminine leadership?
Yeah. So Green Africa Youth Organization, which I founded in 2013, a short prize winner. One of the biggest projects that we do was understanding that while there's so much appreciation for the work that big companies do, when it comes to cities and waste management, the people who actually clean cities and get cities to be functional and actually do most of the work are individual women waste pickers. In every city I've gone to, I've seen these women with their bags collecting the plastics and getting it to recycling facilities. And yet contracts for waste management are consistently issued to big companies. And these women are not included in the strategy development of a city. They are not included in the resilience development plans in every city. They are just left behind, and they are seen as a nuisance in some cases. What we did was to work with these incredible women who are cleaning our cities in the city of Accra and support them to take their position and place in the local government offices and be an equal partner to the government in developing a zero waste plan, which they were then given access to resources to be able to implement that. And for me, these are human system innovations, and typically when we think about innovations for waste management, we look at tech solutions or other sort of digital solutions and technical solutions, but most often for us, looking at these human system innovations and recognizing the leadership of women who are doing this work and giving them the actual recognition they deserve. In this case, they are actually the heroes of the city because they collect more waste, they process more waste, and they keep the cities clean.
I love what you're saying there, and I think it links really nicely to you, Sarah, around the work that you do in local communities in Sulawesi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anna, for the great questions. And I work in biodiversity and nature culture space. And if I can share two stories from my islands, Sulawesi and Indonesia. So last Thursday, Anna, I just got back from Lake Poso. It's in central Sulawesi, and this lake is 3 times of Pari, making it the 3rd largest lakes in Indonesia. And our first missions 4 years ago was to save this critically endangered tiny fish, locally called as rono and bungo. And what we did was that we visited, stayed, and listened to one community to another across 23 villages for months and months. And we learned that fishing the fish, rono and bungo, is indeed a livelihood. But not only until we listen to the women, we understand the values of this fish beyond economic terms, that these women reminiscing the joy of serving this very particular fish, not other fish, but this particular fish for their family. They miss the flavor of the rono fish, they miss the softness, textures of the bungo meat. They will told me that, Hama, Sarah, ini DP daging bungo dan rono, enak sekali, baru lembut sekali. Sorry, it's in my dialects. Meaning that, but you could really sense that sense of pride of having this fish as the local delicacy from the lakes. And the fishing really need the traditional techniques that pass down through generations with special knowledge of when, where, and how to fish. So really, guided by the women voices, food and culture become the very heart of our programs. And with my co-director, Mbak Anim, we really just listen, and I really echo what you say, Jonathan. We really serve our service. First and foremost is to be a good listeners to the community. We stay from mountains to mountains, and yes, I'm mentally and physically very exhausted, but that's what I'm doing. We just went from mountain to mountain and really learn and listen to the women, what is the role of forest in their life. And it's not all about the money. For women, for example, Nene Soyo, she's a wonderful, funny, 85 years old grandma, and she will share to me that, oh yeah, Sarah, my mother used to take bark of the trees and make blanket to make the family warm. But really, when we want to talk about restoring our nature and culture, restoring the forest, the lake, we really need to listen to women. And the last thing is that by listening is not necessarily to acquiring that information for the sake of the technical side of the project, but really to understand, and as you said, Jonathan, to feel, to really attune to the life experience of the woman. And also, we need to listen to the silence. Because for a woman, silence can mean so many different things. So when we're talking about solutions, we're talking about impacts, maybe we should pause a bit and ask ourselves, do we listen enough to women, to the people who knows better and are at higher stakes?
You must have had such a fantastic week up there listening to all these wonderful stories. Thank you so much for sharing that. Sanam, last but not least, over to you. What do you do on a day-to-day basis to support female leadership, feminine leadership, and to really drive this topic? And you obviously work in a very different space, but an equally important space.
Thank you. It's great to be here. I'm wondering whether I'm at the right conference, really, because I work on peace and conflict issues globally. So I'm listening to fish, and I'm like, I wish I was working on fish, actually. It would be much nicer. So I've spent my 30 years, pretty much, in the space of conflict prevention, conflict transformation, trying to stop violence and violent extremism. And I work with women who become peace builders. And it's the same story. It's basically women are often the first ones to feel and see the rumblings of change and violence. They're often the first ones to feel the violence. But the women I work with, and they are truly superheroes, they're the ones who run to the problem. And they're the ones who try and calm things down and literally stop the killing. We have a finance director at ICANN. My organization is called ICANN because we believe that we should do whatever we can. But he's from Liberia, and he was telling me that his grandmother saved him because they came to take him away as a young boy. And his grandmother said, "You point that gun at me and not at him." And she saved him. So these are the stories. And at ICANN, we spearhead it's an alliance of independent, locally rooted women's peace organizations in 42 countries now. And so we're a network of networks because they're all networks within their own countries. And the stories we hear, so I have a colleague in Pakistan, and they work with young men and women in terms of de-radicalization and prevention of extremism. And she came to us one year and she said, we found a circle of women, it's a sewing circle, but they're sewing suicide jackets for jihadis. And she managed to engage them, to talk to them about why they were doing this, how this is actually against Islamic values and so forth, and then giving them alternative livelihood skills so that they could still be leaders in their communities, but in a positive way. So it's this transformation. So what we see in terms of leadership is that it's women leading the way, and I call it transformative leadership because I am not working to say, oh, I want to have equal rights for my daughters to go into the army and fight, or my nephew. My goal has always been that I don't want either my sons or my daughters to ever have to experience the hell of war. So it's transformative leadership, and it's women leading the way. And we see it all around the world, but it is being really, really targeted now, as you can imagine, because we're being told that militarization is the way, and militarization is not the answer to actually the future that we should all be thinking about. So that's the work that we do.
And you're all being incredibly humble. Each one of you on the panel here really incarnates leadership in its own way, and you all have such important contributions to making the world a better place in peace and climate, all the different things. I think they matter equally. So yes, fish are incredibly interesting. I find it fascinating what you were saying about the bark and the blanket, but I think the peace topic is just as important. So thank you so much for sharing that. I've already noted a couple of lessons that I've taken away from sort of all of you, what you said, some of the advice, I guess, on how to be a better leader. What was the most impactful or the sort of most useful advice you've received so far on your journey? Maybe Joshua, we'll start with you.
Most useful advice I've received in my journey, I think it's really this idea of collective intelligence. And the reason I think that is so important, and it goes to something that we just talked about. I'm on the board of an organization called Climate Resilience for All. And Climate Resilience for All works on heat and against extreme heat and building resilience for women. And we have a tagline that says, when women are resilient, we are all resilient. Now, why is that? That is simply because in many instances, women have the incredible talent of being able to really look beyond a very individual perspective, take a community-rooted approach, and say that this is not just bad for this community, it's bad for the entire ecosystem. And we have to move away from that. The ability to do that is being able to be humble enough to listen, and listen very well, collect a lot of those intelligence, and come to a conclusion where everyone feels part of the decision that have been made. This is the single most valuable advice that I've really gotten in my career. I'm currently the co-director for the Youth Climate Justice Fund, and it's a woman-led fund in many ways because we have a board of 6 incredible women who came to me and said, Josh, we want you to be a co-director for this fund, this idea we have which we want to build, and I work with them on that. But the reason why this fund has been successful have been everyone coming to the table to say, we know we want to get funding to youth movement, but we don't know how to do it. So who can we go, who can we learn from, and not iconizing any single person, but really making it a community approach where we don't make someone a star of the work, but really a shared vision, a shared moment, learning from everyone and being able to have everyone feel ownership in the idea. And I think for me, this is, if we could practice that on all different levels of governance around the world, where communities feel like their voice could be heard, and it's a shared responsibility, it's a shared approach. If in a boardroom, every person invited to the table could feel that they're not just invited to the table, but also their voice and their intelligence is feeding into the collective decision, we would make a big difference. Because let's be real, a lot of situations where diversity, inclusion, equity is being met, it's only to put you there, to take the box and to have you on the table. By your voice, the things you are saying do not hold the same power dynamics as others in the room. And typically that is because we do not value shared and collective intelligence.
Thank you for sharing that. Shara, what was the best advice that you've received around leadership?
I think the best advice really coming from my co-director, Mbak Anim, who has been quite not really my partner in crime, but also my soulmate. There's no other day that I don't send a WhatsApp to her and she sends a WhatsApp to me. But really the best advice coming from her and always reminding me that, Sarah, you can be courageous and you can cry loudly, that you can be only 1.5 meter, but you can also just be upset about the situations. But really you can be strong, but you can be tender at the same time. And it really leads me to the acceptance of the complexity and the acceptance of the wholeness of the personhood, and that acceptance that make us and help us easier to create and hold that trusted space for women to be their authentic self, to share whatever it is that they bring to the table. And yeah, that's advice is something that I will never forget, Anna.
I really love that.
Yeah.
Be your authentic self. And then Hannah, you talked a little bit about that at the beginning, of sort of bringing the soft skills to the table. What is the bit of advice that you've received, maybe that really shaped you, but also something that somebody said to you that you think you really should ignore as advice?
Well, when I was 16, I was a little bit rebellious, and I had the whole Mohican, and my parents had just given up on me. And I had a mentor who was a family friend, and he said something to me. He said, Hannah, one day you're going to need to decide whether you are more effective shouting at the system from the outside, working to change it from the inside, or creating something new. And it has really defined my entire career. I've tried shouting from the outside, I've tried changing it from the inside, and I've tried nurturing it and building it from afresh. And what I would say now that I sit here having done that is we are all part of a system, And we need to look at this as an entire system where actually we need all three of those things. And we need to work together and play together. And that one of the values that I think we've all talked about here, which is of what I call radical collaboration, is learning to collaborate across the activist movement, across the corporate sustainability movement, across the people trying to change it from the inside, and across the innovation ecosystem. And we need to work together. And we need to stop competing or acting in silos and help each other. And help each other to succeed, because when each of us succeeds, then we have all succeeded. And so I think that his mentorship to me helped me get real clarity about where I thought I could bring my skills into the system. But here I sit, and what I realize is the single biggest skill that will define us collectively is how we practice radical collaboration in a way that this world has been created to have us compete always. We're always competing for the same pot of money. We live in a mindset of scarcity, but actually I think we need a mindset of abundance. And within that, figure out how we help each other and become bigger because of it. That's what starlings do when they, you look up at the sky and you see a murmuration of starlings. It's a leaderless movement, and yet they work in flow with each other. And I think that's what we need to take away from this.
I love that. Did you ever share with your mentor that he had such a profound impact on you?
He died.
Oh, I'm sorry. But it's clear that it was, a very early moment at 16 to have such a valuable life lesson imparted to you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Sana, maybe coming to you and building on what Hannah just said, everyone here together, we obviously have our role to play in the system. What was the bit of advice that you received that sort of helped you on your journey?
That's a really good question. First of all, I want to agree with everything that I'm hearing, because the way we work is around collective wisdom and empathy and care and inside and outside and so forth. We have I'm Iranian by background, and we have a line of poetry for every situation. And when I think back to the question of leadership and how to do it and role models in my field, there's a saying where we say, from whom did you learn your manners? And the answer is from the ill-mannered. Meaning that for a long time, I would look at people and I would say, I don't want to be like that person. I want to do it differently, right? Like, that's really, I don't want to be like that. So it was almost like the reverse. I think Mary Robinson was one of the first people that I encountered that I was like, oh, she's a good role model, right? But there were lots of bad role models, but they're useful because they actually help you reframe and think about it. To me, what I have learned and what I try to practice are, amongst women especially, but collectively, are things like, give each other the benefit of the doubt. If Shara is invited to a meeting and the rest of us aren't, don't say, why did she go? It should be me. Say, thank God she's there. How can we help her? She's at the table. Let's occupy these spaces. So that's definitely one lesson. The second is that very often as women, we're told to lower our voices and speak like men and take pauses like the British do. Frankly, I don't believe that. I think you have to be yourself. I think authenticity really matters. And if you're a nice person, be nice. There's nothing wrong with it. Women are constantly told, don't be nice. And it's like, but if I am what I am, I can't turn around and be something that I'm not. And the authenticity and trust come together, because leadership ultimately is about trust. And what I've learned over the time with my partners and with the community that I work with is that if you are authentic and you are honest, radically honest, if you can elevate people and share your privilege, the spaces you have, the knowledge you have, the resources you have, and that you build that trust, that leadership takes you miles and miles ahead. And so that's where I think we should be thinking about, that it is about trust, whether you're talking about the President of the United States or in our communities. But we must think about that, and we must be anchored in the truth and in the humility that comes when you have collective knowledge sharing. And then I just wanted to say, for those of you who are in the audience that have children or are thinking about having children, it's really hard to do activism when you've got little kids. I have twins. And I put it down to, I have a formula, which I call it the NPPP, which is need. Sometimes you need to work. Because financially, you have to be independent. It's really important. But you can't just go based on need. You need to have passion for the work that you do. You need to have perseverance to just keep on doing it. Keep your foot in the door, whatever is going on. And then be proud of what you've achieved, because whether it's climate activism or peace activism, it's really, really hard. And we're dealing with the world's most significant problems, and it's very easy to step out, like lots of people do. They don't want to think about it. But be proud of what you've done and keep at it. And you see the building blocks and you see the next generation coming through. And you'll see that as a mother, you will get through and your children will be fine and they will learn how to read, write, and whatever, and they'll go to college and it'll be okay. So, just keep at it and know that there have been others ahead of you, and we have tried to pave the way.
Thank you so much. As a new mum, that really resonates with me. And I actually recently took my 5-month-old son to the Al Gore Climate Reality Leadership training because my husband had to work. So what was I going to do? And I can tell you the number of people that came up to me and said, "You're the one with a baby. And you're the one with the youngest ever trained climate reality leader." It was incredible. But what was even more incredible was the show of support from other people, women and men, who came up to me and said, "Let me get you a glass of water. What do you need? If you need to go somewhere, I'll hold your son." Complete strangers. So I think we can learn a lot from that sort of a setting. We're almost at time, but I want to sort of close just with very quick fire, sort of 2-second answers. If there was one thing you could change, Hannah, to unlock more feminist leadership, what would you do?
Global systems. I don't know. Look, I think if we were to step back, we are on a trajectory of moving beyond patriarchies, and some people and some groups are trying to keep us back in that. But there are too many of us. We're unstoppable. And the place that we're all working towards is a place of equity and a place and a space where difference is what we value. And that feminine leadership is open to anybody that wants to embrace that. And that feminine leadership is deeply and intrinsically connected to a new approach to what prosperity means. It's a new approach to what it means to be in harmony with nature. And it's all woven together. And I think that if we try to divide these things, people talk about, well, I'm in DE&I, and over here I'm in sustainability, and over here I'm in justice and peace. It's all one thing. We are moving. And there is a huge resistance to that because there are winners and losers in that. And so the only thing I'd say is these things are all connected. And it starts right here in your gut about showing up every day, just reminding yourself, just because it was doesn't mean it has to be. And you are the change that we're all looking for. And remember that in those micro moments of change that you make, in those moments of courage where you pull your chair up to a table where you weren't invited, where you open and speak where you weren't told you had voice, you're not just doing it for yourself, you're doing it for the new system that we're building together. And that matters.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you so much to all the panelists for your incredibly insightful answers and for really inspiring the audience and me as well with many lessons learned. I think for me what stood out the most is this authenticity and the collective nature of leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I think you just take them. So we haven't quite finished the session yet. We're going to have a brief interlude, and then we're going to have a fireside chat with Patricia Espinosa, where we're going to be delving a little bit more into her leadership in the climate space. So please do stay, and we'll see you back in a second. enjoyed that little dance interlude, please move. I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by you for our final intervention before the end of the session. Thank you so much, Patricia. For those of you who haven't come across you, and again, I don't know how people don't know who you are, but anyways, just in case, you are the former Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, a place that I know very well, work in the same space as you, and I have a lot of respect for the work that you've done there. But you've also had a role within the Mexican government as the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and as a long-standing ambassador for Mexico. So you've done a lot in your career, and we want to use the opportunity now to dive a little bit more into what motivated you with the personal experience that you've had so far, and maybe just to share a couple of leadership lessons with everyone who's here today. So maybe just to get us started, what sort of brought you to the climate space? What motivated you to get engaged in the climate space? And what maybe to this day has made you continue to work in this space?
Thank you, Anne, and very happy to be able to share with you some of my experiences. First of all, let me say that my first encounter with sustainability issues, at that time it was not called climate change. We used to talk about environmental issues. Later on, we started talking about sustainability and then climate change. But it was as a very young diplomat. I'm a career diplomat. My first posting was when I was 22 years old. That's over 40 years ago. So at that time, it became, my first posting was Geneva at the UN, the permanent mission of Mexico, my country to the UN there. And I came across an agenda that was at the time very much related to trade and development issues. So it became very evident to me how important it was to address these very challenging issues for humanity in a cooperative way. How the perspectives were different from country to country, and at the same time, the solutions could only be found if we worked together. Then I went on, had a long and very enriching career as a diplomat. I was posted to some countries at bilateral level, but also went to the UN in New York and UN in Geneva. So in all those posts, I could see how important it was to take this cooperative approach. And then in 2010, when I was foreign minister, I was entrusted with presiding over COP16, which was a very difficult moment right after Copenhagen, where we unfortunately had finished the conference without a result, without being able to adopt a result. So it was very challenging. Again, the only thing I could really think of was I need to work to rebuild trust. I need to work to make this collaborative environment alive again. And so that was when I really got immersed into the climate change issues. Although I have to say, it's very clear that climate change is not an independent issue. It's not separate from development. Actually, climate change is at the very center of development. And climate change, biodiversity, desertification, all of those issues are one integrated agenda. So now when you ask me what motivates me, well, my motivation comes from the one side of the fact that I recognize my generation has a big responsibility in creating the situations that have put humanity in the current state of affairs, where we have all these very huge global issues, global challenges. So I think we need to be responsive. We need to be responsible, take responsibility, and we need to be part of the solution. And secondly, my inspiration comes from all of you. You know, I was just listening to the two previous, first the panel and then first Mary, then the panel, and it's just amazing. I mean, how could you not be inspired just by listening to all these voices? Of course, I have been very, very fortunate to meet extraordinary leaders, but I would say that it's important that we see us, every one of us, as a leader, and this is what inspires me.
Thank you so much for that. And I mean, it's very clear that you've been breaking the ground on so many occasions. You mentioned the famous Cancun Agreement. You also brought the first G20 summit to Mexico, to an emerging country for the first time. And of course, you had an absolute pivotal role to play in the UNFCCC and the implementation of the Paris Agreement on a global stage. So your leadership has been also incredibly transformative. And as somebody who works in that space, thank you from my side as well, because it inspires our generation to want to contribute as well. So thank you for that. What I'd be interested in understanding is, what is your approach? You know, how do you sort of break this new ground? I mean, you know, do you sort of have an idea in your head and you say, you know what, I'm going to make it happen? Or is it something that sort of is just organic? I mean, how do you approach these situations when you know maybe it's going to be difficult?
Thank you, Anne. This is a question I have made to myself also. How did you manage? How did you manage really to get Cancun as a successful outcome and lay the ground for Paris? Well, you know, this collaborative approach I was talking about before, this is what really has guided me. And I can tell you, most of the times I have not been really starting from a plan. I want to get here or there. Why? Because if you are going to collaborate, you need to listen to everyone. You need to really take fully into account everything that the involved actors have to say. So if you come with your own preconceived ideas and your intention is to impose them on your partners in whatever negotiation you are participating, that doesn't work. You know, I think you must, of course, inform yourself. You must have some knowledge of the issues. You must try to find where you could find possible solutions. But then, more important than that is to listen to them, to listen really, trying to put yourself in their shoes, not only understand their arguments, but also creating empathy and respect for their views, even if you don't agree with them. And that is, in my view, what is very important. Yes, I don't agree with you. This is why I feel that also that this space that ChangeNOW has created is so valuable. Yes, I'm sure here we have people that don't agree with each other in every single piece. It doesn't matter. We need to find an understanding, a common understanding. And the only clear thing for me has been that a lack of agreement, a lack of cooperation, not only does not serve anyone's purpose, it hurts us all. Yeah. So it is up to us to build that safe space for dialogue, to build that trust, and to work towards finding those areas where we can all come together.
And I love how that also resonates with what was said on the earlier panel around empathy, listening, collectivity. It's so nice to see how there's a golden thread, I think, in some of the advice that you're giving to the audience today and some of the experiences you're sharing. Maybe linked to that, what is the moment in your career that you're the most proud of? Because I think we don't celebrate some of these achievements enough. And then in a second, I'd love to hear also what was your personal biggest failure, because I think we also don't talk about failure enough.
Yes, well, what is the moment I feel most proud of? You know, I have had this just fantastic career, fantastic opportunities in my life. I have been blessed with a lot of amazing moments, and it's difficult to pick one. But if I have to speak about one, I think I would speak about the moment where we adopted the Cancun Agreement, the moment where, not even the moment of the adoption, but before, the moment when we were presenting the document that I was appealing colleagues and friends to really consider carefully and to hopefully allow us to adopt it as an outcome from the conference. And everybody was standing up and clapping. It was, for me, it was not something that I would say I was proud because they were clapping at me. No, it was a collective achievement. It was that sense of collective achievement that makes me so proud. And I was, I do feel it's, probably the moment that stands out because it was clear that there was a lot at stake. For me, the future of multilateralism altogether was at stake. I felt like, as a diplomat, that I am really fully committed to multilateralism. I just felt if we don't manage here to have a good result, then the whole system will be put into question. Second, it was also clear to me that in the national context, that conference would really mark the Foreign Service for that administration. And for me, as a career diplomat that very rarely becomes appointed as the foreign minister, that was also important. For all my colleagues, I felt I could not fail my colleagues in the Mexican Foreign Service, so that is also why it was so important. Of course, then I do want to talk about, you asked Anne about failures. Well, I would say that having had this great career, it's difficult for me to talk about failures, but I do think we can all talk about mistakes, and we make mistakes every day. And I think that there are multiple moments, you make mistakes at home with your children, you make mistakes with your colleagues in the office, you make mistakes sometimes as a leader when you take some decisions. I think that the important part of it is that you are able to recognize those mistakes, those moments, and to take responsibility for them, and to, if it is possible, of course, to correct them. But if it's not possible, take responsibility for them. And as a leader, you have to take responsibility not only for your own personal mistakes, but also if somebody in your team has made a mistake, it's for you to really have their backs and take responsibility. So I would say it's really about that. I wouldn't say my career has been easy, but I do think it has been easier to, in my opinion, to acknowledge mistakes, make an apology, and even sometimes you make an apology even if you are not sure that you did something wrong, right? Apologizing is just so liberating, and it's really so great. So yeah.
And I think it's very brave to admit to mistakes. And there's a wonderful podcast called How to Fail, which talks very much about, by this British journalist, which talks very much about what strength and power you can draw from failures in inverted commas. Thank you so much for sharing that. We're fast running out of time, and I think I could go on forever, and I sent you 10 million questions that I'd love to ask you, but there's one particular question that I'd like to ask you, because your daughter's here in the room today, and I'd like to ask, what advice have you given her in life about leadership that you might want to share with the audience?
Thank you, Anne. Yes, my daughter is here, and she has been the one driving the latest initiative that I took, which was to create this consulting firm on sustainability and climate change. Maria is wonderful. I want to say, first, I have told them, I also have a son, I have told them, and this is something I got from my mentor, my most important mentor, always say the truth, even if you know this is not what others want to hear, even if it hurts, even if you feel that you don't want to, even if you are a bit afraid of saying the truth. Yes, of course, you have to be wise to choose how to say it, when to say it, and to whom to say it. But this is something that has guided me really throughout my life. And this is, I would say, something important, not only for professional life, but also for your personal life. And it's just amazing. I mean, it guides you because then there's never a confusion. You know exactly where you stand. This is one thing. The other one I would like to share, I got from my mother. And there was a moment that we had a kind of discussion. I was very young. I was 22, actually. I had just gone to Geneva, and I came home for Christmas. And we had a small discussion. And then suddenly she turned to me and she said, humility is a quality that you should never lose. And she said nothing more. And she was so right, you know. I was at that time feeling I was already so powerful, and I had, I became independent, and I had gone to live abroad on my own. And then, since that day, it just sticks with me. I think this is very important also.
Thank you so much, Patricia, for sharing that and for sharing all the insights from your heart. Everyone, a warm round of applause for Patricia.
Thank you, Anne, and thanks to everyone.
Thank you.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for showing up. Thank you to our amazing speakers and to our brilliant moderator, Anna, for this enlightening discussion. It's been a pleasure to have it on a ChangeNOW stage. And so very quickly, I wanted to give an enormous round of applause and to welcome on stage, because as you might have seen, we have an exhibition of the 25 women that we have nominated for our campaign, our yearly campaign. So they are absolutely amazing, and I really want you guys, you don't want to miss it. And so I would love to welcome them on stage with me. Anna, you can come. I would love also to have all the women from the ChangeNOW team. I don't know if they're all here, because we asked them to come. Come here, girls, come here, girls. You go on stage, right? Where are they? Come on! Because they need some applause as well. You don't see them. Thank you so much. Yay! Ah. Wow, bravo! That's it. Woo! Wow. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful evening. It was a pleasure to have you for this first day of ChangeNOW, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. That kind of very natural moment.